service work doing at the moment, just I think.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Donington Park for the next instalment of the always exciting Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We've got a double header for you today as well. These are probably my favourite Fun Cup events of the season. The events where we have a sprint race in the morning and a longer pit stop race, or a longer endurance race, I should say, a little bit later in the afternoon. And Donington Park always delivers top quality entertainment. We're massively looking forward to this, and we're going to have I'm sure, two exciting races coming your way. The first of those races will be 60 minutes in length. It will feature two mandatory pit stops, not necessarily driver changes. We'll get into the specifics of the pit strategy a bit later. And the second one later on will be over a more traditional 3 hours distance. My name's Andy McEwen. I'll be joined momentarily by John Ratcliffe in the commentary box. But down in the pit lane, at the heart of all of the Fun Cup action, as always, he is our roaming reporter, Jamie Peters-Ennis. Jamie, good morning.
Cup Endurance Championship. Rounds 5 and 6, as I say, because we have a 1 hour sprint and a 3 hour endurance later on today. Cars are already lined up in the assembly area, ready for the first sprint race of the day. But for now, what I'll do is I'll hand you over to your commentators for the weekend, which will be Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jamie. Thank you. So Jamie will be hunting down our drivers. We may not hear a lot from him in the next 60 minutes or so, because this first race, the sprint race, is usually pretty breathless with two pit stops, a random grid, and all of the usual Fun Cup shenanigans. So hopefully we'll hear from him at some point today, certainly in the race later on. John Ratcliffe, as I said, alongside me in the comms box. John, welcome back. Really looking forward to this. Donington Park National, probably my favourite racetrack in the country, certainly when it comes to one-make racing, which the Fun Cup is. And we've seen some absolute classics down the years here at Donington. Expecting more of the same today, fingers crossed, courtesy of the two races coming our way.
Indeed, yes. Good morning, Andy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another bumper event here with Brscc. And as you say, Donington Park, always a circuit that creates very exciting racing, and particularly in the Fun Cup. I've raced here a couple of times myself, and my goodness, does it make for exciting racing. I will say, the last time I raced here, the race was red flag because of thunderstorms.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be the same this weekend, but we never know. We're sort of coming to the end of quite a warm period, aren't we? So maybe some rain will come and challenge us, but for the moment, looking at the broadcast, it seems okay, but we'll wait and see if the forecast changes later on. But yes, plenty of action coming our way, as you say. A 1 hour to kick us off. Now, a bit unusual for Donington Park, because Donington Park's usually just a 3 hour, but for this year, introduced a 1 hour as well as the 3, which of course changes strategies somewhat throughout the day, and of course, if things go wrong in the 1 hour, you've only got a few hours to get things sorted, ready for the 3. So it's a difficult balancing act, I think, for the teams here today, with two races going on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, I've been having some very interesting conversations up and down the pit lane with drivers about various pit strategies for that first race. A lot of double stinting going on in that first race, because it's one less driver change that you have to do. There are two pit stops, one every 20 minutes, and you've got a 10-minute window as always to make those pit stops in. You don't have to change driver though, so anytime you can save a little bit of time on a driver change, the teams are keen to do so.
But of course the driver, even if they are staying in the car, still has to get out. Of course that would be a massive gain if you could just stay sat in the car and then drive straight out, but of course to make it a little bit more fair, the drivers have to get out. Now, previous rules were that you had to get out, run around the car, and then get in from the other side.
I miss those days, John.
Good fun, but of course then if you are actually changing driver, it's much quicker because the driver doesn't have to run around. So they've changed that again. You only have to get out one side and then get back in the same side. So it should be pretty fair in terms of drivers who are staying in and drivers that are changing over. But as you mentioned, of course, if you jump in for a second stint, you don't need that couple of extra laps to get back up to speed, you would hope anyway. So the drivers there will be hoping if they can just go out for a double stint, they might be a bit quicker back into that second stint, gain a couple of positions, have a nice slick pit stop, get things sorted, and press on. Because as we say, with only 1 hour of racing, it's very difficult. There's not a lot of time to be making manoeuvres out on circuit, so if you can make up a bit of time and thus maybe a couple of places in the pit stops, that's going to be absolutely necessary to getting a good result here today in the 1 hour at least.
Absolutely so. We've had 3 of these 1 hour races at Donington Park over the years, most recently back in 2015, I seem to recall. It's been a while. That race gave us a winning margin at the end of the hour of 85 thousandths of a second, which was only the second closest Fun Cup Championship finish in history. And on average, those races, well, 2 of them gave us 9 lead changes, which gives you an idea of just how competitive these races are. Because, John, we have not only a grid of cars that naturally create competitive racing, the very slipstream heavy sort of racing that we get in Fun Cup, but because of that random grid, we could have quick cars starting up and down the order. It guarantees overtaking, and it will definitely see some teams utilising pit strategy to try and maybe gain a bit of track position without having to go to the bother of passing each other out on track. The cars heading out onto the circuit now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will have spotted, are not Fun Cup cars. They are Ford Fiestas. That's because the Fiesta Junior Championship, also in support here this weekend, are still concluding their qualifying session. They're rejoining the circuit after their second red flag of the session. I think I'm right in saying second red flag in about 7 minutes as well, which is not a great sign. Hopefully they're getting that all out of their system this morning. They've got 8 minutes of the session still to go, and then we will go Fun Cup racing for the first time. There's then going to be a lunch break after that, and then we've got other racing coming your way, of course, through the afternoon. Most notably, sprint racing wise, from the Fiesta Juniors. We've also got the Classic Mini Racing Championship here, the Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula Ford Championship, and our first race after lunch will be the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. That's the Senior Fiesta Championship, if you like. So lots of sprint racing to come between the 2 Fun Cup encounters, and then tomorrow, John, even more endurance racing, courtesy of the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup. They've got a much bigger grid than they had last time at Anglesey, which is great news. And, of course, the always exciting Silver Lake C1 racing series with a 3-hour race to conclude the weekend. So whatever you're into, John, we've got you covered this weekend.
100%, yes. A bit of an endurance racing afternoon tomorrow. That's going to be very exciting for us all. And yeah, like you say, fantastic to have more cars on the grid for the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup. Of course, I was out around the pit lane angle, so having a chat with all the drivers, which was lovely to do so. It was great to speak to, I'm pretty sure we chatted to every single car at some point during that race, or someone from them. And it was lovely to chat with all the drivers and all the team members and work out sort of what goes into a race like that. But pretty much everyone I spoke to was like, oh, it's great, it's loads of fun, but I wish we had more drivers, I wish we had more cars. Well, it seems like they've answered their own prayers for this weekend, and more drivers on the grid, more cars. It's going to be more exciting racing for us to enjoy here on the stream, and more people to talk to as well. We don't sadly have the lovely Richard John Neal with us this weekend, but I'm sure I'll get sent out of the comms box at some point to go and annoy some of you if you're listening on the live stream. So look forward to that. But as we say, no Richard John Neal, but we do have Jamie Peters-Ennis throughout everything here today. So for the Fun Cup, he will be guiding us through. But 2 races, as you say, Andy, a 1 hour and a 3 hour. We probably won't see much of Jamie for the 1 hour. It's going to be rather busy. That, of course, coming in a few minutes' time when this qualifying session comes to a close.
Yes, about 6.5 minutes, I think, of this session still to go. We will run you through some of the times for the Fiesta Juniors once they start getting up to speed. With respect, they haven't really been able to get up to speed so far in this session, so the times right now not that relevant. So we can continue to build up to the rest of the day. I'll tell you what, you mentioned that Supersport Endurance Cup race at Anglesey. We had a guest commentator, didn't we, for a period in that race with young Andrew Payne, who was coordinating the series that weekend. Well, he is out in a car later on today, in a Mini specifically, and he's racing on the same grid as his father, Andrew. Now, you know, John, that I do enjoy a little bit of light ribbing of Andrew, and occasionally Hayden as well. We've got lots of opportunities this weekend to take the mick out of them, and I'm very much looking forward to that. If anything, might be the highlight of my weekend. I can't wait.
I do not know them nearly well enough to do the same, so I'll leave that one up to you,
Never
Andy.
stopped me. It never stopped me.
Well, as you say, turning their attention to actually on track, so we'll see how they do tomorrow. But it was good to have them on the comms during the race last time out, because I wasn't able to hear much of it because I was down in the pit lane annoying people myself. But it was lovely to have them involved. We're always happy to have other people in the comms box with us. I mean, we've had Simon Rudd already a request to have a comms box interview at some point today. So yeah, good luck with that. I've heard you've been slipped 20 or something for that.
My lips are sealed. I can neither confirm nor deny, John.
Well, I'll be asking for my share a little bit later on, but yeah, no, as we say, great to have so many people out racing this weekend, and as we mentioned earlier, what a circuit to be returning to. I was sad. I was looking at my calendar last night, going like, oh, when am I back at Donington? I'm not. This is my only Donny this year. I'm gutted as well.
Oh,
big moment there down into the S's for one of our juniors. They're trying to get it stopped onto the grass on the entrance to the corner, using the cut through to go onto another lap, but. as we see there, the grass on the outside of the circuit, very dry and dusty because of this these hot temperatures we've been having. Oh dear, straight off into the gravel at T1. That's less than ideal. The triple five, that is, that has gone straight on at T1.
That is Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar Hommerstone, you're right.
Yes, I plucked that out of nowhere from my memory. So that's another car deposited in a gravel trap, and sadly might well beckon another red flag. We'll wait and see. There are just under 4 minutes of the session to go. Everybody, apart from those who've had issues, have set lap times though, so that's good news. It means that if they did call the session now, they would at least have a grid for the first race to come later on today. But yeah, they're all getting a bit hot-headed, I think, aren't they, this morning, the juniors?
I think this is a really positive experience, though, for the juniors, because this really puts the pressure on, doesn't it, in a qualifying session like this? Can you drag a lap time out of your car with really 1 or 2 opportunities to do so, putting the pressure on, and who is able to make the most of it under said pressure, and who can dive their way up the grid in these tricky conditions here in qualifying? So I think for a junior championship, this is actually really positive to really put the pressure on and see what they can do. McInerney, we've just seen heading out the pit lane in front of us, so he's heading on to another lap, and another driver coming past is Daniel Tacci. Tacci had the most amazing race at Anglesey, didn't he? I think it was race 2, if I'm not mistaken. It was a second place for Daniel, and what a performance. Sadly, it all went a bit wrong for him in race number 3, but for the scholarship winner for this season, a very impressive job in race number 2 at Anglesey.
Indeed so, yes, scholarship winner, and really starting to find his feet. In fact, there were a few juniors, weren't there, at Anglesey? Lewis Turkington, another I seem to recall, who really seemed to just be starting to get into the groove. It's one of the things I love the most, in fact, maybe the thing I love the most about junior racing is watching the first year drivers develop over the first 3 months or so of the season. By the time you get to the halfway mark, many of them are often up there winning races overall, taking the fight to the more experienced drivers who might be in their second or even third year of junior racing, and we're really starting to see that now in the Fiestas. What we are sadly seeing is another red flag, as I suspected, as a result of Oscar Hommerstone's car in the gravel. I do think, though, that they've decided to call the session. I'm just trying to peer out of the commentary box window. I can't quite see the end of the pit lane from here, but I think they're being directed into Parc Fermé, and that will be the conclusion of the session. Yes, thumbs up from John, who's got a better view than me, so that's good news. It means that we can move on to our first race of the day. There was a bit of panic because we were told we were starting early. Just before that Fiesta Junior session started, someone, and I won't name names, did say, well, is that actually that likely to happen? They were right, of course. There was always the chance that there'd be a delay, and we are indeed now probably more or less back on time with where we initially were. For what it's worth, championship leader Dara McInerney, fastest in that session by 6.5 tenths, actually, in the end, over Bobby Holmes in second position. So a reasonable advantage there for McInerney. Looking to see where Oliver Heron is. Oliver Heron was second in the championship coming into the weekend. And Oliver, I don't think is on the list. So I wonder whether maybe Oliver is missing this round. That would be a bit of a shame, but anyway, McInerney and Holmes will be the front row. I'm sure the qualifying order will matter relatively little once we actually go racing in the juniors. As you can imagine, the races are pretty lively. So that session concludes. There's obviously a bit of recovery work to be done by the hard-working marshals up at Redgate Corner. Quite a bit of gravel to be swept away as well after that recovery, but then we will be able to go racing with the Fun Cup. We can perhaps start to build up towards that Fun Cup race, where we've already had the random grid draw earlier on this morning, so we know the way that the cars are going to be lining up, and Rob Boston Racing have managed to get themselves on pole position in the 252 car. That's the car that's shared by Will Blackwell Chambers, Jason Baker and James Riley, a quick trio, and this presents a really good opportunity, I think, particularly in the 1 hour race, John, for Rob Boston Racing to get onto the top step of the podium.
Managed to get themselves on pole position. They worked really hard for that, didn't they? They worked really hard waiting around for it to be drawn out of a hat. But as you said earlier, that's one of the points that we really like about the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is the random grids. I mean, it's been said so many times, I mean, even up to the levels of Formula 1 in terms of will it help to put a random grid race in? It always helps to put a random grid race in, no matter what series it is, because it creates epic racing. It does mean you need to have the drivers on their A game. They need to be on the ball and watching out what's going on, because of course when drivers are all shuffled up in terms of overall pace, that can make it a little bit more touchy, especially around the first couple of laps of the race. But as you say, Rob Boston Racing on pole position for this first race of the day. 1 hour race. Best place to be is on pole position. Only a couple of pit stops to be done, and a great place to be. And not only that, they are used to being up around those kind of positions anyway when we settle into pace. So to be out there at the front leading away with things, very, very useful. Main issue for them, really, drivers that are around them at the front of the grid, also on very similar pace, and also drivers we'd probably expect to see up near the sharp end. So they might not be able to scamper off as easily as maybe they would have liked.
Yes, but then that's sort of the trend in Fun Cup these days. There are more and more really quick drivers, more and more cars that could win races. It's what actually makes the sort of period of dominance we're in at the moment for Team GRD, our championship leaders, all the more impressive, because the series is the most competitive I think it's ever been, and the fact that they keep on winning races and keep on winning championships is massively, massively impressive. GRD, of course, I say of course, maybe you didn't tune into Anglesey. If not, why not? You missed two really exciting races. They did win the second race at Anglesey, so they start this one from the back of the grid. A grid that we will take you through in just a few moments' time as build-up for the first Fun Cup race of the day begins in earnest. So, the fifth round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship rocks into Donington Park. I'll quickly get through the grid if I can and try and give you as many start drivers as possible. So, the Rob Boston Racing Car 252, that is started by James Riley. Alongside him, the 212 of Vlad Vasiliev with Ted Bradbury, double stinting stints 2 and 3. That is a car to watch from the outside of row 1. Row 2 for number 214, Seed Data, that is Matt Hogg with Tropical Rocket Racing, number 157, Neo Clark at the wheel for the opening 2 stints. G-Force, number 158. Are next. That is started by Gary Summers with Renom Racing's number 97 car started by Pierre Renom on row 3 with them. Row 4 then for number 171, Old Berries Racing fueled by Data, which is not quite what it says on that graphic, but that is the team name. That is Matt Hyde at the wheel for stint 1, and then PLR Uvio in the 225 car. That car started by, I'm looking at the wrong end of the entry list, started by Stuart Lyons. There's no escaping that man is the 8th on the grid for the man who these days runs TCR UK and the Civic Cup. Then back end of the top 10, row number 5 of the grid, shared by Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport. So they are ones to watch, and they always are, aren't they? That car being started by Fabulous Randaccio. He will do the opening 2 stints before handing over to Farchini at the second round of pit stops, about 2/3 of the way into the race. We've lost the graphic, but I'll keep going through the grid. Top 10 completed by 169. That is Tom Roach, Mazda MX-5 superstar of years gone by, starting from the outside of row 5. Row 6 for number 249, that's one of the Demon Tweaks cars, started by Jason Minshaw. GCI Racing, former champions in the 111. Ian Wood starts 12th on the grid. 13th for Northern Velocity, that is the 262 car. Welcome return for Jack Harding, Alan Henderson and Jake Simpson. It's Jack Harding, former MX-5 superstar as well, starting that car alongside the 22 Sunoco race team car of Axel Hildebrand. Row 8 for the second Demon Tweaks machine, number 207, Matthew Reeve starting that car. Signature RV number 557 and next. That car started by John Whitehouse. Axiometrics are 17th in the 103 car. That's Will Smith with 146 Clapham North with EDF Motorsports Abby Eaton alongside Abby, another driver doing the opening 2 stints. So she will do stints 1 and 2 and then hand over to George Grant. Next is one of the JPR hire cars, number 248. Rupert and Nick Adcock sharing that car. Rupert Adcock in for the opening stint with the 99 Letec car of Shay Brennan on the outside of row 10, completing the top 20. Row 11 for 257, Red River Sports, Gareth Williams, the car he shares with Johnny Molam, with the number 14 Greenheath car of Gary Bate next. Greenheath, a quick car, starting well out of position, and they're not the only ones actually as the green flag lap gets underway. Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing are only 23rd after the random draw. That car started by Mark Home, and he will be, no, not double stinting Mark Home. He's got the FNS with Morpheus Motorsport 109 car alongside. That car will be started by Greg Evans. And the back row of the grid, Anglo-Asian Mining, and number 62, which is the car started by Guido Basile. He shares that with David Scrappy Clark and Steve Snooker Harris, who've been around the championship for as long as the championship's been a thing. Their combined age in that car, 203 years old, Jamie Peters-Ennis tells me. Jamie tells me, just want to put that out on the record. I did not get the calculator out to work that one out. Right at the back of the grid, the reigning champions, the winners last time at Anglesey, Team GRD, as always is the rule in Fun Cup. They have to start from the back of the grid, and it's Riley Phillips, interestingly, in for the opening stint. Right, I need to sit down after that. We haven't even got to the start of the race, John. The green flag lap underway. An hour of racing is almost upon us. Your predictions, please.
So I'm not giving any predictions out, mate. Never do in Fun Cup because I'm sure to be wrong. Or I'm going to commentator's curse someone and they're going to hate me for the rest of the season. So
yes.
I'm leaving it.
I have had that conversation already with Simon Rudd. I did possibly live on camera in an interview say that it would be nice to see someone else win a race, wouldn't it, Simon? And he then promptly went and got a penalty in the first race in Anglesey. So you're wise, actually, to not commit to anything, John. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to steer clear of that for now. I want to keep some friends in the Fun Cup grid, preferably. Another thing to mention before the drivers go to the start as well, you might notice if you weren't with us for Anglesey that there were 2 UVO cars out there. Yes. Now, to explain, basically, UVO and PLR have switched cars. So the points go with the car rather than the team. So they've switched over. That's why you'll see 2 UVO cars out there, the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport and the PLR UVO, and they've made it even more challenging for us today because one's starting 8th and one's starting 9th, so this is going to be interesting for the race start. But 2 by 2 down to the final corner, we're about to get ready for the 1 hour to kick off. What I like about that very quickly is that Team GRD on social media since Anglesey have been actually very positive generally about that change of car for UVO. They might not be saying the same if UVO pipped them to the championship at the end of the year, but they said, hey, it's a loophole in the rules, why not use it? And hey, it makes the championship a little bit more competitive. Right, speaking of competitive, strap yourselves in, everyone. Take one big step back if you're stood trackside. This could get quite lively on the run into Redgate Corner. Rob Boston Racing and Vape Club with their newly liveried car that's brighter than the sun on the outside of row 1, set to do battle at the beginning of a 60-minute race. Round 5 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship gets underway, and it is a good start by the Rob Boston car from pole position of James Riley, and he will lead uncontested into Redgate Corner for the first time. Hold your breath, they're 4 abreast in the mid-pack, maybe 5 abreast further back. Do they all make it through Redgate Corner without contact? So far so good, and no one even out into the dirt. Really respectful driving through the first corner. Riley Phillips already making good progress from the back of the grid, but it is James Riley who leads, and that is Tropical Rocket Racing, John, up into second place. Yeah, lovely start from Tropical Rocket. They've got a nice run down to T1, immediately up the inside of the 212 and gaining a place already. You can see there the number 1 diving up the inside in the background. Down to the bottom of the hill they go, and that was, I think, 4 places in one corner there for a certain Riley Phillips as he makes his way through the pack. We've got one of the UVO cars going side by side with GCIs. We now head up the hill as the 212 looking to try and take back second, but they can't do it for now. Yes, the UVO cars swapped as well. Fabulous Randaccio getting himself ahead of Stuart Lyons, former British touring car racer Stuart, of course, the Brummie. One of his local tracks this, and he's raced in Fun Cup before, has Stuart, but a few years ago, so he's just betting himself back in. Someone was on the grass there on the inside of Coppice Corner. That was an interesting place to be off the road, and they weren't the only ones. A couple of others grass tracking further back. It looks to me, though, as though Rob Boston Racing are going to hang on to the lead here. Randaccio for 5th, though, is on a charge, isn't he? Absolutely on a charge. That car was sliding left, right and centre there down in the braking zone, but he gets it stopped and he gets the move done. And as I thought, Tropical Rocket Racing were going to be under pressure for second. They're actually trying to be the ones on the move now as they look for the move down into T1. It's all getting a bit closer, especially in the background as they try and make it 3 wide as we continue on side by side down into Redgate once more. Still, somehow no one's made any contact. I don't know how long we can keep saying that though for, Andy. Well, I thought that was about to happen at Redgate, to be honest, when the Demon Tweets car was in the pit lane exit making its way into the first corner, having been shoved onto the grass. Abby Eaton took advantage of that. She's making really good progress in the Clapham North car that started 18th on the grid, completed lap 1 in 11th, and is now into the top 10. Only a corner or 2 later, Riley Phillips is at the back of this group, interestingly, in GRD from 26th on the grid, up into 15th place already. Move for the lead. Tropical Rocket trying it round the outside. That was up at McLean's. Will it work as they head through into Coppice, though? They'll appear back into our shot, and they're still on the outside line. It's not going to work. They're going to get shuffled out wide. They're a very tricky right-hander. But with these 2 squabbling at the front, they're not breaking away at all, are they? They're allowing for these drivers to all close in behind, and we're very much not seeing a breakaway, which from us in the commentary box, we got both thumbs up. We're very happy about this. Down into the final corner. A look from Tropical Rocket, but not going to happen. In behind, though, a couple of cars still going side by side. That was the Rob Boston Rare Vinyl car getting ahead of UVO Hoffman's Motorsport, interestingly. So the 169 car started by Tom Roach, who's had many a race win here over the years at Donington Park on the attack, and they're now 4 wide heading into Redgate. Abby Eaton on the outside. Randaccio is next to her. Axiometrics in the middle as well. They cannot go through Redgate Corner 4 abreast without making contact. I do not know how they manage manage that, but Abby Eaton, right round the outside of them all, gains 3 positions. She is on an absolute mission, and she's already into the top 5 after one of the moves of the season.
That was pure confidence, wasn't it, there from Abby Eaton? Just swung all the way around the outside of the other 3 drivers, but she's going to find herself under pressure once more. The rare vinyl car coming back up the inside, down at the bottom of the hill. UVO car is off and wide on the exit. The 403, that is, heading off and wide as they lose a bit of momentum, and now they're under pressure from Demon Tweaks. Demon Tweaks will go all the way around the outside, and now Axiometrics trying to shuffle up the inside of the 146. So it just shows, despite that incredible move from Abby Eaton, that she's going to lose the places that she gained further on in the lap, as now Demon Tweaks going to try and make it 3 wide up through the right-hander. It's not going to work. Thank goodness they backed out of that one.
Do you know, there are some people who still tell me Fun Cup's boring. I just will not have it. We've had a lead change. No, we haven't had a lead change, actually. Tropical Rocket Racing, I thought, had made the move stick at McLean's, but Rob Boston Racing continue to lead the way. James Riley then with the advantage. We do now have a slight breakaway, maybe. 5 cars getting away at the front of the field, and then that absolute battle pack. It's all-out warfare, really, in the fight for 6th. Axiometrics are up to 6th. Then it's the Clapham North car 7th. Demon Tweaks 8th, and Fabulous Randaccio is 9th. The next car behind him is Riley Phillips, who's into the top 10 now, I believe, in the number 1 GRD car. He was just going around the outside of GCI Racing. Did he manage to make that stick? He's still on the outside as they come out of Redgate Corner, but should have the momentum down the hill.
Hopefully. Yeah, there were 3 wide coming out the corner, I think. They might have just slotted back into 2 now as they head towards the Craner curves. But yeah, wow. I mean, we thought a 1 hour at Donington was going to be good, but this is epic already, and we're not even close to the first pit window. 5 minutes into this one, and oh dear, the door's coming open there for the 169. They slam it immediately back closed, but hopefully that won't be a persistent issue through this race. Despite having to close their door, they're going to open another door. Up the inside they go, into 3rd place.
Yeah, really good move that for Tom Roach. He's made a few good moves so far in this race and is now into a podium position, having started 10th. The grid order really doesn't mean an awful lot, does it, in Fun Cup racing, especially here at Donington, where overtaking, I'm not going to say is easy, but it's certainly more doable than it is at some other racetracks. The slipstream through some of these high-speed sequences just keeps the pack together. There are some big braking zones and some very brave drivers out there willing to go for any gap. Axiometrics are doing just that now, to the inside into the chicane. They're into the top 5 now, and the Rob Boston car gains a place, so does Axiometrics, and so in the background is attempting to go Abby Eaton. She is to the outside of the Vape Club car. To the inside goes Fabulous Randaccio, and we've got a challenge for the lead. John, I don't know where to look.
I was just about to say, I can't believe with all this scrapping that the lead hasn't changed. Well, now it finally has. Tropical Rocket up the inside. Little bit of a look from the Rob Boston car to see if they can get back up the inside down the hill, but it's not going to happen. Saying that, though, they've now got their sister team, the Rare Vinyl car, right behind them. So effectively 2 versus 1 here for the race lead. Will the drivers work together? Will they battle? I think I'm going to answer my own question here, and we might just see a battle continue. But this is really the biggest gap that we've seen so far in this race in terms of the front pack breaking away from the rest. I think it's only a few tenths, but still in Fun Cup that's a massive margin, as here we see Riley Phillips joining said front pack as Tropical Rocket hold it round the outside. That's nicely done, but as I was saying, the number 1 very much getting stuck in with this front group now, and it's taken him, 6.5 minutes of this race, O'Reilly, to join the leading pack from the back of the grid. Amazing.
Remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable pace that he's shown and racecraft that he's shown. We know Riley can do this. Of course, Riley doesn't often start these races, does he? So it's really nice to see him getting into the battle right from the word go. Here comes another change of lead. And so actually, according to the timing screen, we have not yet had a lead change, because it was Rob Boston Racing who led at the start of the lap. It's Rob Boston Racing who lead at the end of the lap. They might be 1-2 though, because here comes Tom Roach to the outside of Tropical Rocket Racing for 2nd. Randaccio looking to the inside of Seed Data for 5th. Let's cover 2nd place first. It is going to be a Rob Boston Racing 1-2. Randaccio to the inside is back into the top 5, and Abby Eaton trying to tag along with him as well. They're a bit slow off the corner though, and the Demon Tweaks car will try and join in the fun as well. Now, Riley Phillips, interestingly, you said he's into the top 10. He's made really good progress into the top 10, but now seems to just be keeping himself a length or so back. I don't know whether that's intentional. If I were Riley, I'd be getting nowhere near this lot, but I wonder whether he's now just letting the race come to him a little bit, knowing that we've still got 52 minutes to go.
This is very true. I'm going to go with no.
Yeah.
In answer to your question, though. I think it's just a case of he's not quite caught them yet, but it ain't going to be too long, is it? As we continue to battle up to the top of the hill. That was Tropical Rocket off and wide there. Axiometrics finding their way through, and Uvio trying to force the door open as well as they come up and over the crest. They will go to the inside line, and as you said, Abby Eaton looking to follow through once again. Has it worked? Not quite at the moment, as the bollard goes off-piste to the left, and so does Demon Twigs off onto the grass. What a great start to the race it had been so far for them. Well, they drop back into the pack, contact with Seed Data as they rejoin, as they come down into the braking zone. How has no one exited the track more aggressively than the Demon Twigs? So I do not know, but we continue on to another lap.
Yeah, you're right. Riley Phillips isn't backing down, is he? He just passed 3 of them in the braking zone into the chicane with full commitment, and Riley Phillips gets Team GRD into 8th position. Another challenge for the lead, where we've had a swap between the 2 Rob Boston racing cars, but Axiometrics now coming into play. They're up into 2nd position. That is Will Smith aboard the orange and black car, and he's now splitting the Rob Boston racing cars, who, as I say, have swapped. So it is now Tom Roach leading in the 169 car, and James Riley down into 3rd. Randacio's there in 4th. Tropical Rocket down to 5th, as they all, again, concertina together down at the old hairpin. This is breathless stuff, and we are not even 10 minutes in.
Riley was looking up the inside there at the bottom of the hill. I thought that was a bold move. It hasn't quite worked, but he's remained side by side then with, I think that is the Northern Velocity car, as they continue on up the hill. It ain't going to work. Northern Velocity stay ahead for now anyway, as this scrapping continues on, just to show how much this is affecting drivers' pace. It is the Sunoco Racing Team in 15th who have the fastest lap so far. They've just taken that on the last lap, and I think that's because they're sort of the first car with a bit of fresh air. They can still use the tow, but they're not involved in a ridiculous squabble like we're seeing further up the order. Finally, now the number 1 does get the place, so up into 7th goes GRD, and they've only got fresh air between themselves, and now the top 6 who continue pretty much 3 abreast down into the braking zone. A bit of contact between Axiometrics and Uvio, but they live to fight another day. Somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how either. That could have been absolute disaster for Fabulous Randaccio, but he used all of his years of Fun Cup experience to gather the car together and gets himself back into line in 3rd position. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars for the race lead. They're calming down now, 10 minutes in, as they head out of Redgate Corner. There's then a gap back to Seed Data, who I think have dropped to 10th. They've got Greenheath behind them. Greenheath started, I seem to recall, on the 2nd to last row of the grid, didn't they? So they've made some good progress, battling away with GCI. Yes, 3rd to last row of the grid, towards the back anyway. I remembered they were a long way down the order, and in that 2nd group is the Vape Club car, which will be taken over by Ted Bradbury in about 9.5 minutes, and Ted will be in that car to the end. So I don't think we've seen the last of the newly liveried bright pink car, even though it's no longer in the lead battle, which is once again side by side, and it's Axiometrics still trying to find their way to the front.
This is great from Axiometrics, isn't it? They've kept their nose relatively clean as they kick up a lot of dust on the exit. No, Uvio, they were thinking about the inside line there. You can see it. You can see the thought there from the 403 of, oh, do I make it 3 wide? Oh, okay, I'll wait for a bit longer. Sorry, guys. Down the back straight we go then, and Axiometrics don't have anyone pushing them. Will they get hung out to dry, or will will Uvio make it 3 wide? They do. Down into the braking zone we go, and it's going to be Uvio to take to the lead here in the 1 hour here at Donington Park. They've got it stuck. Fair play.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? This shouldn't be allowed. It feels like it shouldn't be allowed, but it's absolutely the most entertaining racing you will see. This is fantastic stuff. It is Fabulous Randaccio to the lead. Everyone else trying to be second. Axiometrics are on the inside into Redgate Corner. That is Tom Roach back to 3rd. Riley Phillips, meanwhile, is approaching the top 5. I think he's just taken 6th away from Abby Eaton in the Clapham North car. And Riley will now set off after the leading group as they're side by side for second still. Axiometrics have been on the outside for about a lap here, and they just can't get back in line. That's always the way in Fun Cup racing. You get freight train very easily, and he finally slots back into 3rd, does Will Smith. The Team and Tweets car was off the road again in the background. Riley Phillips, meanwhile, is now into the top 5, courtesy of an overtake at the old hairpin against Tropical Rocket Racing.
Yeah, like you say, it took a bit of time there for Axiometrics to slip back in, but they do slot back in there in 3rd place finally. We were mentioning Abby Eaton's. We see her there on your screens. The first car I've seen in this leading group with damage, I will say as well, on that front splitter for Abby Eaton. The front right seems to have gone, so that won't be helping with grip as, oh dear, 1 red car heads off. It's not Abby Eaton, it's the Demon Tweets car who's off to the left. It was only a lap or 2 ago that they were off in that gravel trap, and they decided they fancy going off there again. Didn't see whether they were pushed or whether it was a mistake. Either way, that's a lot of time lost and a lot of places as Axiometrics tried to sling it up the inside there and follow through into second place. Ain't going to happen. They stay in third, but once again, a change at the sharp end.
Yeah, Rob Boston Racing's Tom Roach back to the front then, so even Fabulous Randaccio couldn't get away at the front of this baying pack of Fun Cup cars. Riley Phillips would like a go at getting into the lead and maybe breaking away, and he's inching one place closer every lap, isn't he? This is now for fourth position against Rob Boston Racing as they head out of Redgate Corner, down through Hollywood and the Craner curves, and settles back in line actually behind, interestingly. So Riley, I think, whilst he is getting stuck in, he's not taking any undue risks here, is he? He is the championship leader. That car is the championship leader. He doesn't want to sustain any damage. Remember, they did pick up a penalty for contact at Anglesey in one of the races, the first race, wasn't it, last time out? So they'll be mindful of that. They need to keep the car clean. We've got 2 pit stops yet to come, and Riley does not need to take any big risks. That being said, it's hard not to find yourself in a dangerous position when the racing is this frenetic. So in a way, the sooner he gets to the front, the better.
Exactly. Well, still 45 minutes left to go in this race. I had a bit of an intake of breath as, of course, we saw Demon Tweaks heading off the circuit. They rejoined. They then went 3 wide into turn 1 with Red River Sport and Team Viking and Ursus Capital. Somehow, all 3 of those drivers making it through. But as we see, some big teams further down the order than we would expect in this race. And again, just highlighting your point before we started the race of quite how much the championship continues to grow and continues to get more competitive. And another highlight as well, looking down, the PLR Uvio car in 18th place. As you mentioned, Stuart Lyons, previous BTCC racer, promoter of TCR UK, down in 18th place. I think that shows you quite how competitive and full of talent this Fun Cup grid really is.
Yeah, exactly. Even Stuart Lyons struggling a little bit midfield, but he'll be enjoying himself.
No, sorry, mate.
Oh, I wouldn't apologise. He's very used to it. The leaders then make their way down the Grainer curves. Is this a breakaway? I spot 3 cars now in that lead group getting away. One of the keys, and this is often, in my experience, the thing that decides these 1-hour sprint races is who gets away in the lead group at the end of the opening stint. This opening stint is going to be over in 5 minutes. The pit window will open in 5 minutes' time. If you are more than 10 seconds off the lead at the end of this opening round of pit stops, it's very tough in a 1-hour sprint race to regain that time. We don't often get safety cars, miraculously, given the high-intensity racing we've been enjoying, so you don't have that opportunity to bring the field together. There's no fuel strategy. They won't need any fuel at any point during this race. Limited driver changes as well, so limited opportunities, John, to gain lost ground. So looking at teams like, for example, Vape Club, who are 12th position at the moment, they are 8 seconds off the lead. If they drop too much further back, even Ted Bradbury might struggle to regain all of that ground in, 38 minutes or so, however long he'll be in the car. So really important first stint this.
Exactly, and that's why we see those very different first stint strategies as we jump on board here. Look live, fantastic shots here of the Donington Park Circuit as we head on to another lap. But yeah, as you say, that's why we kind of see the sort of switching over of the strategy, really, because often you'll find in longer races, fastest driver will go for that final stint in case there's a safety car close to them all up and they can probably fight. But in the 1 hour, it's totally flipped. Put the fastest driver in first so you can make up the time in that opening stint, because as you say, you drop 10-15 seconds off, the race is pretty much gone. So that's why this first stint has been so frenetic, because all of the fastest drivers we would expect are in the cars right now.
Yes, that was on board, by the way, with GCI Racing, who were losing a position to the Viking car, I think, weren't they? So that was 13th position, maybe, Viking. I think Viking had gained 2 places out of that and managed to get themselves to the front of that group. Jamie also reporting from the pit lane that G-Force had been in the pits. I did spot that a lap or so ago. They had I've lost the message now, oil pressure warning light on the dash. The team checked it, the car was fine, and they've sent them back on their way. They did, though, lose a lap as a result of that, I believe. So they're out of contention for a really good result. Right, leaders across the line, 3 and a bit minutes before the next pit window.
Yeah, number 1's coming in.
Oh yeah, the window is open. Sorry, I apologise. Window is open, isn't it? So in comes the GRD car then, a little bit earlier than I thought, the pit window opening, and that is going to be interesting there. GRD and Clapham North, the first to blink.
Yeah, I think the same. I thought it was 40-30 for the first stop and then 20-10 for the second was my thought, but maybe it's changed for today because we changed up the order. Anyway, we'll find that out for you. Either way, we know it's open. These drivers have dived straight in and they are within the window, so no penalties coming through for them. GRD straight back out of the pits. Simon right on board for them, and there goes the Clapham North car as well, the 146. back out onto the circuit as well. Now that is Abby Eaton staying in the car for them. She's double stinting for the first part of this race. So with a driver change for the number 1, but no driver change there for the next car in the pits. But it's all getting a bit spicy down there, isn't it? A little bit chaotic. To be fair, Donington is probably one of the widest pit lanes on the calendar for Fun Cup, so a little bit more opportunity to get out the way. But drivers finding their feet, and first pit stops being completed.
Just spotted out of the window, the F&S car had left the pit lane with a door still open, so that's not ideal. Yeah, this is one of the tricky things about these sprint races. The first pit stop coming, in this case, 17 minutes into the race. The field hasn't really spread out as much as it normally would over a 30 or 40-minute opening stint, so the pit lane gets very busy. It's almost like a safety car pit stop where everyone comes in together. You've also got cars merging back into the race as the leaders come through, so that can also cause a fair amount of confusion. So GRD and Clapham North, the first 2 cars from the lead group to have pitted. This lot still yet to stop, and it is still Tom Roach out in front, Randaccio second, Will Smith for Axiometrics third, Tropical Rocket Racing with the fastest lap of 4th, and then a small gap back to the second Rob Boston Racing car, which sits in 5th position as they drop down through the old hairpin. Green Heath back underway, and I suspect we'll see a few more in this time.
Indeed. I mean, you mentioned earlier about a breakaway. It's still very much not happening, is it? We've still got a sizable group at the sharp end. As you say, Green Heath heading back out on circuit. We've not really spoken about them today too much, but I think they probably like that because it seems every time I speak about Gary and Paul that something goes wrong for them. So hopefully, hoping for you guys down at Green Heath, it's a bit more of a positive day overall here today at Donington. And for the moment, race seemingly going well. But when will these drivers decide to pull the trigger and go for it? They employ the usual strategy of waiting to the end of the window to hope for a safety car, or do they decide to offset slightly and maybe try and gain a bit of time out in some fresh air? We'll have to wait and see, but already halfway, I believe, through this pit window then. Not a lot of time for these drivers to be diving in, but already sorting out this order of the race. But this is kind of where it gets the most confusing for us anyway. But as I see down into T1, there are still moves occurring as Axiometrics there back up the inside of UVO Hoffmans, so they'll try and swing the exit, and they do. Lovely carrying of the speed there from UVO Hoffmans, and they'll be back into P2.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Fabulous Randaccio again, hugely experienced in these cars, and he knew that the switchback was on there coming out of Redgate Corner. He might be under threat into the old hairpin, but no, Axiometrics not quite close enough. The 212 Vape Club car has pitted, by the way. That is the Vlad Vasiliev Ted Bradbury car, so that's a car we definitely need to watch for after this round of pit stops. Ted Bradbury, one of the fastest drivers on the grid, in the car for the remainder of the race in that one, as Tropical Rocket Racing had a little nibble there at Axiometrics for 3rd position. Couldn't quite make the move stick though as they went through McLean's corner. So the 5-car lead battle makes its way out of copies. I wonder whether any of these will dive for the pit lane at the end of this lap. If you feel that you're losing time maybe in this group, then it's maybe not a terrible idea to come in early. We'll have to wait and see what the thought process is. They've got some traffic to deal with as well now, and that's really going to box them all together again through the final chicane. Anyone peeling off to the left? No, not from within the leading quintet. They all continue on their way and begin lap number 16 of the race, with the top 5 covered by only a second, John.
We've seen them go past the window again, and yeah, they're not letting up at all, are they, as they continue on to another lap of this race. Absolutely nose to tail there as the Fun Cup branded car slots back in to that train as they continue on down the Craner curves once more. But yeah, we're sort of waiting here as to when these drivers pull the trigger, and I'm very interested to see if that other strategy, completely opposing this current strategy of these drivers for the number 1 of GRT, whether that works really well. As we said, Simon's the one in the car. He's just gone past our commentary box down into T1 once again. He's settled in, and he is in completely clear air, isn't he, the number 1? There is no one anywhere near him. He's settling into this. Now, will the strategy of being in fresh air work, or will these drivers using each other's toe work better? Not too long to find out.
Well, we will find out for certain in a few moments' time. But what I can tell you is on the previous lap, Simon Rudd was 4/10 slower than the leader because the slipstream is worth so much. This, to my untrained eye, looks like carnage. It looks like they must be holding each other up. They're losing 3 seconds a lap, surely. But no, because of the power of the toe down the fast sections, they're actually going a lot quicker than those that are running on their own. Oh, contact! And around goes the Rob Boston racing car. Oh, and this could change everything. That car is stuck in the gravel at the chicane. What a shame. From the top 5, I think it was contact with the Tropical Rocket racing car, and I think Tropical Rocket have pitted. Yes, they have. I wonder whether they sustained damage in that or they just saw that as an opportunity to come in, but that Rob Boston racing car is going nowhere without some outside assistance, and that is not a part of the circuit, John, where they'll be able to move it using the live snatch vehicles. That, I fear, will require a safety car. Now, they'll probably throw it after the pit window, but this plays the likes of GRD, the likes of Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car right back into this.
Exactly. You can see James Riley there in the cockpit smashing the steering wheel in frustration. That contact into that corner so often happens there, and what a shame after such a great start to the race as well for the team. But yeah, it's all gone wrong, sadly, right at the end of the window. But as you say, as we're used to in Fun Cup, more than likely it will get left until the end of the window. Then we'll go to the safety car. So sadly for the drivers who are in for the second stint, they're going to lose a bit of race time here, being stuck behind the safety car. But for us neutrals here in the commentary box, that restart is going to be awesome.
Yes, it is, because remember how exciting the start of the race was? Well, now we've got all of the quick cars inside the top 10, pretty much anyway, and we're getting closer and closer to the end of the race as well, so the intensity will only pick up from here. They're covering it under double-waved yellows at the moment at the chicane, so no need for a safety car. Did any of the leaders pick that time? No sign yet. Oh, yes, they have. All 3 of them are in. So all 3 of the leaders are in. So we could do with, there we go. You can see them in the pit lane. So the Rob Boston car pulls in first. Axiometrics will pull in next. And towards the end of the pit lane, in fact, I think the last garage is the Uvio car for Fabulous Randaccio. So we need to watch these cars pitting here, John, and then keep an eye out for GRD when they merge. But I think GRD are going to be further back. They've been losing time every single lap that I've seen whilst they've been out there in clean air. Here they come. Look, the blue car at the top of shot. It's going to be closer than I thought, actually. I think Rob Boston will get out in front, maybe Uvio second, but John, it's a slow stop for Axiometrics.
It is slightly slow here to the pit exit. They might grab second place here on the inside of Uvio. They will. Nicely done there from GRD, and Simon Rudd will settle into second place. And of course, he's already got things switched on. You would expect him to stay out front, but it's a lovely exit there from T1 from Uvio, so they might try and re-attack. And again here, the drivers will know that they're going to be going to safety car pretty soon, so they want to get the move done early on, as soon as possible. Uvio will look for it down at Old Hairpin, but it ain't going to work. Simon stays ahead, and just like I say, the same in defence as it is attack. Simon will be thinking, I need to stay in front here.
Was that 169 door open again as it came through Starkey's? I think it might be flapping in the wind. We'll see as it turns left next. The next few corners are all right-handers, so we'll have to wait and see. But anyway, they've got the net race lead, and it is GRD up into second position. So 169, that car is now being driven by Rob Croydon. They did a driver change. Number 1 is now being driven by Simon Rudd, and Fabulous Randaccio stayed in the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car, so he's the only one of this leading trio that is double stinting at the start of the race. There is still yellow flags at the chicane. I'm looking out of the window to see if I can see a safety car board, but nothing just yet. There is a live snatch vehicle waiting, but surely they're not going to try and move that under yellow flags. One would hope not, but they just want to make absolutely sure that the race has reset itself after the round of pit stops, and that might just give Simon Rudd enough chance to go for the race lead. He's up the inside into turn number 1, and he is going to go through. Randaccio goes with him as well. It could be 2 places lost here for the Rob Boston racing car. GRD and Uvio back to the front of the field and set to do battle over the remaining 34 minutes for race victory.
Yeah, wow, I didn't think they were going to be anywhere close within a lap or 2 to gain the lead, but well, they proved me wrong, haven't they? Straight through, and Uvio as well, really showing the onus to press on in this one, going with the number 1 there through up the inside and back into the top 2. Go the usual 2 that we would expect to be up there, and as you say, both those 2 as well, right down the end of the pit lane. They're neighbours in the pits, they're neighbours on circuit at the moment as Uvio go up the inside and up into the lead they go then. So Randaccio, as you say, in for the double stint early on in this one, doesn't need to build himself back up into pace, and showing it there straight through, back into the lead.
I just want to draw your attention to the car that's now 4th, by the way, the 212 Vape Club car. Remember I said Ted Bradbury will be in that car for the remainder of the race. They pitted early, got him in early, and got him out into a little group of traffic, but cars that were of a similar pace, so he's been running really good lap times, and he, as we do now go safety car, is going to latch right onto the tail of this leading trio. You can see him actually just in the background ahead of Tropical Rocket Racing. The Vape Club car could well be quids in here because we know how rapid Ted Bradbury is. Really, the likes of Bradbury, Farchini and Fabulous Randaccio, maybe the only drivers that can really live with Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips in that GRD car on raw pace consistently over a race run, and they're all going to be together when we go racing. The safety car, I'm afraid to say, has just missed the race leaders, so this is going to further delay things, I think, in this second stint of the race, which the majority of it, I'm afraid, might now end up being under safety car. We'll wait and see what race control decide to do, but either way, the race is neutralised. UVO Hoffman's Motorsport lead, GRD second, Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl third, Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club number 212 car is fourth, the head of Tropical Rocket Racing in fifth, who did have that little bit of contact with the other Rob Boston car, remember, at the chicane earlier on. Axiometrics down to sixth, Greenheath seventh, really good drive. Like you said, we hadn't really mentioned them much in that first stint, but it was a really good opening stint for Gary Bate. Paul Turner has taken over the Greenheath machine and is now into second position, which is where they run in the championship, because in typical Greenheath fashion this year, they've just been flying under the radar, banking points, not doing anything uber spectacular necessarily, but they've been in the top 5, I think, in every race so far this season, Greenheath, and they're well into the top 10 now in this particular race. They are 7th to be precise, 8th for the Northern Velocity car, that's the 262 car now being driven by Jake Simpson. 9th position for Clapham North with EDF Motorsport. Abby Eaton still in that car, but they lost quite a lot of ground in the pit lane by the looks of it, whilst the Sunoco Racing team, who at one point held the fastest lap of the race, are completing the top 10. And breathe for the first time in the last half hour. I think a half-time break in these 1 hour races is something I can firmly get behind, John. I think we need a moment just to catch our breath and reassess what's going to happen. I think the second half of the race is going to be just as breathless, though, isn't it?
Yeah, hydration breaks being introduced into the Fun Cup Endurance Championship.
Are we still talking about football now, John? I thought we'd given up on that.
Yeah, it's not come home, is it? It's not come home, but there we go. Anyway, I mean, I barely ever care about football, so I can just leave it parked in the past, but
same.
It's a real shame, isn't it? Let's focus on motorsport, though. That's what we thoroughly enjoy, and hopefully you do at home as well. It sounds as though, as we go into a break, Jamie's ready down in pit lane for a chat with a certain George Grant. Down to you, Jamie.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I am with George now. We won't worry about the football, George, because this is much more fun, isn't it?
Yes, well, it is, and I've got to get in the... I'm not sure whether I'm going to have to get in the car fairly soon, so we need to be fairly quick.
Miss Eaton, she's been on a bit of a mission, hasn't she? What did you feed her this morning?
Well, 5 Weetabix.
All right.
No, I mean, she was just absolutely brilliant. I mean, she took 4 or 5 places going into Redgate and then made up, well, countless places. I mean, she got up to 6, I think. I mean, phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Couldn't ask for anything more, to be fair.
So no pressure on you then?
There's a lot of pressure on me now. Yeah, definitely. But it's pressure that I need. But I need to get out there and I need to get some towing in, because in the qualifying, no tow whatsoever. So I'm a second and a half below what I think we should be. But hopefully, if we can get out, we can make a good fist of this.
All right, go and have your quiet time and get yourself ready. Meanwhile, let's focus on Rob Boston Racing. They're just recovered the car back from the gravel now. James Riley's got out of the car, I should say, and Jason Baker's got in the car. But this is heartbreak for them, Angie and John, because they've been going so well.
Yeah, they were in 5th position. There's no damage to the car. Look, they've sent it right back on its way, haven't they? And yeah, real shame that they've lost a handful of laps as a result of that. They are classified last at the moment of the 26 runners, but all cars are still running, which is good news. So we will have a full quota of Fun Cup cars ready for the restart. So the leader is the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport car, which is just turning into the old hairpin now at the back of the queue. We are going to have a wave around. We're going to have to wave the, well, more than 2/3 of the field past the safety car here. And in fact, that is going on now as they head up towards McLean's Corner. So they're going to wave by the field, pick up the leader, but we can't then restart the race until the wave around cars have caught the back of the field. This is all looking very familiar to anyone who followed the British Grand Prix a few weeks ago. One thing I am confident in saying, though, is we will get racing again before the checkered flag. That's not too much of a concern here. Much more efficient running of the race here at Fun Cup, and we've still got 28 minutes to play with. We don't, though, have long before the next pit stop window. Jamie Peters-Ennis has now updated me on the pit stops. The second window will open at 12:19. It is currently 12:13, so 6 minutes until the second and final pit window will open, and that is going to be interesting is the word I shall use, because we might well go racing just as the window opens, but we'll then have the entire field bunched together. We still have, I think I'm right in saying, 22 cars on the lead lap as well. So 22 cars still in contention, essentially, for a good result here. And we're going to go racing just before they're all allowed to come into the pit lane for the second and final time. So this is going to really, really liven things up, I was about to say, as if we need it, but it's going to get even more lively once we do get the race back underway, John. So wave around going on. Once everyone's caught up, we'll go racing, but that might well coincide pretty much perfectly with our final pit window.
It'll be interesting to see how that changes strategies up. Of course, it's an exciting race, so my family group chat is going crazy as usual. And my brother makes a fair point in terms of the fact of we always played it during the pit stop strategies in terms of you would wait until the latest part of the window in case there was a safety car. You could make up that time doing your stop under the safety car period. But we've seen, especially this season, a lot of the times if there's a decently sizable incident, actually, they'll wait until the end of the window to then put the safety car out. So I think that's what we're now seeing, especially in terms of the likes of Vape Club, who want to chuck a TED into the car. A lot more of the drivers going earlier in the windows, and that may be changing how those strategies play through the race as well. So lots of discussion to be had. And I'm interested to see for this final window what the teams decide to do, and as well the fact of if cars are double stinting, do they stay out with the traffic for the first part? Do they go early to try and get a bit of fresh air? Because we've seen how much the slipstream affects pace as well. There's so many things to think about here for this restart, and of course into the second window as well. But sadly, I'm sure you've already mentioned it. 2-1-2. What a shame, into the box.
Or 2-5-2.
2-5-2. Sorry,
having quite a good
2-1-2, having a great race. 2-5-2 in the kitty litter, less than ideal. Hopefully, it's not broken things too badly, because of course they've got another race coming today. Didn't look like the most sizable of hits, but of course this race very much gone for them, sadly.
Well, exactly, and I think if there's even a suggestion of damage to the back of the car, you might as well sacrifice this race to make sure it's A-OK for the 3 hours later on. They're not going to get a good result out of this one now, short of an act of God, so they will. They might as well spend a little bit more time fixing it and getting it ready for the race a little bit later on. I think we should go racing this time, hopefully. The field seems to have largely bunched themselves back together, and Uvio leading the way. I believe that the first car in the queue that doesn't have a driver change to make is the 212 Vape Club machine, based on information I've been given before the race. We'll confirm or deny that at the next round of pit stops, but I think Ted Bradbury might be the only driver in this group who is going to double stint to the end, basically. So that could prove to be an advantage. As you said, he still has to get out of the car, but you don't have to get a different driver in. You don't have to get a different seat insert in. He's immediately going to be up to speed as well, of course, when he gets out on track. So they've got complete freedom here to do what they like strategically. That pink and black car, I think, this is not a bold statement, I realise, I think is going to be a real factor in the final 20 minutes of this race.
The strategy that they're playing really well is that they also have Ted Bradbury in the car.
That works,
really helps. I found generally watching Fun Cup. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. He's the secret weapon, isn't he? But there was a time when I first started covering the championship, there were no youngsters in Fun Cup. It was, I'm not going to say an old man's game, but it was certainly more experienced drivers, very much club level racing. Now, so many of these youngsters coming in, aspiring pros. Ted is one of the fastest, but he certainly will have a challenge on his hands as the race gets back underway. And Farkini, who is not going to get much racing done in this one, unfortunately. This is his only stint in the car. Sorry, it's Fabulous still, isn't it? In the 403. Ignore everything I just said. He leads them into Redgate Corner. He's had plenty of good racing to enjoy so far, and he'll get another lap or so in here before he hands over to Farkini for the final stint. That is Abby Eaton already making progress further back. She'll be handing over, as we just heard, to George Grant in a few moments' time. We've got 2 minutes before the pit window opens for the final time, John, and still, I suspect, a few battles on track to be settled before then.
Oh, plenty to be settled. As we see in the 146 up the inside there, down through Old Hairpin. Nice move from the Clapham North car once again, as you mentioned. Still having still with a little bit of damage there on the front splitter, but doesn't seem to be affecting Abby's pace quite too much, as there's some manoeuvres going on ahead of them. So I think we both spotted there the GRD car just looking up the inside. For the moment, it seemed as though Uvio had it covered off, and they did.
Yes, they did, but they've got the Rob Boston and Vape Club cars right behind them. Bradbury, I'm sure, is going to try and make a move heading down the back straight. Look at the weaving around there. The Uvio car using all of the road to try and break the toe. It's just not going to happen, though, is it? It's such a powerful thing, the slipstream slipstreaming these cars, and through is going to go the GRD car. They almost made contact there into the chicane. They just about kept it clean though, and it is going to be then the GRD number 1 machine in the hands now of Simon Rudd that leads, but they're again starting to hold each other up. So now Axiometrics, Tropical Rocket Racing, Greenheath all joining in the fun as Uvio go for the lead once more. Up the inside into Redgate corner. Can GRD cover off second position? That's the real question. Uvio have gone through very wide on corner exit, but it looks like maybe more positions could be lost here for the number 1.
My goodness, that was close there, right at the apex. Almost a bit of contact, but not quite. And as you say, Ted Bradbury getting stuck in now as well. Back to third place, then goes the 2-1-2. So Rob Boston with Rare Vinyl, initially looking to gain a place, and they end up losing a place because they couldn't quite get it done. How often do we see that in Fun Cup? Pretty much every single corner of every single race. And the number 1 there stays in second place now. It was interesting that they didn't really try and defend down into T1. They're just looking to swing back to second, back to first, back to second, back into first they go now, up the inside once more. Uvio back down into P2. Vape Club there in third place. As we mentioned during the break there for the safety car, I think these could be the cars we see around these positions for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point, isn't it? Because you're right, they didn't really defend the lead into Redgate. There's no point, though, is there? The slipstream is so powerful, and if you go in tight into Redgate or into the chicane, for example, you're just going to slow everyone down through the middle of the corner. So again, a bit of defence there from Simon Rudd, but eventually he just opened the steering up and allowed Uvio back through. Interestingly, no one in the lead group. In fact, the pit window is now open, but I suspect maybe they're only now seeing the board. So next time round, we might see a few of them coming in. Uvio leading, GRD second. That is Vape Club's Ted Bradbury into third, and Tropical Rocket Racing, who have been in and around this lead group all race long, moving back up into fourth position. Don't count them out.
Yeah, they've been really impressive so far this season, haven't they? Tropical Rocket Racing. I mean, they thoroughly enjoyed moves up at Rocket Anglesey. Very fitting for their team. No corner named Rocket here, so they might not overtake quite so well, but they're proving us wrong for now. They're in the top 5 at the moment, aren't they? And they are hot on the heels of that Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car. Axiometrics with them as well. Same with Greenheath. Same with Signature RV. And the Abbey Eaton-driven car as well, the Clapham North. Not too far off this battle as well. There's big teams and big names up in this leading group now as we go side by side. Up the inside is going to go the Vape Club car. They'll make it 3 wide on the exit. Will the inside line hold out there for Ted? It will. He's got the inside for the next right-hander. To the lead goes Vape Club. Uvio will try and hang it around the outside, and actually GRD under a bit of pressure now from the Rare Vinyl car once again. Well, for the moment there, we might have thought the top 3 were breaking away. Immediately disproven. They're all back together.
Ted Bradbury wants the lead, doesn't he? And I think Ted Bradbury might be about to get the lead. GRD have been absolutely hung out to dry. They could be out of the top 5 by the end of the lap. Ted Bradbury to the lead for Vape Club. Uvio second, Rob Boston third, and very nearly into the tyre stack there. The GRD car, the leader is in though, interestingly. So Uvio pits, so too did Tropical Rocket Racing, and I think, was that Clapham North? It was the third car in. So 3 of our leading contenders then into the pit lane, and it is going to be Vape Club with the advantage. But my word, that was some sensational racing at the top of the circuit, and Ted Bradbury read that to perfection.
Yeah, wow, that was fantastic, wasn't it? Awesome Fun Cup battling as we've enjoyed throughout this race so far. But interestingly there, 3 of the teams diving to the pit lane. Will the early strap work better? Will the drivers leaving it late in the window work better? 5 minutes or so until we find out just that. But wow, there through the final chicane, I really thought the GRD was heading for the tyres there. Really got squeezed. They managed to back out of it and stay on the black stuff at least, but that lost them a lot of momentum and the place of signature of our RV as well. So as they press on through, this might actually help these 6 at the front quite well. There was about a car length or so between each of them. That's going to help them to use the slipstream well, but not trip over each other when they get into the braking zone. So that little group at the sharp end might work quite well here using the slipstream, and maybe the drivers who came in early who are having to battle through the air all on their own might not be quite so on the pace. Let's wait and see. Well, I could be completely disproven if they battle for the lead. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Except no, because that move didn't work. So Bradbury, the leader at least, wasn't really delayed by all of that. In fact, he is coming into the pit lane. That's interesting. Wants to get himself out of this group. Now, I was about to make the point that pitting early last time didn't work for GRD, really. They managed to get into second place. Oh, no contact! That is Marcus Clutton into the side of the Rob Boston Racing car down the pit lane. There is damaged suspension on the 169 car, possibly on the Signature RV machine as well. That was all a little bit unnecessary, really, leaning on each other down the straight. The wheels just got tangled, and that is the 169 car out of the race. It should be able to pull to a place of safety, so in the context of a safety car, we shouldn't need another interruption to the race, but that unfortunately takes one of our front runners out of contention, and Marcus Clutton, I blinked sprint, and suddenly Marcus Clutton was in the battle for the lead, as so often is the way, but sadly his time at the front, I fear, will be short-lived.
Yeah, Marcus has had an amazing stint so far in this one after that restart, getting stuck in with our front runners, and as you say, leapfrogging to the front without us really noticing, which is always the way you want to be, staying out of harm's way. Sadly, they didn't stay out of harm's way there down the front straight. I briefly looked away at my notes and suddenly Andy was shouting next to me. How does that happen down the start-finish straight? They've tumbled over each other, they tripped over each other, and it's all gone wrong. And, well, we thought we might get a safety car from one incident. We've now had the 171 leave the pits, and they've now parked up down at T1. So another potential reason for a safety car.
Yeah, they've just pitted, I think. I'm pretty sure that's Simon Lidson, who's just got in the car. They've not even made it out of the pit lane exit, so... yes, a smell of burning oil maybe on the air, isn't there? That's right outside our commentary position. Oh, it's all getting a bit silly now. At the chicane, there was nearly calamity there for the 262 car. If that 171 car can't move, that, I fear, will require a safety car. So we could have a real sprint to the finish. GRD are in, by the way. So GRD, Greenheath and Axiometrics have all pitted from that lead group. It is absolutely crucial that we see where they come out of the pit lane in relation to Ted Bradbury, who, remember, has stayed in the... Vape Club car. GRD have just left the pit lane, I can tell you, right ahead of Uvio. So that was the other car. There they are, look, right on cue. So it is going to be the GRD car with the net race lead. Uvio second, and Bradbury, interestingly, John, 3 or 4 seconds further back.
Interesting, yeah, so it's pretty similar. The different strategies haven't changed things up too much, but yeah, bit of time lost for Ted Bradbury. Was surprising, as you say. We would expect it to be quite a speedy pit stop with him staying in the car, so I'm not sure about that one.
And he was in the lead at the time. He pitted from the lead, so he's lost essentially, I don't know how far back he is, but I'd say 5 seconds or so.
Well, maybe pitting early's work this time. I don't know. This race is so crazy, I just do not know. Either way, we have our championship leaders back into the lead, and once again, to remind you, in a 1 hour sprint race, they started in last place, and they are in the lead here, heading into the final 15 minutes. Frustrating thing for them, they've got Uvio still hot on their heels, and there's still potential safety car here due to this stricken car down at T1. Still heard nothing yet, but I think we can expect if they aren't able to push it back into the pit lane, that it'll be once this window comes to a close, might have a safety car back out again. We'll wait and see.
I think we've got to. I mean, it's actually making me quite nervous that we haven't got a safety car yet. I know why. It's because we're in a pit window, but there's a marshal leading into the car to try and assist. It's clearly in a dangerous position. It's partially blocking the pit exit. This is all sorts of dangerous at the situation at Redgate Corner right now.
I mean, the ultimate line at Redgate is to come over the line of the pit lane exit to open up the right-hander as much as possible. So drivers are trying to do that as best they can, but obviously trying to give a bit of a berth to the parked car. It's a difficult balancing act for a driver because you're under yellows. It's not safety car, so avoid the car that's stricken, but equally, you're trying to get as much time as possible. So it's a tough one. Like you say, with a marshal leaning out the door, it's a bit of a sketchy one for us here in the box.
And also, of course, quite tricky for those coming out of the pit lane because you can't overtake in a yellow flag zone, but there are cars coming out of the pit lane significantly slower than cars on the racetrack. So it's just all sorts of confusing, isn't it? And trying to make sure you're doing the right thing is actually quite tricky. I would not be surprised if there are a few conversations to be had about this after the race as to whether maybe people could be guilty of overtaking under yellow flags. For now, though, we remain racing. The pit window is now closed, but not everybody is pitted. We're still waiting for about half a dozen cars to stop, including the top 3, Signature RV, FNS with Morpheus. In fact, Signature have just gone through, having seen the pit window closed board this time. So the 109, the 207 hadn't pitted, although 207 did just come in. So too, I think maybe have a couple further back. So we're getting towards the end of the pit window, but that is currently still your race leader. Owing us a pit stop, our Signature RV. The actual race leader is GRD with a 4/10 of a second lead over Uvio, and Vape Club, who have just set the fastest lap of the race, are almost back with them. They're just going through Redgate Corner.
Oh, they're on an absolute charge, aren't they now? They've got one back marker in between themselves and the top 2, but with Ted now settling into this stint, despite losing that time through that secondary pit stop, he's settling back into the pace really nicely, isn't he? And now trying to close up to that top 2. As we say, though, we're expecting Mr. Clutton to head into the pits in a couple of moments' time as he slingshots his car there through the top part of the circuit and back down towards our commentary position. He will be coming into the pits this time, where we would hope, at least. He's seen the pit lane closed board. I'm just amazed that car's still looking so speedy, given the fact that the car that they made contact with is totally out of the race. There's a bit of nose cone damage and splitter damage, but apart from that, they seem to have gotten away pretty scot-free.
Yes, I very nearly got confused then because the Uvio car was all by itself and nowhere near where it was supposed to be. That is the Uvio car though, and it's battling for the race lead, the net race lead, as they head out of Coppice Corner. So GRD with this tiny advantage over the Uvio car. Remember, it is Riley Phillips who has got back into the GRD car, so no Chris Novell in this race, interestingly. And Riley is going back for the race lead, getting himself ahead then of the 403, which is back in the hands of, or now in the hands, I should say, of Farkini for the first time in this race. But the quickest car on track is the third car in that shot, and that is Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car. Here comes the Signature RV car out of the pit lane. There's still a yellow flag zone at Redgate Corner, I would presume. So no overtaking allowed going into the corner, and the Signature RV car will drop into fourth position. These are the three, realistically, John, who are going to debate the race lead and the race victory. In fact, we've got 12 and a bit minutes to settle it. Will we get a safety car? I sort of hope not, but I just fear that's where we're headed.
Surely it has to be right. Up the inside go Uvio, though. Back to the lead. They look for it, and they will get it down through the old hairpin. But yeah, as you mentioned there, our top three all closing up together. I'm rubbing my hands with glee here in the commentary box. Our top three, who always produce excitement here, battling on circuit for the race victory. Let's see how it plays out. Back up the inside. We'll try the number one. That is bold stuff from your championship leaders. There's still 12 minutes to go, and Riley's making moves like that. Back through up the inside, into the lead they go. Well, this is going to be very exciting, as you say. We can hope for 12 more minutes of this, but with still that car, the 171, stricken outside our commentary box window. Surely there's going to have to be a safety car here. If there is, we might just get sort of a 4 or 5 minute dash at the end. Let's wait and see. For now, our top three locking horns.
Yes, they are. Riley Phillips versus Farkini for the win in the closing stages of a Fun Cup race. Is it now that I should mention Alton Park from a couple of years ago? We remember what happened there, and we've now got the added drama of Ted Bradbury joining in the fun as well. The three of them descend upon Redgate Corner once again, and it's interestingly a defensive line being taken by GRD. Do we still have yellow flags? Yes, we do still have yellow flags at Redgate Corner. Maybe they're just going to cover it under yellows. We'll wait and see. They did wait a lap after the pit window had closed, though, remember, last time, or the pit stops had concluded last time before they threw the safety car. Maybe that's the same plan. Here they can race though, and here Uvio are going to go for it up the inside into the old hairpin. This for the race lead, and Farkini slides back through as he did a lap ago, I seem to remember. Ted Bradbury, as happened a lap ago, gets a better exit from the old hairpin as a result, and tries now to pull up the inside of Riley Phillips, which he will. So Vape Club to second position is a real possibility at McLean's, except he's being blocked by Farkini, who is trying his best to defend from both of them.
Amazing battling here between the top three. I've got to give a shout out to the battle from 8th backwards as well. Axiometrics, GCI, Viking Alersus Capital, Demon Tweak, Seed Data, all squabbling into T1. I thought there was going to be contact between the five of them. There wasn't. But as usual in Fun Cup, we don't have enough eyes to keep watching of what's going on in this race. We've got to focus on this top three because the battle is insane. But I've got to tell you, there's battles up and down the order here as we head into the final 10 minutes.
Greenheath into the top five in the background, by the way, as Farkini got hung out to dry slightly there into the chicane. So Bradbury gets the advantage out of all of that, and he will lead at the line, I think, for the first time, maybe. I'm not sure he's led a lap yet officially at the timing line. I'll have to go back and check, but it is car 212 that leads, car 1 in second, car 403 in third, and as they battle, John, they are not lapping as quickly as Tropical Rocket Racing and Greenheath behind them. This might not be a straightforward three-way fight for the victory.
Yeah, it's never straightforward in Fun Cup, is it, Andy? Right, let's continue on then. Down the crane of curves we go once more. I've got to say, since we've had these three out front together, this is the biggest gap that we've had for a leader at any point in the last sort of 5 minutes or so. And it's, of course, Mr. Ted Bradbury with said lead. But we've already seen throughout this race quite how strong that slipstream really is. And surely, if GRD and Uvio settle back in behind, they should use that slipstream and close back in. But as you say, 9 minutes still to go. If they continue dicing as they have been, surely Tropical Rocket, Signature RV and Greenheath will like to close back in as well. It's then a further 10 seconds then back to Sunoco, who are in a bit of no man's land there in 7th place. They've had a good race there. And then that battle I mentioned earlier from 8th back, Axiometric still heading up that one, just about. We keep our eyes firmly locked on these three. Gap visually as close by maybe a car length still, since they were at this point of the circuit on the previous lap. So settling back into pace nicely. For the moment, no challenge coming to the Vape Club car in the lead of the race.
And no safety car either. I think we're just going to cover this under yellow flags then with 8.5 minutes to go. The gap a lap ago was 3/4 of a second. It is just under 6/10 now. So a couple of tenths gained there for Riley. It's crucial, isn't it, that he and Farkini do not trip over each other here. If they have one side-by-side exchange, Bradbury will break the toe, and I think that could be enough for Ted to get away. I think in clean air, he's a little bit quicker than these two right now. Clean air, though, is something he doesn't have. Heading into the old hairpin, there's a back marker ahead. He nips up the inside. That will delay him, though, on the way out of the corner. And Riley also gets delayed. In fact, takes to the grass. It's nearly another pass in the grass for GRD, and that might cost him some time, actually. I think in the end, Bradbury came out of that the better.
Yeah, that's going to be massively beneficial to the 2-1-2, isn't it? Yet again, that little bit of gap that had been made. Of course, they lost it on the previous lap, and now they've gained it again, courtesy of that slight tripping over of the back marker. Of course, the onus is on the faster car to get by, and you would have thought, given the line there, the door would have opened a little bit more there for Riley, and I think that's what Riley thought as well. Sadly, it didn't happen. Had to dive to the grass in avoidance. Seemingly hasn't mattered too much. I think a little bit of bodywork flying off, but won't affect the number one's aerodynamics too much, as there we see, just like previous lap, the gaps close back up again. Top three go on as they were. I think we've just seen the driver, haven't we? The 171 heading back up to the pit. So that car's definitely getting left there. I don't know, but I'm not a steward. I don't make these decisions. That does seem a little bit crazy to me, especially given the line into T1. That's my only feeling of that. For the moment, we're leaving it under yellows, though. But you see there, aggressive defence from the 2-1-2 there down into T1. Slingshotting around the outside will go Uvio here on your championship leader. They'll run side by side as we head down towards the Craner curves once more. That was aggressive defending into T1.
There's no yellow flag.
There's no yellow flags, fair enough. So the yellows have gone in. I can't believe that, Andy, if I'm honest. But there we go. We press on.
Well, the drivers all know the car is there. I mean, this is... I'm not much older. Oh, drama! Tropical Rocket Racing have collided with a back marker heading down the hill, and that is absolute heartbreak for the fourth place car. That car will be in the gravel. There could be another two cars now stuck track side. Is that going to bring us to an early conclusion? We'll wait and see what happens. But that Tropical Rocket Racing car sustained quite a bit of damage in that, I think. And it is the 62 car, isn't it, which was being lapped a lap or so ago by the leader. That's David Scrappy Clark, who's a veteran of Fun Cup racing, just in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately. Yeah, one car stranded at the side of the road is maybe workable, but any more than that, and I think maybe race control's hand might be forced. Yes, both of those cars are stuck down at the old hairpin, and if it does get covered under yellow flags, that is another overtaking opportunity that's going to be very much off limits now for the drivers. The red gate, though, we know is not, and this could be a pivotal move for the race lead. Riley Phillips to the outside of Ted Bradbury. He has caught back up to the Vape Club car, but Ted will not give in. He's desperately late on the brakes into Redgate corner, and for now at least, John hangs on to the lead.
For now, I think being the operative word. The red flag in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Red flag here in the first race of the weekend for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. Well, we thought that something like that might happen, but very rare that you see a red flag in a Fun Cup race. Usually, of course, we hang it under safety car and wait for things to get sorted. But with 5 minutes left to go, red flag has been called here at Donington Park, so drivers will slowly make their way back round to safety. But what a shame there for Tropical Rocket Racing. Of course, it was themselves, Green Heath Signature RV, who were all very speedily trying to close into our top three there. A little bit more scuffling and a few more kerfuffles between our top three, and they might have just closed in on them. But we saw on the previous lap, when our top three came up on that back marker, how Riley sort of stumbled over them a little bit, just being a little bit unpredictable. Clearly, something very similar has happened there for Tropical Rocket. To be fair, a very difficult part of the circuit, coming down flat out through the Craners, straight on the brakes, trying to carry as much speed then through Old Hairpin, and clearly they've just been caught out there in the braking zone, stumbled over each other, and off to the gravel they went. Hopefully, it's not too much to fix for the 3 hour later on.
Yes, exactly so, and the right decision made to red flag the race ultimately. It's a shame that we've had to red flag it, but I think that was absolutely the right decision. The last race to be red flagged in the championship was Alton Park last year. Remember, we had an early red flag there, and the race then resumed over, in the end, 2 3/4 hours. The last race to finish early because of a red flag was right here 2 years ago. The race that you were in, John, when it got a bit soggy.
I was in the car. That was brilliant. At the time, I was horrible. I hated every second of it. But looking back on it, it was great. Yeah, I've got a clip of me going down the Craners. The whole sky and the inside of the cockpit illuminates from a lightning strike, and then I go around the outside of Axiometrics down, and then up the inside into Old Hairpin. Oh, it's one of my favourite clips of my driving. That was a great fun stint, but yeah, the weather was less than optimal, I think is the way to put it.
Who's going to play you in the movie, John? That's what I want to know. That sounds epic.
I can't afford Brad Pitt, sadly, so I might have to play myself. But
generally, it is someone who looks a little bit like you as well. I think that's the general idea, John.
I don't know if I've got the Michelin Man's number. I'll go and ask him. But there you go. Oh, we're coming up. Checkered flag on the top left-hand corner of your screen. So I thought there might be some potential of a restart, but it ain't going to happen. Red flag in the first one, but not too much frustration from our side because we're doing it all again later today. So hey.
Oh yes, I forgot about that. We've got 3 hours of that to come later on this afternoon. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to it, but I would like to find a period of time to have a lie down before then, if at all possible. I forget what time that race is, but it's the last race of the day anyway. And we have more Fun Cup racing coming your way a little bit later on in the day. Well, a phenomenal start to the day. The Fun Cup Endurance Championship once again delivering here at Donington Park. Let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the highlights. Well, I've got to cast my mind back an hour now to remember what was going on. A lot happened in the last just under 60 minutes here at Donington Park. It was a pretty calm run through the first corner. I mean, there were 5 abreast, but no contact. Everyone got through in one piece. We'll get back to that, VT, in a moment. Maybe some technical gremlins coming in to the system. But, yeah, a really exciting start to the race, John. But very clean, and it's a shame really that it kind of devolved a bit at the end there, but it was just such a high level of intensity. It was sort of inevitable at some point it would boil over.
Yeah, obviously it's such a shame that we've lost that three-way battle, because I want to say that's the first time, if not one of the first times, we had all those three on circuit battling over the lead at the same time. We've had that slightly stolen from us, but it is what it is. These things happen in racing, and as we say, with a couple of minutes to go, a shame for that to end. But, as you say, what a race it was. Let's see if we can have a look at these highlights once again.
So it was, in the end, a smooth run through the first couple of corners, despite the fact that they were 4 and 5 abreast in the midfield. At the head of the field, though, it was the 252 car that had the early advantage. Rob Boston Racing's James Riley leading them through Redgate Corner for the first time, and he managed to hold on to the advantage heading down into Redgate Corner. Further back, Abby Eaton was making huge progress in the Clapham North car. Having started a few rows from the back of the grid, she was charging around the outside of everybody into Redgate Corner to become a part of the leading group of drivers, which featured a lot of the regular front runners in the championship, but there were others who had to come from further back. Riley Phillips, for example, who had a rare opportunity to start the Team GRD number 1 car, coming from the very back of the grid to lead within the opening stint of the race. The Demon Tweaks car had a number of gravelly excursions, perhaps a future in rallying beckons for that team. It was a fairly unfortunate start to the race. The first round of pit stops, Abby Eaton double stinted in the Clapham North car, one of several drivers, in fact, to do so at that first part of the race, with others choosing to double stint a bit later on. There was drama, though, just before half-race distance when James Riley was tipped into a spin at the chicane. In fact, it was just towards the end of the opening pit window. They were in 5th position at the time. That led to a safety car period, after which Uvio, GRD and many, many others did battle for the race lead. Ted Bradbury was in that group as well, in the Vape Club car with its new livery on it for the first time this weekend. They managed to get through into the race lead, Ted Bradbury hitting the front just before the second round of pit stops beckoned. He would be among the first to pit, and just as the leaders were pitting, there was this contact down the main straight. Marcus Clutton tangling with the 169 Rob Boston car of Rob Croydon, and that took the 169 out of the race. Signature RV, though, managed to continue and still finished inside the top 5, despite that hefty whack on the run into Redgate. Then the battle really started to heat up between GRD, Uvio and Vape Club at the front of the field. It was a 3-way battle for the ages for the race lead, with 3 of the fastest drivers on the grid trading the lead seemingly corner by corner. There was a close call, though, getting past Dave Clark in the number 62 car, putting a lap on him. Riley had to take to the grass coming out of the old hairpin, and that very nearly cost him second position, but luckily he was able to get back in line. There was another challenge then from Riley into Redgate Corner. That didn't quite work, because Ted Bradbury was defending the lead absolutely magnificently, and then Dave Clark was involved in some contact as the 4th place Tropical Rocket Racing car tried to put a lap on him. They ended up tangling, both cars out on the spot, and that led to a red flag and a slightly premature end to the race, about 4 minutes or so before the scheduled checkered flag time. Well, that was all. That's all that happened, John. I mean, I don't think that was even half of what happened actually in that 1 hour race. That was pretty sensational.
What a Fun Cup race. I mean, every time I get the pleasure of coming to commentate a Fun Cup weekend, I always know the racing is going to be fantastic, but that was a absolute banger, even in terms of Fun Cup standards. I was having a little look back at the incident, of course, between the Red Vinyl car and Signature RV. I was just having a little look back, trying to watch in slow-mo, see if anyone was a causation of the incident. Doesn't really look like to me. They're driving towards the corner and they're both sort of trying to open up the corner a bit. I think maybe the Rare Vinyl is ever so slightly opening up more than Signature RV, but as soon as their front wheels get entangled, they're off to the scene of the accident. I can't believe that the 557 wasn't more affected by that bit of contact. I couldn't believe that, but they've done very well after that, haven't they? A top 5 finish for them. We know they're a very impressive team, but they can sort of be off and on, can't they, between rounds? This one, a very good start to the day for them.
Without the contact, they could well have won the race, I think.
Yeah.
They'd have come out right in that lead group. But hey, that's the way that the cookie crumbles. Sometimes it crumbled in favour of Vape Club as they managed to get themselves a win. Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury back to winning ways with GRD. Good points scored in second. They beat all of their immediate championship rivals, including Uvia Hoffman's Motorsport third and Greenheath in fourth position. Signature RV, as we said, were fifth ahead of Sunoco Racing Team and Tropical Rocket Racing in seventh, classified seventh, but weren't running at the time of the checkered flag. We'll have to wait and see. I think in Fun Cup rules, that doesn't necessarily matter. They should still be classified seventh, ahead of Axiometrics, Team Viking, and GCI Racing completing the top 10. A quiet morning for GCI. Demon Tweaks were 11th in the 249 car, ahead of Northern Velocity and Seed Data, whilst Red River Sport were 14th in the 257. 15th for the second Demon Tweaks car, the 207, ahead of FNS with Morpheus Motorsport. Clapham North, in the end, a slightly disappointing 18th as the timing screen wipes itself clear ahead of our first race after lunch. That is our only racing to be done before the lunch break. Well, we're going into the lunch break now. That is due to finish at 1:45, which is in an hour's time. We might possibly be a bit early because that race finished slightly early. Make sure you're back in your positions in about 50 minutes or so, I'd say, before we go racing again. The Fiesta ST240s, the Classic Minis, the SuperClassic Formula Fords, the Fiesta Juniors, and of course the Fun Cup again will be back to entertain us a little bit later on this afternoon. So we will go and get a lunch break, John. The Marshals, I'm afraid, might not because they've still got a bit of recovery work to be done down at the old hairpin and elsewhere, but we will be back in about 45 to 50 minutes for our afternoon's racing. Welcome back everyone to Donington Park, where we're about to continue our day of racing then at this Netherton Hall summer race weekend at Donington Park, courtesy of the Brscc. It's an event that has quite a strong bias towards endurance racing. We've got another round of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship to come later on today. We've got 2 races, at least 2 hours of length tomorrow, but for the next hour or so, it is sprint racing to the fore, with the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship set to take centre stage momentarily, the Classic Mini Racing Championship heading onto the track after them, then the Geoff Engineering SuperClassic Formula Fords and the Brscc Fiesta Juniors after that, before our Fun Cup racing resumes at about 5 to 4. So a busy day and lots of exciting racing to come. The Donington Park National Circuit is a fantastic layout pretty much for any kind of racing, but certainly one-make tin-top racing, I would argue. There is nowhere better in the country if you want side-by-side racing, overtaking and action. And we had plenty of that in that Fun Cup race earlier on today. Andy McEwen and John Ratcliffe in the commentary box to talk you through the action, and action has been very much the buzzword so far, John, and I don't really anticipate that changing over the next few races.
Hello, Andy. Yes, indeed. That first Fun Cup race, we always expect Fun Cup to be very exciting, but that was something else. It sort of had every ingredient we could possibly hope for in a Fun Cup race there across only 60 minutes. Well, it ended up being a bit less than 60 minutes, didn't it? Not often we see a Fun Cup race end under red flag. As you mentioned, it's only happened a couple of times before. Once was here only a few years ago, and sadly that's how that 1 hour has ended. But as we say, thankfully, unlike usual, at least for the last 10 or so years in Fun Cup, 2 races here at Donington Park. So the guys, the drivers, the girls and guys get another shot at it later today. But as you say, sprint racing to come then. The ST240s are what are up next. They'll be heading out on circuit in a couple of moments' time, and there's plenty of excitement to talk about in and amongst the ST240s. Looking back at Anglesey, of course, last time we saw them out, 3 different winners at Anglesey. Alistair Kellett taking the win in race 1, George Foxlow took the win in race 2, and Gary Miller took the win in race 3. Looks as though we're about ready to go for it then. Let's have a look at the grid for their first race of the weekend. George Foxlow takes the pole position in this one, with Graham Colfer alongside him on the front row. Jack Sant, very impressive driver is Jack. He starts on row 2 with your championship leader, Alistair Kellett, alongside him. In terms of drop totals for the year so far, 7 points difference at the moment between Kellett and Colfer. It's Gary Miller and David Nye who are on row number 3, with James Pope, and John Cooper are on row number 4. Positions 7 and 8 for each of those 2 drivers. Just behind them, we have Maggie Webster and Luke Waugh. They round out the top 10, and then just behind them, row 6, that's Simon Horrobin and Brady Pollock. Row 7, Kasper Tomilewski and Sean Reynolds, and then it's Harry Hayes and Marco Ricci on the row behind them, and then the lonely Matt Chambers rounds out the final row there in 17th place. But plenty of impressive drivers in the field here, and as we say, last time out at Anglesey, the racing was fantastic.
It was. It usually is in the ST240s. And really nice to see a nice big grid this weekend as well. They've been averaging sort of mid-teens over the last few years, but good to see more and more drivers now starting to get involved in what is becoming an increasingly competitive championship, with only 7 points separating the top 2 drivers at the moment. Alistair Kellett leading, Graham Colfer. Maybe I'm going to be a bit insensitive here in saying a slightly unexpected challenger. He's really started to find some form this year. He was showing glimpses of this in 2025, but has really put together a strong campaign this year with 3 wins to date for Graham Colfer. That is actually the same number as Alistair Kellett, but Colfer has a non-finish, which came in the middle of the 3 races at Anglesey last time out. That, therefore, is one of his drop scores. I think it's 3 drop scores for most of the Brscc championships. Once again this year. So 7 points only between them, and then 13 points further back to Gary Miller, who was the runner-up last year in this championship. He's been a front-runner for a number of seasons in the Fiestas, and he is going to be gunning for a title again in 2026. We've also got separate classes within the Fiestas, not classes of car, but classes of driver as far as experience levels are concerned. We've got a pro and an AM class. Alistair Kellett leads the pros, obviously, because he leads the championship overall, but in the AM category, Brady Pollock has a 12-point lead over Marco Ricci, so that's an interesting sort of sub-battle to be keeping an eye on as we move now very much into the second half of the season. They've got 4 events still to go. They've got 2 races this weekend, 3 at Brands Hatch, 3 at Silverstone on the national circuit, and their season will finish at Alton Park, which I believe, in fact, possibly for all of those remaining rounds, they're going to be part of the Fun Cup live stream package as well, so we'll get to see every episode of this championship battle play out between now and October.
Oh, fantastic! Well, very much looking forward to that, and as we say, very close in terms of the points. So all to play for as we head through into the final rounds of the season. Of course, you mentioned about the Pro and the AMs as well. There's also sort of another subclass in terms of the Masters Trophy as well. Of course, that's for drivers age 45 and over. And Alistair Kellett, he's leading the championship overall. He's leading in Pros, and of course, he thus is leading in Masters as well. So Alistair doing a great job, as we would maybe expect from Alistair. He's a very experienced driver, isn't he? Particularly in these ST240s, and looking to retain his championship from last season. But plenty of names on the grid here who could potentially put a spanner in the works. I've got to say, standout performance in terms of how much they've been progressing out of Anglesey was definitely from Kasper Tomaszewski. Tomaszewski was right up at the sharp end for pretty much all of the races, if I'm not mistaken, getting really stuck in from some of the much more experienced drivers here in the ST240. So look forward to seeing what Tomaszewski does out there on the black stuff today. He's a little bit further down the order on the grid for this one than maybe he would have liked to have been, but we'll see how it plays out. But as you say, ST240s always producing exciting racing. And of course, these drivers all out on slick tyres as well. Helps with grip, helps with pace, but looking up at the skies, they don't look too happy at the moment, do they, Andy?
No, you mentioned this off air just before we went on air, actually, at the end of our lunch break, that there are some ominous looking clouds looming in the distance. I did have a look at the weather forecast. It says it's not going to rain. I'm not saying I believe that, I'm just giving you the information that I have, and you can come to your own conclusions. It's not windy at all, there's no breeze at all, so whatever weather is in the area is not moving anywhere particularly quickly, so if there is rain heading our way, it might take a while to get here. Unfortunately, that means if it does come here, it probably won't disappear in much of a hurry either. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think we're okay for now, though. The clouds seems quite high up, which someone once told me in a geology lesson or something means that it's not that likely to rain. I don't know why they were talking about rain in geology, but there you go. It was a while ago, and the education system has a lot to answer for. Right, it is George Foxlow on pole position, Graham Colfer alongside, Alistair Kellett only 4th, interestingly, so his qualifying session didn't quite go to plan, and with Graham Colfer starting on the front row, remember they're the top 2 in the championship. It is Kellett with that narrow advantage of 7 points, and so good opportunity maybe for Graham to score some points back. Gary Miller only 5th, so he's directly behind Alistair Kellett on this 17-car grid. 20 minutes will be the duration then, 20 minutes of action around the Donington Park National Circuit. The 5-second board has just been held over the starting gantry. Keep an eye on the lights on the top right corner of the screen. They will go red at some point, hopefully. No lights. Union flag is being used to start the race, interestingly, so the lights must have failed, and the race does, in a very old-fashioned way, get underway, with Graham Colfer stealing the advantage and Alistair Kellett slotting into 2nd place. George Foxlow, who's probably never had a race start with a Union flag, a little bit slow off the line, and he settles into 3rd position. Great start from Kellett, though. 4th on the grid to 2nd place already. Someone bouncing through the gravel further back. Tomaszewski, thank you, John. So he rejoins at the tail end of the field, but a brilliant start from Colfer. He's got the early advantage.
Oh, my first commentator's curse. Sorry, Casper. Bigging you up on the warm-up lap. Sadly, a bit of an off-track excursion there into the kitty litter, but almost making it 3 wide as they head down into Old Hairpin, as Kasper Tomaszewski tries to make up some of that time and maybe a couple of those positions that he lost there in that opening part of the race. The 777, that is, looking to go around the outside. That is Reynolds continue on battling as well with Luke Waugh as he now goes up the inside of Luke and gains another position. That was 2 positions in only 2 corners. Nice work here on this opening lap as we turn our attention back to the sharp end. It's been a lovely start from Alistair Kellett, hasn't it? 4th to 2nd here on the first lap of the race.
Yeah, Foxlow will be kicking himself a little bit there. He had a 0.3 of a second advantage in qualifying, would have been feeling good about his chances in this race. Had a really good angle seeded Foxlow, didn't he? I seem to recall him having a win there, and he was certainly making some bold overtakes. Well, he's going to need a few more of those now if he's going to get back to winning ways. He is 3rd at the end of the opening lap with Colfer leading. Kellett second. That's the battle for the championship lead, remember. And Foxlow in third position, forcing Kellett to defend the inside line a little bit there at Redgate corner. Now that works on the way in, but it might give him a slightly slower exit. Can George Foxlow get the overlap? I think he has. They're door handle to door handle through Hollywood. And at the bottom of the hill, we turn sharp right at the old hairpin. That should favour him sideways for Kellett on cold tyres. Around goes the championship leader back across the pack. It is a miracle they all avoided him. It's not over yet. Still he is sideways. Incredible good fortune that there was no further contact. And Alistair Kellett, that is a very uncharacteristic moment. There's more drama further back. Somebody backwards into the gravel. That's Marco Ricci, second in the AM Championship, remember, Marco coming into this weekend. But yes, I can count on the fingers of one hand how many sort of self-induced moments Alistair Kellett has ever had at the wheel of a Fiesta. That was just a slightly cold right rear tyre, and my goodness, that was close.
Wow, that was, yeah, close is certainly a word to use, Andy. Oh my goodness, when he speared back across there, I thought contact was inevitable, and a hit like that to the rear corner would surely have sent the other car pirouetting over into the gravel. Thank goodness for everyone involved that did not happen. But what a shame for Kellett then, dropping down the order, and he's got some work to do for the rest of this race. The fantastic marshals here at Donington are going to jump into action and try and help Marco get back out of the gravel, but I think that's going to be a losing battle down there at Old Hairpin, and we will continue on for now anyway. So Colfer in the lead, then Foxlow to second, Miller and Sant to third and fourth respectively, and a little bit of a gap then back to John Cooper, who's in fifth place at the moment. We pick them up down Old Hairpin. As you can see, there's a bit of dust, dirt and a bit of track furniture all strewn across the circuit down there. A bit of a difficult one for the drivers to make their way through, but they do.
He's made a right mess, hasn't he, Alistair? Maybe not the only mess he made, actually, down at the bottom of the Crater curves. That was remarkable. What a moment, what a save. And he is still going in the top 10 as well. Absolutely incredible. So, Colfer leads, Foxlow second, Miller third. He's really looked in here, hasn't he, Gary Miller, from fifth on the grid, stuck behind one of his big title rivals, and indeed the championship leader. And he now finds himself in a podium place with Jack Sant bringing up the rear of that leading quartet. There's a bit of a gap back then to John Cooper, who himself is a regular race winner in this category. So don't count out that fifth place man as they wiggle under braking into the chicane. Colfer not looking quite as confident there as George Foxlow, who set the fastest lap last time by, that being the first flying lap of the race, of course. And now he is on the attack, maybe for the race lead, heading towards Redgate.
Indeed, potentially. Let's watch it then as they head down into the first corner once again. No change up this time. It's now John Cooper grabs the fastest lap of the race once again, down into the low 1 minute 18s. I saw something flashing up on the board down there, but I think it was just a yellow flag, so I'll ignore that. I thought maybe we'd have a safety car call, but not for the moment. Anyway, leaders continue on down the hill once more. No overtaking opportunities opening up there for George Foxlow, but he's got a lovely run off of Old Hairpin. Potentially, as they continue on up the back part of the circuit, there might be a move on here for Foxlow. They head under Starkey, well, what was Starkey's Bridge, up through Schwantz Curve and then into McLean's, and up the inside will go Foxlow. There's contact between the two of them. Colfer nearly off to the scenery on the left-hand side, and that opens up the door as well for Miller. Potentially Sant also, as they both try and fly their way through. Up and over the crest they go. Sant will force his way to the inside line, but let's see how the run works. Of course, Colfer will now have the slipstream as well down into the heavy braking zone. Will it be enough to cover off the inside line? Just. Colfer holds on to third, and thank goodness he did, because that negative momentum was really starting to shuffle him back. But for the moment, Foxlow takes to the lead.
Yeah, good point about the slipstream though, because he didn't get a brilliant exit from Coppice, not any better really than Jack Sant, I didn't think, and yet he was able to drag back clear of him by the time they reached the chicane. So yeah, Foxlow, Miller, Colfer, Sant and Cooper now the order at the front of the field. Sixth position is David Nye, James Pope 7th, 8th Sean Reynolds in 9th position, having just set the fastest lap of the race and caught his breath, I suspect, for the first time since lap 2, is Alistair Kellett, the championship leader. Going to be really interesting to see what sort of progress he can make over the remaining 14 minutes or so. Down through the Old Hairpin they go, and just in the background there is Kellett, right on the tail of Sean Reynolds in the grey and yellow car, and then there's a bit of real estate to try and cover to get back in touch with the leaders. The leader, singular though, is getting away now, I would argue. George Foxlow looks looks quick, doesn't he? He was quite a bit quicker than Gary Miller in qualifying this morning. That doesn't always mean a huge amount, but certainly seems to today, doesn't it? Now he's in clean air, he's checking out.
Yeah, he's settling in really nicely, isn't he? Of course, had to be aggressive to get that move done on Graham Cole for only a lap or so ago, but he was able to find a way through, and now, as you say, Foxlow's settling in. He's starting to draw a bit of a gap here, and as Miller starts to having to really think about Cole for behind, if Miller starts defending here to hold on to second place, Foxlow could be off and clear. And also, as you mentioned, Kellett, 9th place then, fastest lap on the last lap of the race. He tried to get Sean Reynolds down into Redgate, and it didn't quite work. He had to follow him for a lot of the rest of the lap, and that just shows around somewhere like Donington Park, you try and go for a move, it doesn't quite work, you lose that bit of time, and then it can be quite a while until you get another bite of the cherry. So a tough one here for Kellett to find his way back through the order. He has now got past Sean Reynolds, but he's now got, 2.5 seconds to find just to catch James Pope in 7th place.
Yes, that won't be the work of a moment, will it? You're absolutely right, though. It's one of the things that I think generates this incredible racing at Donington, though. It's such a momentum circuit, isn't it? So if you go for a move, or more to the point, if you defend a position into a corner like Redgate, you're slow all the way down the hill. You're probably going to have to defend at the old hairpin, which will slow you down even more. As soon as you start running side by side, you invite everyone else back into the party, and it's why we get these really very competitive races. We saw it in the Fun Cup, we've seen it in the early stages of this Fiesta race as well. It's why I love the place, and why the drivers enjoy driving it, whether it be in a race situation or a quali lap, because it's all about momentum. That also means it's all about commitment, being smooth in your inputs in the car, steering and pedals likewise, and making sure you're carrying the right line. It creates good racing, and it's very, very satisfying to drive when you get it right. Of course, it presents a challenge, which means that the odd mistake can be seen, even from the likes of Alistair Kellett, former champion in Fiesta Racing. He will come across the line. His first lap really in clean air for a while. It's a 1:18.1, so matching the leaders, but more to the point, he was 6/10 quicker than James Pope in front of him.
Impressive. Continuing to close in then, isn't he? But as we say, damage limitation more than anything in this one for your championship leader. And Colfo, who's closest to him, I was going to say earlier on, lovely opportunity for him to get some decent points, but he was then forced out the way by George Foxlow. Gary Miller then found a way through as well. So a few points lost for Colfer, but will still have the edge in this one anyway. They do still have another race this weekend, though, for Kellett to try and steal some of those points back. But wow, Foxlow, what a drive this is for the moment. 1.2 seconds now clear from Gary Miller. He's settled in fantastically well, hasn't he? But we saw at Anglesey, Foxlow often took a little bit more out of his tyres in the opening part of the race than some of the drivers around him. So we might just see, although Foxlow is starting to gap the drivers behind at the moment, potentially when we get closer to, say, sort of 5 minutes to go, it might be Gary Miller who has the upper hand in terms of tyre life and might just start closing in once again. But will Foxlow have done enough by that point to keep the lead? We'll have to wait and see. A lot of strategy playing into this next 10 minutes.
Yeah, very good point made, because they're on slick tyres. Tyre wear and certainly tyre temperature is a bit of an issue, and he's got to be a bit mindful of that. Remember, it was Gary Miller who won the third race at Anglesey. We had 3 different winners from those 3 races at Anglesey. Foxlow won the middle one, and Kellett won the first. Well, I don't think we're going to be repeating history in race 1 of the weekend here at Donington Park, but will it be Foxlow, will it be Miller, or will it be somebody else on the top step of the podium? We're halfway through this first race of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, and Graham Colfer looks to me like he's struggling. The rear of that car, case in point, looks noticeably stiffer than those around, and that's leading to a little bit of fishtailing in the braking zones. And to my point earlier on, because you've got to carry the speed through the corners here, you've got to have such confidence that the car is going to stick underneath you, and if it's dancing around like that, that's got to be slowing him down.
Yes, exactly what I was going to pick up on. It's been the same down at the bottom of the Cranos for the last couple of laps now. Drivers around Colfer looking absolutely stuck to the floor underneath them, carrying the speed as best as they can, as you say. Whereas Colfer, a little bit more slidey in the rear end, especially struggling to carry that speed, and that is another point as to why Jack Santos remained absolutely on his rear bumper for the last few laps or so. But in all fairness to Graham, Jack hasn't been close enough to go for a move, and hasn't really been particularly aggressive defending from Colfer either. So Sant not quite close enough to get something done. John Cooper is still closing up behind as well. And what's the gaps in the drivers behind now? Half a second between Pope and Kellett over there, squabble for 7th place with 9 minutes left to go. What will it then be? 2.5 then to David Nye, then a further 2 to John Cooper. So looking like really maybe 6th is lofty heights here for Kellett in this one. Let's wait and see though. We know he's got good pace underneath him and we'll see what he can do. But Foxlow still with the fastest lap out at the sharp end. But that gap has closed a little bit. It's back down to a second then. It had got to, what was it, about 1.5, 1.6. Starting to close in a little bit once more. We will keep our eyes peeled.
Well, and to your point about tyres, Gary Miller, Graham Colfer and Jack Sant all just posted their best lap of the race. George Foxlow, the only one of the leading 4 that didn't, and he was 3/10 slower than his previous best, which is the fastest lap of the race. But it does show, doesn't it, that he's maybe now starting to lose a bit of time. He was slower than all 3 of the cars behind him on that previous lap, and I'd say on this lap it's even more noticeable. That is not a second anymore between Foxlow and Miller. I'd say it's maybe halved by the end of this, the 9th lap of the race. We'll get it confirmed officially as they come across the timing line this time. The race leader George Foxlow crosses the line at the end of lap 9, does a 1:18.1 and a 1:18.0 for Miller. So actually only fractionally quicker. I think Foxlow had a good run through the chicane there, just keeps Gary Miller at arm's length for the time being.
For the time being, let's keep our eyes peeled. And thankfully for Gary Miller, he's been able to keep Colfer and Sant at least a little bit behind. It just means that if Miller does catch Fox over the next couple of laps, he might just have at least a lap where it's him on his own able to make an attack. If he goes for a move, though, and it doesn't quite work, they hold each other up, it will be Colfer and Sant straight on the scene as well, and then we'll see how that changes up things. Cooper had closed up to the back of these two, but it seems as though over the last lap or so, he's lost maybe a little bit of pace comparatively to them. He's dropped further back from them. Sant once again having a little sniff at the inside line, but not enough speed to carry through to get a move done. Time continuing to slip away from us here. Plenty that could still happen, but opportunities starting to dwindle. That gap staying around the same this time, I think, between Foxlow and Miller, as Foxlow trying to pick up the pace once again. But Miller, he's absolutely focused, isn't he, on the rear bumper of the 144. He is gunning for it now with just less than 7 minutes left to go.
Yes, and a similar train of thought for Jack Sant, I think, who could almost touch the rear bumper of Graham Colfer's number 111 car into the chicane, but not quite able to do anything with it. Again, that gap looked like it had come down in the middle sector, but Foxlow's so good through the final chicane. He did still drop 2/10 that time to Gary Miller, but it looked like it was more than that going into the chicane, if that makes sense. Kellett, by the way, did get ahead of James Pope a lap ago, I noticed. He's now chasing after David Nye. That gap is 1.8 seconds at the beginning of that previous lap. It was a personal best lap for Kellett, and he was actually 1.2 seconds quicker than David, who is the AM class leader, so that's not really the fight that David needs to be having. If Kellett comes a knocking, I suspect he will open the door without too much of a fight.
You would have thought so, but we've only got a few minutes left to go, and points mean prizes in the championship, so we shall wait and see. But yeah, Kellett is closing in hand over fist on the drivers around him, as we've already seen for Sean Reynolds, and now for James Pope as he's found his way past. We said 6th could potentially be the lofty heights, and I think that probably is going to be the case still with John Cooper within touching distance of these drivers at the sharp end, but falling away ever so slightly. Down into the final couple of corners we go again, down Starkey Straight. And into the S's, onto a new lap we go then. It was 8/10 across the line last time then between Foxlow and Miller. How will that have changed this time? Miller just taking a little bit, lap on lap, out of that time between them. He's gone up a little bit again. So those 2/10 that Miller found on the previous lap, he's lost them on that one. Foxlow extends the gap to a second once more.
Really interesting, isn't it then? Because you're right, Foxlow at Anglesey, that was the trend, wasn't it? He was quick in the first third of the race and maybe a little bit weak in the latter third. That's not seemingly the case here at Donington Park. He maybe was managing the tyres in the middle part of the race when Gary looked quicker, but now he's able to just manage that gap. Colfer also seems to have an answer for Jack Sant at the moment, so the thing that perhaps is more likely to change is 6th position, Kellett versus Nye, although Kellett on the previous lap only 4/10 quicker, so that gap isn't rocketing down quite as much as I expected. So the AM leader is David Nye. Second in the AM class, Luke Ward, down in 10th position. He's got a 4-second lead over Maggie Webster, who completes the podium finishers in the AM category at this stage. And of course, with Marco Ricci out of the race early doors, that will have quite a significant change on the AM points.
It definitely will. It definitely will. Lots to be Lots to be thought about. Of course, still one more race to go for these drivers from this weekend, then plenty through the rest of the season, but lots to talk about in terms of the Pro and the Am as we head through to that. But with 4 minutes left to go on the clock then, I've got to say I've been mightily impressed this race from Geoff Colfer. As you say, maybe the unsung hero of this championship so far this season, in second place. We maybe wouldn't have expected him to be there, but my goodness, he's racing well in this one. Given how close Jack Sant was, I mean, 5 or 6 laps ago I was thinking, when's Sant going to go for the move? And he still hasn't. He's still kept him behind as Colfer. He's been racing really well, and those two are still within touching distance if something plays out ahead of them. Sadly, for the neutrals anyway, that gap between Foxlow and Miller has opened up again, so it's looking as though Foxlow has one hand on this race win at the moment, but still some time to play out. Let's wait and see. But I wanted to highlight Colfer. What a race so far from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Can he now hang on to that third position, I wonder, or has Jack Sant got a late challenge to be made? Up through McLean's corner they come, and Sant with a bit of a poor run through there, actually drops back. He seems better through the first part of the lap, and Colfer maybe a bit better through the second half of it. If he has got a slightly stiffer car, certainly in the rear suspension, that will help with rotation through corners like McLean's, like Coppice, and so maybe that's part of the reason why Jack Sant is dropping back a bit through that part of the track, and yet then gaining through the likes of the Craner Curve and the old hairpin. Maybe he made a mistake, it's hard to tell from here. Foxlow to Miller is nearly 1.6 seconds now as they go through to begin lap 14. 2.5 minutes to go. Touch and go as to whether it's 2 or 3 more laps. They're lapping 1:18s, and there was, 2 minutes 40 to go. So I think they might just squeeze an extra lap out of this. Down the hill we go, and all of a sudden Gary Miller losing pace. Graham Colfer massively closing in on Miller at the start of this lap. In fact, I wonder whether Miller had a moment there through Redgate Corner. There was a screeching of tyres. There often is in Fiesta racing as they torture those slick tyres underneath them. But yeah, he really did seem to lose some time through that first corner this time around. He's dropped a fair chunk to the leader as well. So Gary Miller maybe starting to run out of tyre in the closing stages. And that might just change the dynamic in this third place battle. As much as Graham Colfer would love the second position, it would be quite useful for his championship chances. He doesn't really want to get delayed in too much of a battle with Miller. That could be the invitation that Jack Sant is looking for to move up into third. So a lot to play out here still. Gary has sort of composed himself again in the middle part of the lap, but does seem to just be struggling a bit for ultimate pace at this stage of the race. Through we come. We are going to have time for 2 more laps, so 2 more times around the Donington Park National Circuit for George Foxlow, and that means there's 2 more laps for Alistair Kellett to maybe get past David Nye. He has caught David Nye, as spotted in the background, and might well be thinking about a move into Redgate Corner this time. He is thinking about a move, I can tell you, out of the window, but David Nye is defending it very, very busily, so David Nye trying his best to keep Alistair Kellett at bay. I think Kellett might get him down through the Craner Curves though. That's all going on behind this battle for second, which is really starting to come alive now. Gary Miller definitely struggling for pace in the closing stages. His gap to the leader 1.7 seconds now, but Colfer and Sant, more importantly, are closing right up on him. So second, third and fourth pretty much nose to tail as they make their way through McLean's for the penultimate time. Lots of curb used by Jack there to try and again help rotate the car through the right-hander. Then they climb to the highest point of the circuit at Coppice Corner. Really tricky turn, that blind entry. The car goes light just as you commit to the corner fully. Very easy to understeer wide. They all manage to keep it just about within track limits for now, heading down into the final chicane. And I suspect a last lap board will be waiting for George Foxlow. They could throw the checkered flag lap early, but there's no real reason to. And no, they are going to get 1 more lap in. So through goes Foxlow. Last lap begins. Miller really now starting to come under some serious threat from Graham Colfer. Is this a defensive move from Miller? He was thinking about it, but did eventually merge back over onto the racing line. Colfer, though, closer now to Miller than Sant is to him. So this is a big, big shift in the dynamic in this podium battle, just as we begin the final lap. Problem for Colfer, though, is that Redgate seems to be the point at of the track at which he gets the closest. Further round the lap, Gary Miller perhaps has a bit more grip at his disposal. Kellett, by the way, was ahead of David Nye at the start of the lap, you may have noticed, so Alistair Kellett up into 6th position now. And It's going to improve his points haul ever so slightly. This will still go down as a dropped score for Alistair, so in some ways it matters little, but if he were to have some retirements later in the season, he might end up having to fall back on this result, and that could be of some significance for him. So out through Coppice for the final time. Gary, I think, has weathered the storm now, hasn't he, from Graham Colfer? But George Foxlow, well, he started from pole. It hasn't been all smooth sailing. It was a poor start that saw him drop down to third position, but he will come across the timing line at the end of the 20 minutes in the race lead. George Foxlow, for the second event in a row, is a winner in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. It's almost side by side for second, but Graham Colfer isn't quite able to get past Gary Miller. There we go, the timing screen sorted itself out. Miller second, Colfer third, Santin fourth, and John Cooper fifth, with Alistair Kellett having to settle for sixth position. The AM class won by David Nye. The Masters class, well, there's a Masters class within Pro and within AM. John Cooper gets the win in the Pro Masters, and the AM Masters won by David Nye, the overall AM class winner. So entertaining stuff, particularly in the early stages. Alistair Kellett with that huge moment down through the Crater curves that I'm sure did his tyres no good at all. Maybe that explained why he wasn't able to make such meteoric progress back through the field, although it's a competitive grid these days in the ST240s. So it's not easy to make up for a poor start or a moment early in the race, as was the case for him. Miraculously, everyone avoided him, and that meant that there was no need for a safety car, no expensive repair bill either. Marco Ricci, the only non-finisher, his car, of course, going off at the same point, actually, down through the Crater curves on cold tyres. It seems ridiculous to say that when the ambient temperature is around 20 degrees, which is very mild for this part of the world. But a slick racing tyre operates at much higher temperatures than that normally. So the early stages of the race, you don't always have a huge amount of grip in them, and on the Donington National Circuit particularly, you only really use the right, or lean on the right-hand side tyres a couple of times over the lap, so they do take a little bit longer to warm up. George Foxlow took a few laps to warm up, but did eventually fight his way back into the lead, and he wins from Gary Miller and Graham Colfer. Jack Sant and John Cooper complete the top five, with Cooper getting the win in the Masters category. Kellett was sixth, then the AM winner, and the AM Masters winner, David Nye, was seventh, ahead of James Pope and Sean Reynolds. Luke Waugh was the second best of the AMs, ahead of Kasper Tomolewski and Maggie Webster, with Brady Pollock and Matt Chambers 13th and 14th respectively. Harry Hayes, the last of the finishers, and Marco Ricci, unfortunately, out in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. So, a bit of recovery work to be done by the marshals. They'll have to go and see to the mess that was made by Alistair Kellett down at the old hairpin. But in the meantime, John Ratcliffe, I can tell you, has left the commentary box to try and get interviews, but we might not be able to get those just yet. So let's take a look back, shall we, instead, at some of the highlights of that first sprint race of the day. Screen. So, the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championships first race of the day started with the dropping of the Union flag, an issue with the lighting gantry, and it was an old-fashioned start to the race, and youngster George Foxlow, perhaps caught out by that slightly, fell from third on the grid to nearly fourth through Redgate Corner. Gary Miller not quite able to get past him into third, but it was Graham Colfer who held the early advantage ahead of Alistair Kellett. Alistair Kellett's time at the front of the field, though, was to be reasonably short-lived. He had to defend from George Foxlow going into Redgate Corner on lap 2. By defending on the way in, he was slow on the way out. Foxlow got alongside, and then on a cold right rear tyre, Alistair Kellett had the moment of the century. A huge tank slapper, barely avoiding Jack Sant as he came through, and others then had to scatter in avoidance as he once again rejoined the track and merged with the traffic. It was a huge moment, and Kellett did a really good job in the end to recover back to sixth. Marco Ricci, though, was not quite so fortunate. His car arriving backwards into the gravel at the old hairpin, and his race was over. That all, of course, promoted Foxlow to second. He then muscled his way past Graham Colfer for the lead at the top of the hill at McLean's, and a little bit of contact pushed Colfer wide and allowed Gary Miller into second place. Gary then set about chasing after George Foxlow, but in the end just ran out of tyres a little bit maybe. Foxlow managed the situation really well. It did seem in the middle part of the race as though Miller was the quicker of the two, but wasn't quite able to get within striking range. Colfer and Sant, meanwhile, were busy battling for third position, but Graham Colfer again was able to keep Jack Sant just about out of striking range. He got close on a few occasions, and in fact both of them were able to catch Gary Miller in the closing stages, giving us the tantalising prospect of a three-way fight for second place. It was a close-run thing. Miller held on though, and Kellett got the win. So that concludes our AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship action, and we're waiting to see whether we can hopefully have a chat with some of our podium finishers. There was a little bit of confusion this morning about exactly where they'd be stopping so that we could talk to them, so I think maybe that's what's caused the slight issue, but fingers crossed. John Ratcliffe has rallied the troops and will be able to give us an interview with some of our front-running finishers in that one. The next race is the Classic Mini Championship, I believe. That's heading out next on track. Before that, though, I'm delighted to say we do have the option of heading down to speak to our podium finishers, courtesy of John Ratcliffe.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, you joined me down here in the pit lane then. I'm going to try and jump in with a couple of our drivers. As you can see, no cars. They've all managed to go on by down to Parc Ferme. Foxlow's just coming to join us, but we'll jump straight in with Mr. Gary Miller first. Yep. Hello, Gary. How's that race for you?
Warm. Yeah. Very warm. No, it was a good race. I don't know what I was delighted in work at the start, so I think that was to my advantage. I switched on and got a good start, and then it all just seemed to open up, and Alice just spun on the second lap, and I found myself in second, and then the two lads came together when Foxlow was past them, so again that opened up to get past Graham, and then I was trying to catch George, but I just didn't have the tyres at the end of the race, and then to be fair to Graham came back at me, so yeah, no, great weekend, second place, so thanks to Merv and Vicky for coming over, give us a hand, so yeah, I'll have a few beers today and go again tomorrow.
Nice, yeah, it looked like good fun. As we say, yeah, you were catching Foxlow at one point and then just started to drift back again, so he got the win.
Yeah, the tyres just went off, so okay. And I can't complain with second place, started fifth, so I'm delighted.
I'll take it. Well done, Gary. Cheers. Yeah, we got Graham over here. Graham? Hello, Graham. How you doing, mate? You good?
Good, yeah, very good.
Good race?
Good race, yeah. It was enjoyable. Not too much happened. I got a good start, got into the lead. George got caught a bit napping. I don't know, it was a flag start instead of a light, which we weren't told. So I just seen something moving and went for it just in case, you know. So I got into the lead and I held the lead for a bit. We had yellow flags around the back here, double wave yellow. So I seemed to slow down more than everyone else. Okay. So they caught back up onto the back of me and I got passed on the next corner. Okay. So George got past me and Gary got up the inside of me then. I was pushed a bit wide and just get in behind them. Couldn't really catch them. I think Gary's tyres went off badly towards the end. Mine looked like they were hanging on a bit better. Maybe another lap or two I might have had a go at them, but I just wasn't close enough to do it. But enjoyable. Finished third, which is good for the championship. Alistair is close in championship. He had a bit of an off and finished further back. So in that respect, it's good. Got a podium, so I'm happy. Good start to the race.
You did a great job keeping Jack behind in that race. And I was going to ask about whether it's more challenging having a start with a flag rather than the lights. It's much more challenging when you don't know it's going to be a flag.
No. It's a surprise one now. I don't know what they're going to do the next time.
We'll see, I guess.
Fireworks up or something like that. But no, Jack is really quick. He doesn't really make any mistakes, which I tend to over the course of a race. He's really quick, so it was tough to keep him behind me. I was watching the mirrors for more than out the windscreen.
I can imagine. Very impressive. Well done. Good race. We'll have a very quick chat with George Fox. So, George, an impressive race. You got into the lead and you never really looked back from there.
Yeah, no, I was a bit put off by the unexpected flag start, but once I worked out what's happening and, it had settled in for a lap and it finally came together a bit.
Really impressive pace, mate. Another win on the car. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, George. Well, there we go then. Looks as though we've got minis already out on the circuit, so I'll hand back over to Andy in the comms box.
Indeed we do, John. Yes, the Classic Mini Championship here to entertain us. Classic Mini Racing Championship, I should say. Racing being the key word, really, because we've seen a lot of overtaking in the first two races of the day. I suspect that's not going to stop in this third race. Classic Mini Racing, known for lots of overtaking, lots of side-by-side, slipstreaming action, and usually pretty close finishes as well. The pole position for this race taken by Ben Seafried with Andrew Hack lining up on the front row with him. Then it's David Kirkpatrick and Hayden Payne, who I mentioned was briefly a co-commentator of Richard John Neal's at Anglesey a few weeks ago. Nevin Kirkpatrick and Dave Rees are next. Then it's Ahmed Sharbani and Aaron Cook on row 4. Row 5, Steve Rideout and David Burns, with James Bryan and Will Burnham next. Then it is Tao Butler and Chris Didcott on row 7. Row 8 for Tristan Beard and Nick Townend. Oh, and how could we forget, at the back of the grid, 17th position, Andrew Payne, father of Hayden Payne, and a little bit of pace difference between the two of them after qualifying, about a 6-second advantage for Hayden, I think, who's up there on the second row of the grid. Andrew, I'm sure, just giving us something to be excited about in the race. He'll be overtaking people left, right and centre if he has his way once the, hopefully, red lights go out. We'll wait and see if they've sorted the issue with the starting gantry that slightly delayed the start of the Fiesta race. So, Ben Seafried and Andrew Hack on the front row, with David Kirkpatrick and Hayden Payne next up. Now, this is, to my knowledge, the first time that Hayden has raced a Classic Mini. I'm prepared to be corrected on that. I'm sure he will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but Hayden taking to this style of racing very quickly. Certainly isn't hugely experienced in these Classic Minis, if at all. So, yeah, really intrigued to see whether not only can he get a good lap time out of the car, but whether he can wrap his head around the racecraft required to do well in Classic Minis. Hayden, whose father Andrew works for the Brscc, Hayden has now sort of started following in his footsteps ever so slightly. If you think we're being a little bit harsh on the Paynes, it is because we know them, and they work with the organising club, and I believe are both on duty in one way or another this weekend as well. So as well as racing, they are out there helping to organise the events. It's something really only the Brscc does, to my knowledge. We very often have senior members of the Brscc team out on track at their own events. It is a club run by racers for racers, and this is another great example of that. Right, let's get the racing underway. The lights are working, that's brilliant news, and out they will go with 20 minutes of Classic Mini racing ahead of us, and a good start made by David Kirkpatrick by the looks of it. A poor start for the pole sitter Ben Seafried, who has contact with Nevin Kirkpatrick into Redgate Corner. That very nearly ended in disaster, and it will be in the end Nevin up into third, and Seafried perhaps out of the top 4 by the time they exit the right-hander at Redgate for the first time. Down through the Craner curves we go. Now beware of that cold right rear tyre. We saw how that can catch drivers out in the Fiestas earlier on. These short wheelbase Minis are even more lively at the rear end, and the driver's really having to be tentative down the hill. Not Nevin Kirkpatrick though, who charges through into second position. It's a Kirkpatrick 1-2 as they head out of the old hairpin and through Starkeys for the first time of asking. Third position then, is that Dave Rees in third? I thought maybe I saw a lot of 7s on the side of that Mini. Let's have a look as they turn through. Yes, it is, I think, the 777 of Dave Rees from 6th on the grid, who's made it up into third position. So really good start for him. But the Kirkpatrick's already starting to get away at the front of the field. As so often is the case, there is confirmation that it's Rees third, and Ben Seafried, the pole sitter, did manage to hang on to 4th position at least after that little tangle with Nev Kirkpatrick going down into turn 1. So David Kirkpatrick leads, Nevin Kirkpatrick tucking into the slipstream in second, and it's side by side for third. The pole sitter Ben Seafried trying now to make up for some lost ground and reclaims third position. In fact, it might be another place lost there for Dave Rees around the outside when it's the 1-2-3 of Andrew Hack. So Andrew Hack gaining a place as well through the final chicane. It's all shuffled around then in the leading group as they cross the line at the end of lap 1. David and Nevin Kirkpatrick at the front, and David and Nevin Kirkpatrick now, John, going side by side for the race lead.
Indeed, yeah, Nevin up the inside then as they head down into the first corner for another time in this race, and the Kirkpatricks switch around. Yeah, looking at the results from the season so far, I almost think of renaming to the Classic Kirkpatrick Racing Championship might be on the cards. They have been amazing so far this year, haven't they, the two Kirkpatricks? And as expected, they're back to the sharp end once again here at Donington Park. Yeah, sorry, it took me a while there, mate. It's quite a long walk back from the interviews there. And I also wanted to make sure and have a chat with Alistair Keller as well about the incident. We'll chat more about that later. But looking at the Minis for the moment, as we say, Kirkpatrick's out front. And it seemed, I was hearing through my ears, it was a bit of a scrappy first couple of corners maybe in this one. So excitement continuing on as yet again the Kirkpatrick switch back around. And back to the front goes the number 10.
yeah, part of it was that Nevin had such a good start, and he was alongside Ben Siegfried into Redgate. I don't think Ben, having started 4 places ahead of him, ever expected him to be there. There was a bit of door banging, and Nev managed to bully his way through, but yeah, he has very much slotted into second position now behind his brother as they head down the exhibition straight towards the chicane. Kirkpatrick on Kirkpatrick again, and it's Nevin back to the front as they head into the chicane. This is likely to be the story through most of the race. The trouble is when they go side by side like that, they invite other people into the party, and the pole sitter Ben Siegfried is now going for second position. Now remember, in that Fiesta race, George Foxlow started from pole, dropped to third, ended up winning the race. Is Ben Siegfried going to follow the same trajectory, I wonder? Well, he's going for second place here on the outside of David Kirkpatrick into Redgate corner, but can't quite make the move stick. David just about hangs on, and Andrew Hack very much tagging along with them now in 4th position.
Yeah, Andrew Hack almost made it up the inside, going through down into Redgate once again. But as they headed into the braking zone, Kirkpatrick managed to just about scythe back to second place, and they stay as they were for now. Then across the timing line, Siegfried did get to second place, but Kirkpatrick managed to get back through as they headed on, continuing through the lap. I do love with these minis that they're able to put, well, whatever word they want, but usually their last name on the grille on the front as well. Certainly makes it easier for us in the commentary box, if nothing else. But they do look awesome, these little minis, and they create some great racing as well, especially on a circuit like this. Of course, not very powerful cars. They're always about carrying the speed. This circuit's very much about carrying the speed, so surely a match made in heaven.
It's the M word again, isn't it? Momentum, carrying the momentum through the corners, not scrubbing off too much speed, and then picking up a nice slipstream down the straights as well, which Nevin Kirkpatrick is doing. And yet again, rinse and repeat, he's behind going on to the exhibition straight, but he's ahead, or is he ahead by the time they get to the chicane? No, there was a bit of a lock-up. They almost tangled. Nevin does go through, but that was a little bit clunkier than passes on previous laps. Oh, we're going to be 4 abreast into Redgate, aren't we here? Because Andrew Hack and Hayden Payne, in fairness to him, also joining in the fun. Hayden Payne fancies a podium. He's in the grey number 72 car. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's going around the outside of David Kirkpatrick and Ben Siegfried to try and go second. I don't think that's quite going to work, but Hayden Payne, I think, is acclimatising nicely to classic mini racing, isn't he?
That was lovely from Hayden Payne, all the way around the outside, and he got benefited there as well. The fact that the number 6 there just had to let off there down through the first corner as Siegfried almost went into the rear bumper of one of the Kirkpatricks. As they continue on, he's back through up the inside down an old hairpin, and they change around once again. Hayden Payne back down into 4th place, but as you say, new fastest lap from him, using the slipstream nicely, and sort of the seas opening up in front of him there as he was able to gain a couple of places, but he's straight back into the pack now as more drivers join the fray as well. Reese and Rideout right there with them as well, and now I think that battling has allowed for Teo Butler and David Burns to close into this battle as well. So just as we saw in the Fun Cups, you start scrapping and getting each other offline, you lose that momentum, and you start inviting more people into the battle.
You do indeed, although the Kirkpatricks have actually gapped the rest of the field slightly, although they had a couple of laps ago, in fairness. That was fairly short-lived. Hayden Payne, I think, needs to try and get past Ben Siegfried quickly here. He might have the pace to lead this secondary pack of cars back up to the leaders. Across the line we go. What is that gap second to third? It's nearly 9/10, which in classic mini racing terms is an absolute age. Hayden Payne there just pulled out of the slipstream a little bit early, I think, going into Redgate. That maybe wasn't timed to perfection, and he has to slip back in behind. Steve Rideout, meanwhile, at the inside of Dave Reese. That's for 6th position. And he will get past, will he? Well, they're leaning on each other. They're really leaning on each other down the hill. And, well, that put Steve Rideout off trying to commit to that move. He slots back in line again in 7th position. Down the hill we go then. Nev Kirkpatrick leads. David Kirkpatrick second. Gap back to Siegfried, Payne, Hack in line behind. And then missed the battle for 6th position then with just about Dave Reese managing to hang on from Rideout. Then the orange car is the number 46 of David Burns. He's got ahead of Tao Butler at the start of that lap, and in fact he's now trying to gain another position around the outside of Steve Rideout. That didn't work at McLean's though, and Steve Rideout will for now hang on to 7th spot.
Indeed, this battle continuing on then, and we saw momentarily that the two Kirkpatricks had pulled a bit of a gap. Well, that's gone. Immediately, that is gone. Siegfried, Payne, Hack now going with them at the sharp end of the order, and that group of 4 behind, as you said, not too distant either. I thought that was, as we said, a decent chasm from second back to third, I thought there was no way they were going to close it back in, but it's only taken a lap. I can't believe it. That's very aggressive down into the chicane once more. The number 7, that is, of Stephen Rideout, making sure he holds position, potentially made up one more as well there as they head on to a new lap. No, he lost one. Ignore me. He managed to hold off Teo Butler, but Dave Rees did get through. We're nearly 3 wide into the braking zone there as Ben Siegfried holds on to the last spot on the podium in this one. Andrew Hack and Hayden Payne. No love lost between those two, though, as now I think Hack does go ahead of Hayden Payne. So despite having the fastest lap, now drops back into 5th place as once again the two Kirkpatricks are given a little bit of breathing room at the front, but I'm sure that will close up once again. As I mentioned earlier on, jokingly of course, about renaming it to the Classic Kirkpatrick Racing Championship, but to give you my reasoning behind it, look back at the results from previously this season. The only time someone that isn't called Kirkpatrick has won was the first race of the season. Chris Morgan took that one at Alton Park. Then it was Nevin Kirkpatrick, Nevin Kirkpatrick, Nevin Kirkpatrick, Nevin Kirkpatrick, David Kirkpatrick and Nevin Kirkpatrick. So it's been domination, I think, to say the least, so far this season.
Yeah, particularly by Nevin, I suppose. So David would quite like to get one over on Nevin this race if possible. He's led quite a lot of this race, David Kirkpatrick, but not necessarily at the line. That's the key. And so Nevin perhaps just sort of practicing here for where he wants to be on that final lap of the race.
And only 2 of those have not been a Kirkpatrick 1-2.
Oh wow, yeah. Really? So they are quite good at controlling these races, although Ben Siegfried inserting himself into the battle wasn't necessarily part of the script. Hayden Payne nearly runs into the back of Andrew Hack there, gets alongside Andrew, but again he's on the outside line. He won't really have much of a slipstream out there, and I'm not convinced that's quite going to work. They're now being caught by Dave Rees and Steve Rideout, so what at one point looked like being a 2-horse race very quickly became a 5-car battle, might now become a 7-car scrap for the race lead with the arrival of 2 more cars onto the tail of this group. We're not even quite halfway through the 20 minutes either. This is proper mini racing, but the Kirkpatricks so far have had control, with Nevin, as I said, often leading at the line and David sort of swooping through at this part of the circuit and run out of the old hairpin and up towards McLean's, but they are orchestrating it well, aren't they, in a way that doesn't allow Ben Siegfried and the rest to fully take advantage.
Yeah, they are indeed. It's been impressive, hasn't it? Of course, Siegfried only joined us for Castle Combe. Of course, these drivers have been to Alton Park, Castle Combe and Silverstone National before today. Siegfried only joining us at Castle Combe, and he did get a 3rd place in one of the 2 races at Castle Combe. His other result was a P7, so this is on to match his personal best result. Of course, he's missed too much of the championship season to really make a championship charge at this stage, but he can still take away points from other drivers, so he can still be a thorn in the side of the drivers looking for the championship. But once again, the 2 Kirkpatricks looking to switch back around. David up the inside, down into the S's once more, and they switch back around once again. So still a few drivers here knocking on the door, trying to steal away a top 2 finish. But as we say, there have been plenty of Kirkpatrick's 1-2s already so far this season, and for the moment, with 9 minutes left to go, it's looking like it could be another one. But still some time for things to change. Let's wait and see.
Interesting though, that time David Kirkpatrick didn't make his normal move into McLean's. He waited till the chicane, and that meant he led that lap. And again, the reason I keep talking about who's leading at the end of the lap, it's only who's leading when the checkered flag flies that counts. You can be ahead for most of the final lap, but if you're not ahead at the line, it doesn't matter. So David maybe just switching things up there slightly. It'll be interesting to see whether Nevin tries to get past him before the end of the lap or waits for the run down the exhibition straight again. Siegfried in 3rd, sort of a bit of a cork in the bottle now, isn't he? Keeping Andrew Hack and Hayden Payne behind. Siegfried seems to be struggling a bit through that chicane. He will regularly catch the leaders through the middle sector and then lose ground through the final chicane. It's been tripping up Andrew Hack and Hayden Payne slightly behind him over recent laps. Hayden there in the grey number 72 with the sort of orangey red wheels and the white roof. Looks to try and set himself up for a move down the exhibition straight. They all come together again though through that middle sector, where it's just so hard to run bumper to bumper without delaying each other. And so the leaders are reeled in by Siegfried. Who's going to get the advantage of the slipstream this time down the straight? It will be Nevin Kirkpatrick, who has a look for the lead. He didn't make a move into McLean's. He's doing exactly what David did to him a lap ago and slithers through on the way into the final chicane.
Indeed. I imagine there must be a reason behind it. You're probably not going to know the answer to this question, Andy, but I'm interested to know why these guys don't bump draft more than they are doing, because it seems, looking at the front bumper of these minis, they seem like they would be perfect for bump drafting, but we haven't seen it at all in this race. As soon as a driver closes up under slipstream, they move out, make the overtake, and then they'll do the same down through the next area of corners. So, Yeah, a bit surprising. I thought maybe one of the Kirkpatricks might push the other one just to try and get a bit of a gap and then resume racing again. But nope, they all stay in a big squabble, which is great for us here in the commentary box and for you watching wherever you are in the world. But yeah, I don't know. I just thought those bumpers looked perfect for bump drafting, so I'm a little bit surprised.
No, I'm with you. I don't know the answer for sure. I wonder whether maybe there's a rule against it. Some championships might well implement rules just to avoid it. In these cars in particular, you don't really want to be making contact at the fastest parts of the track, he says, as there's almost contact at the fastest part of the track heading through Schwann's curve. But yeah, you don't really see a lot of that. Sometimes though, the slipstream is so powerful that you can catch, pull alongside and fully clear another car down a long enough straight. So there's no need to bump draft, I suppose, if you can just draft past each other without losing any time. Someone's been through the gravel there at Redgate Corner. Didn't quite catch a number on the yellow machine that lost some ground. We'll figure that out at the end of the lap. Someone will have lost 4 or 5 places by the time they get to the line. Are we going to have a place lost by David Kirkpatrick? Well, he's really started defending this lead now, hasn't he? Trying to keep Nev at bay, but it's just not working. There's exactly to my point. You can clear someone down that back straight with the power of the slipstream, and Nevin Kirkpatrick's been able to do it. Hayden Payne once again pulls out of the slipstream early. Hayden's so good through that final chicane. I don't know whether you've clocked this, John, but he's almost too good. He pulls out of the slipstream straight away, and that means he's got no slipstream down the straight. He almost needs to hang back a bit going into the chicane, carry that momentum, there's the buzzword again, off the corner, and maybe try and make a move into Redgate. It's just not quite happening for him.
Yeah, never thought driver coach would be saying go worse through this bit to actually gain better down the next. But in cars like these, where, as you say, that word momentum, we're going to say that a few times, aren't we? To carry that momentum, that's kind of sometimes what you've got to do. Sacrifice that corner entry to benefit on corner exit. And in these kind of cars, at a circuit like this, that could be very beneficial. But for this whole race, it's been these 7 drivers absolutely nose to tail, hasn't it? For, I think the first time in quite a while, no longer does Hayden Payne have the fastest lap. It's now Steve Rideout with the fastest lap, who's there in 6th place. So he's found a little bit more time as these drivers now head on to another lap of the race. We'll soon enough find out who it was who had that big spin further down the order. But we have sort of split into 3 big groups, haven't we? We've got the top 7 all together. We've then got 8th, 9th and 10th together. That's Brian, Butler and Sarabani. And then a few seconds back to David Burns, who's a bit all on his own. And then another big gap. Didcott, Townend, Burnham, Payne, Beard, all together down to the back of the order. So again, as you would expect with these kind of cars, not very aerodynamically efficient. So drivers split off. Don't usually split off into groups of 1 or 2. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 plus.
Indeed, so, my word. That was a jump cut, wasn't it? Back to the lead group as they were bouncing down the grass there. That was Siegfried, and this might actually allow Hayden Payne into 3rd. He's gone right round the outside of Andrew Hack, and he's trying to get 3rd place away. He's leaving aside. Oh, Hayden won't like that. David Kirkpatrick slowing, is he? Yeah. Yes, he is. David Kirkpatrick is slowing, and Hayden couldn't get back on the track because David was having a problem to his inside. That's disaster for Hayden. It's even more of a disaster, though, for David Kirkpatrick, the man who's led so much of this race on and off, is not seemingly going to reach the checkered flag.
And it won't be a Kirkpatrick 1-2. No. There you go. That will not happen here in this first race of the weekend here at Donington Park for the Classic Mini Racing Championship. So Nevin is sort of, I guess, effectively, I was going to say released, but that's not the right word to use here in the Classic Mini Racing Championship. He no longer has his brother as a rear gunner, to be fair. Although saying that, do you really have a rear gunner as a brother in a racing championship such as this? Probably not, really, his biggest challenger. So maybe might be a bit more of a positive as one driver gets a bit sideways and very sideways off into the gravel. Goes the 97 of Nick Townend. Is he stuck? He's right there on the curb on the front wheel, so hopefully he can get himself out there. But a little bit of a spin. I think that was all on his own, though, what we saw there from the incident starting. Oh my goodness, that was close to contact. Up the inside, tried Andrew Hack off wide. We'll go Kirkpatrick. Lovely run here for the number 6 of Ben Siegfried, but are there yellow flags? The 97 has just left the gravel. There won't be any yellow flags as they battle down into T1.
How is Nevin Kirkpatrick maybe going to be 3rd by the time he gets to Redgate when he had such a big lead at the chicane? He got it all wrong under pressure, and it is Siegfried that's really benefited from that. So the pole sitter is back into the lead of the race. Maybe history is going to repeat itself from what happened in the Fiesta race earlier on, where the pole sitter fell to 3rd and came back to win. There's a long way to go in this one yet, though. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Multiple lead changes between now and the checkered flag, I would imagine. And Nevin Kirkpatrick will be hoping that the last of those lead changes, whenever it happens, is in his favour. We've got Hack third, Rideout fourth, Rees fifth, and actually Hayden Payne is catching them again as they continue to tussle over the lead. Defensive move made by Siegfried. Does that open the door for Andrew Hack? No. Hack decides to just lift off the throttle as contact into McLean's though. Siegfried is sideways on the grass. He kicks up a cloud of dust. That was absolutely disaster for Siegfried. The tiniest of touches, John. It really didn't seem like a lot, that did it? But it was enough to turn him around, and that will take him out of contention.
That just shows how on the limit these drivers are going round the corners, just absolutely hanging it on the edge of grip, and the slightest bit of brushes there sends Ben Siegfried sliding off there to the exit of the corner and dropping down the order. What a shame. I was just thinking of what questions to ask him about his best finish so far, and sadly it ain't going to be for Siegfried. Well, now it is Andrew Hack who once again is looking to try and find a way through on Nevin Kirkpatrick. We saw him think about it down through the S's on the previous lap, not close enough this time, but those two have scampered off courtesy of that bit of contact there that has dropped Siegfried down to 6th, I can confirm. So now it's Rideout, Rees and Payne all together in that secondary group, and I've got to say, Hayden Payne, it's going to be like a red rag to a bull, isn't it, courtesy of his off-track excursion a couple of laps ago. He'll be wanting to find those extra places, and if he can get to the front of that group, a podium finish is on the cards.
Definitely so. He just took 4th place away from Dave Rees into Redgate Corner. Now, if I was Andrew Hack, and I am not, I'm a commentator, not a racing driver, I'll remind you all, but if I was Andrew Hack, I'd be quite content to just sit in the wheel tracks of Nevin Kirkpatrick. For now, they're well ahead of the 3rd place battle. If they don't battle, I don't think there's any way that Rideout, Payne and Rees catch them. So sit behind Nevin and then try and make the move down the back straight on the last lap. That would be my plan of attack. We'll see whether Andrew Hack agrees with me. There's a load of dust on the road up at McLean's, courtesy of the Ben Siegfried moment, shall we say, from a couple of laps ago. Hayden Payne, though, is still trying to attack. Look, he's up the inside of Steve Rideout. Rideout just about had that one covered, but Hayden Payne for the podium is a real possibility, especially with Rideout drifting a bit wide there through Coppice Corner. His father, Andrew, by the way, is in 12th position. There is only one other car running behind him, that being Tristan Beard, but he has gained some positions from where he started. Leaders out of the final chicane. They're about to begin the final lap of the race. It's a two-way fight for the lead. It could be a four-way fight for third, though, because Ben Siegfried is almost back with them. John, you might have an opportunity to ask him some questions after all. He's right with that third place battle as they head for Redgate Corner for the final time. Kirkpatrick, Nevin leads. Andrew Hack in second, and then this for third. Rideout defending the inside line. Hayden Payne 4th, and Siegfried is up the inside of Dave Rees for 5th position. So Rees losing a couple of positions at the start of this lap, was in 4th at the line, just about. Had a nose ahead of Hayden Payne, I think, at that point. Down through the old hairpin come the leading two. There's the 3rd place squabble. Can Siegfried get back into a podium place, or is Steve Rideout going to be able to keep them at bay? Surely you don't want to be the driver at the front of this queue at this stage. I'd say 2nd or maybe 3rd in line is where you want to be if you're going to try and make the progress to the front of it. Well, Rideout wants to defend that position. Look, he's defending the inside of McLean's, and how did Ben Siegfried find a gap between Rideout and Payne? He's actually going to have a go at getting past both of them. He's cleared Payne already. Is he ahead of Rideout? Yes, he is. So Ben Siegfried into 3rd as they round Coppice for the final time. But is that where you want to be? Is he now a sitting duck with the power of the slipstream? I think Steve Rideout could be in the pound seat. So too maybe is Andrew Hack. But no, he's not able to get alongside Nevin Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick is wide through the chicane, though. He's sideways. Andrew Hack will have a much better exit from the corner. It's going to be a classic mini racing photo finish. Who gets the race victory? It's too close to call from here. The timing screen says Andrew Hack by 96 thousandths of a second, and it's even closer for third. Ben Siegfried by 95 thousandths of a second gets back on the podium in a remarkable final lap charge. He gained 3 positions on the final lap, and Ben Siegfried is a well-deserving podium finisher after that. You have to say he bounced back brilliantly from that drama up at McLean's Corner, and he, by a nose, managed to steal 3rd place on the run out of the final corner. Well, I'm not often right, so I am going to relish this moment if you'll indulge me, but both the race leader and the driver at the front of the 3rd place battle going on to the exhibition straight failed to stay in front at the line. You do not want to be leading your group heading on to the back straight for the final time, do you? Nevin, in fairness, did hold on to the lead into the chicane, but he was so late on the brakes to see off the challenge from Andrew Hack, he couldn't get off the corner well, and Andrew was able to get the switch back and beat him to the line. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Andrew Payne there gets across the line in a slightly less thrilling finish than his son was involved in. He was a part of that third place battle a bit further up the road. Andrew ends up in 12th position. He was saying to me, full disclosure, I'll get his excuses out now before he does inevitably, he was having some issues with the car in qualifying. I don't think Classic Minis are designed for someone of his height necessarily, so he was struggling a little bit in qualifying to get comfortable in the car. Hopefully they can work on that though as the weekend goes on. Be good to see him up there a bit closer to the front. Right, Andrew Hack wins a thrilling Classic Mini race at Donington Park, just over Nevin Kirkpatrick. That battle settled by 96 thousandths of a second, and there were 95 thousandths of a second separating Ben Seafried and Steve Rideout for third. Hayden Payne was fifth ahead of Dave Rees and James Bryan. Tal Butler was eighth, David Burns ninth, and Will Burnham completes the top 10. It was Will, by the way, I never got a chance to say, it was Will who went through the gravel trap in the yellow car at Redgate Corner midway through the race. Chris Didcott was 11th ahead of Andrew Payne, Tristan Beard, and Nick Townend was a non-finisher, unfortunately, retired to the pit lane. David Kirkpatrick stopped out on the track, having led much of the first half of the race, and Ahmed Shahrabani was also a non-finisher, retiring in the end to the pit lane. And a notice from Greg Graham, who works for the Brscc. Bump drafting is not permitted in the Classic Mini Racing. That's a useful bit of information to know. That answers John Ratcliffe's question earlier on. Oh, and the day gets better. The drivers have actually stopped this time down at the first, second and third boards at the end of pit lane. We've got BRSCC team members. I think that's Marcus Hesketh down there from the BRSCC. Yes, it is, who is guiding the top three into position. Massive thank you to Marcus for orchestrating that. It's not typically the part of the pit lane where you would stop the podium finishers, but because of the location of our commentary box, it has to be down at this end of the pit lane. We are just off camera to the right there of the Redgate camera. So it's a long walk if they were to stop them in their normal position underneath the circuit commentary tower up at pit entry. So big thank you to the marshals and the BRSCC crew for orchestrating that. That means that we should have a chance in a moment to speak to our podium finishers. I can see John Ratcliffe is in position, just gathering the top three finishers together. And right on cue, we can head down and hear from John with our slightly out of breath, I suspect, top three finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, I can imagine they are a little bit out of breath after that one. What an exciting race there in the Classic Mini Racing Championship. And someone who isn't named Kirkpatrick has won the race. Let's go and have a chat with them. From one Andy to another. Let's go and have a chat with Andrew. What a race that was, mate. What a race. And you've only gone and taken the win by 95 thousandths of a second.
Oh, wasn't that much then? It seemed like a lot more in the car. No, brilliant race. Yeah. Brilliant. First time I've driven one of these cars.
Really?
Steve Rydell said, come and have a go. And sat in it and absolutely loved it. Obviously, that's why I keep this, don't I?
Yeah, that's all for you, mate.
It's the only one I've got this year. Oh, yeah, it's broken one. I don't want a broken one. No, brilliant race. Fantastic club. Fantastic cars. Fantastic competitors. Fantastic. Not these two. No, he's really fast and he's really erratic. Or is it erotic? One of the two. Standing porn star. But no, brilliant cars. Loved it, fantastic. And to get a win, my first time out in one, great, because I was worried it's been 40 years this year that I haven't had a trophy in a race meeting, because I've been doing it so long. When there was horse and carts, red flags, Dave Addison was fat. So yeah, no, so that's that. I've done it now. I've got a trophy this year, happy, it keeps it going for next year. But I'm going to definitely have another go in one of these, another round. Fantastic. Great bunch of lads, really close racing. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm glad you had such a good time. A race win as well. You've got another race still coming up, so hopefully more of the same.
I might go and put myself into a spa.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like the spa at the supermarket up there.
Will you go and enjoy that, mate? Go and soak in your win and have a nice time.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. I will grab Mr. Kirkpatrick. Come and have a chat with me as well, sir. And almost another race victory, but just got away from you at the end there.
Yeah, I was defending too much into the last chicane and messed it up and gave it to him basically, but I'm happy with second. It was a bit of a scrappy race on my part, so yeah, I'll tidy that up and go again tomorrow.
It was still a very impressive performance. I mean, of course, it was both you and your brother up at the sharp end for a while. Sadly, he then had to peel off and it was all on you to try and get the result.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him, whether a contact or a breakdown, but I just looked in my mirrors, saw a bit of chaos going on, and thought this could be good. But in seconds they were back on me, so it was back to normal. And yeah, I thought I had it, but I didn't.
Still a good result for the championship, though.
Yep, I'll take that.
That's well done. Best of luck in race 2. Thanks for chatting with me. We'll also grab our 3rd place finisher, Ben. Ben, come over and join me over here if you don't mind. Ben, really good race from you. We were saying in the box, I was saying about how I'm so excited to chat to him. Then it all went wrong, and then it all seemingly went right again.
Yeah, do you know what? I've thought about coming back mini racing for a while, and now I'm here. I'm wondering what the hell I'm doing here, because it was pretty frantic. Yeah, the boys are all really good, really clean. Nev obviously gave me a nice punt up the rear, spun me round, and I just had enough laps to try and get back to 3rd. I didn't think I would, but when Nev hit me the first time on the first corner, I think he put the tracking out, so the car was like all over the place. But yeah, so no, yeah. I mean, I'm pleased to be back. I was meant to be in America now working, and I said to my work, get me home, I've had enough. And then I thought, well, I might as well come mini racing then. So yeah, no, really good. Not a bad result. I would have liked 1st, but you know, these boys are really good, aren't they? They've been doing it a long time, and I'm sort of coming back, really, so I'm a bit rusty. But
it was good to have you back. Of course, you were with us for Castle Combe. You got a 3rd place there as well, so another 3rd place on the block.
Yeah. No, my friend Chris sorted the car. I bought the car. Normally I build them, but I didn't have time, so I bought this one. And then Chris Morgan sorted it out. He raced at Alton Park in my car. Then I raced at Combe. Then I've been working. And then I thought, no, I need to come back. So I'm going to try and do the next 3 rounds as well. Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. If it's going to be that frantic, crying out loud.
You're in for a treat.
I need to get a better start. That's all I need. They're really hard to get off the line. But both Kirkpatricks, the father and the son, they somehow know how to get them off the line. So I need to do a bit of practice.
Indeed. We look forward to that. Race 2 still coming up, so plenty to do in that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Sweet. Thanks for chatting with me, mate.
No
Much
worries.
appreciated.
Cheers.
Well done to all of them. What a race. Still rather warm here at Donington Park, but some very exciting racing action out on the circuit. We've still got lots to come this afternoon, so make sure you stick with us. More racing action coming up next.
Yes, and a correction. The Kirkpatricks, as I've been reminded many a time, are father and son, not brothers. I'm sure father, Kirkpatrick, will be quite happy to claim to be brother of the other, but yes, I have been told that before and I continue to forget, so apologies. Anyway, from Minis to Formula Fords, from one really exciting category of racing to another. Formula Ford 1600 racing is rarely dull. It's our only single-seater action of the weekend here at Donington Park, but it's a good one, isn't it? The SuperClassic Formula Ford Championship is always entertaining, and it's really nice to see it getting good, healthy grids continuously now into 2026, and a pretty interesting championship battle developing as well. Harrison Morrow is the championship leader on 148 points after drop scores are calculated. That puts him 17 points clear of Tom Hawkins, who's been a regular frontrunner in this category for many a year. Tom is only only 2 points ahead of Luke Cooper, another veteran of Formula Ford racing, regular frontrunner at the Formula Ford Festival as well, which of course will be a Brands Hatch once again later this year. Make sure you tune in to that. That's normally in October, and that will be live streamed once again in 2026. Right, before that though, we've got the Donington Park event to go, and we're going to kick that off then with our first race of the weekend shortly. Let's have a little look at the grid, shall we? For this fourth race of the day. Alex Ames has pole position, took it by about a quarter of a second over Leon Frost in his 1989 Van Diemen. In fact, a whole host of similarly aged Van Diemens at the front of the field, really. Tom Hawkins in a 92 example starts third alongside James Clark. Then it's Ben Tinkler and Adam Higgins together on row 3. The best of the non-Van Diemens is the Reynard of Harrison Morrow, the championship leader, only 7th on the grid, interestingly, but he was only a second off pole position in what was an extremely tight qualifying session. He's got Oliver Roberts for company in his Van Diemen. Jaap Blijleven, the former pilot for KLM. I don't know whether he still is, but 13 years ago when I first came across him, that was his profession. He starts on row 5 alongside Daniel Weir, who is the leading Class C runner in a Royale. Then it's Ben Powney's Jamin with Paul Mason's Swift alongside him on row 6. Row 7, Vincent J in a Van Diemen RF90 and an RF88 Van Diemen for Chris Stones sharing the 7th row with him. Row 8, David Townsend's Jamin and the lone Eldon, I think, on the grid of Oliver Buckton on row 8. Row 9, Gerhard Hauschult in his 91 Van Diemen and George Townsend in a Merlin Mark 20. The Class D cars, there are only 2 of them, those 1960s Formula Fords, the oldest cars on the grid, he and the Eldon actually of Oliver Buckton, both in Class D. Neil Hunt, I would argue, is out of position in a 1992 Mondial. He starts on row 10 alongside Tim Fitzgerald in a Van Diemen. Then it's a Reynard of Cohen Beretta alongside Jamie Hall's Van Diemen with Trevor Morgan and Daniel Sajadian, at the back of the 24 car grid. So, just when we could really do with something a bit calmer, just to bring the energy levels down. John, we're going to throw a bunch of Formula Fords out onto the track. I mean, this will not be a dull race, that much I'm fairly confident of, especially given how close qualifying was. At this level of racing, and I don't mean that at all in a derogatory fashion, but in club level racing, to have the top 7 cars all separated by only a second at the end of that qualifying session bodes very well for an entertaining race.
Yeah, and even if you drop back 1 position, the top 6 separated by 6/10. It's ridiculous on this grid, and like you say, that's going to be conducive of some very exciting racing. Let's see how these drivers go then, and we drop back to 15 minutes for this upcoming race. Of course, for the ST240s and the Classic Minis, they were both a 20-minute sprint race. For those here in the Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula Fords, it's 15 minutes. Up next will, of course, be our Fiesta Juniors, the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, and that as well, 15 minutes. And then a slightly longer race to finish that off with 3 hours of Fun Cup. A little bit longer for that one, but 2 15-minute races coming up then. The Formula Fords heading down to the grid, ready for this one to get underway. And always interesting to see the racing in this because, of course, exposed wheels really playing a factor. The drivers have got to trust each other. They've got to be confident but trusting of each other's moves, because that smallest bit of tangling is usually a big incident.
Yes, and we've had a little bit of that in previous races, although Formula Ford drivers, because they know this about Formula Ford racing, it's never changed, has it? Since this category was introduced in the 1960s, it's always been open wheel single-seaters, so they've come to learn that you've got to be fairly respectful of each other, but the racing is so close, it's inevitable sometimes that you'll get that tangling of wheels. Hopefully we don't get that today, and we have a good clean race. I think part of the reason that we're in for definitely a good race is that when you look at that group of cars, really you could go down to Harrison Morrow, couldn't you? The championship leader, only 7th on the grid, all within a second of each other. It's because all of those cars were built within 3, maybe 4 years of each other, and they're all Van Diemens apart from Harrison Morrow in the Reynard, so extremely evenly matched cars. They would have all raced in Formula Ford racing in period together, these cars, and no matter what make they are, they're always pretty even. So yeah, I think we are going to get a very, very exciting race, and a bit of a throwback to late 1980s, early 1990s Formula Fords when you look at that group of cars at the front, all of whom, apart from Adam Higgins, by the way, that top 7 are Class A runners for the more modern machinery. Right then, ready to go racing. Off we go. 15 minutes on the clock, and a good start made by Alex Ames, the yellow car from the inside of row 1, but Leon Frost actually slightly better in the second phase of the start. Pulls alongside. The number 1 of Tom Hawkins looks to the inside, but the advantage, I think, lies with the car on the outside line, maybe, of Leon Frost. No, they're still side by side. Made that 3 wide. Why not right on the inside? What a move by Tom Hawkins. He had to back out of that. That was never going to work, but he might still take second place out of it. Ames with the advantage in the yellow machine. Is that the number 1 of Tom Hawkins into second position? It is, yes, somehow, despite having, I think, all 4 wheels on the grass heading through Hollywood.
My goodness, that gap was always going to close, but Hawkins didn't care. Sent it through, didn't he? Used all of the track and some, and manages to get to second place. Nice start from Tom, as he does fire his way on through then. Already a very exciting first lap in this one, and drivers meandering their way through this second part of the lap now. Plenty of drivers on this grid, as you say, that could take this one. I think how these first few laps play out might be quite crucial in these short and sharp 15-minute races, especially given the fact that in qualifying, as we say, top 6/10 different in terms of overall fastest lap. These drivers are going to be nose to tail for the entirety of this race, so if you can make a good breakaway initially, it might work quite well through the rest of the race. Sadly, though, for Hawkins, looks as though he's dropping back, as a poorer exit comparatively there with Adam Higgins gets him into second place, but Hawkins still has the the inside line and still has second down into Redgate.
Yeah, he just overcooked it slightly going into the chicane, did Hawkins. That's why he was a bit scrappy coming off it. Speaking of scrappy, side by side there for 4th position, Leon Frost and James Clark doing battle. And James Clark in the blue car was trying to go around the outside, but was not really afforded a huge amount of space, was he, by Leon Frost, who continues to defend from the 78 machine into the old hairpin. Ben Tinkler is behind them, and in 7th position still, the points leader Harrison Morrow. He hasn't got a massive championship lead at this stage of the season, so he needs to try and make a bit of progress if he can from outside of the top half dozen. Big move up the inside there from Leon Frost, wasn't it, against Tom Hawkins. So Frost goes from defending 4th position to taking 3rd as they go up through McLean's and Coppice Corner. And Tom Hawkins does look a little bit erratic at this stage. So too James Clark, who dips a wheel in the dirt and will lose a couple of positions as a result.
Indeed, yeah, looking to switch back left, right and centre there as they headed through that part of the circuit. As drivers, as you say, sort of half defending, half attacking. There's lots to be focusing on in this early part of the race. But with these drivers all squabbling as nearly taking off over the curb there through the second part of the S's. That was a bit of a sketchy moment. They land back down on all 4 wheels, so thank goodness, and they press on onto another lap of the race. What I was going to say is that all these drivers, battling as they are, is only giving the opportunity here to Alex Ames to continue to press on into the distance. 1.5 seconds now, his gap at the sharp end ahead of Tom Hawkins, who has managed to settle in now as Frost and Higgins did battle behind as these two continue side by side down the hill. How did they not make any contact there? All sorts of slidey, and there was millimetres between the two cars.
Yeah, that was dicey, wasn't it? One of the fastest parts of the circuit. There's just no grip as the ground drops away beneath you through the crane of curves. It's so easy to lose the car, and when you're side by side, that can end in tears. Thankfully, everyone okay, everyone carries on. It was the 75 of Harrison Morrow then, who has gained a couple of positions on that lap, in fairness, who was trying to gain some more ground at the expense of Adam Higgins. It was Higgins, I think, who went bouncing over the curbs at the chicane, wasn't it? So he's sort of lost some momentum, fallen out of his rhythm slightly because of that, and he's under attack now into the same part of the circuit. A lap later, Morrow to the inside, bringing with him Ben Tinkler. Can Tinkler go through as well? Yes, he can. And so 2 more places lost for Adam Higgins in the 111 car. He's got to try and get himself back into the groove here before he loses too much further ground.
He does indeed, and easier said than done, as once again Alex Ames, another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 15 dead. Now that time, courtesy of Alex, a very impressive time from him then as he continues to very subtly extend that gap out of the sharp. It was about a 10th on the last lap or so from Tom Hawkins, but he himself looking to gap these drivers behind as they go side by side again down through the caners. Big wobble that time for James Clark. Got that rear end all sorts of sideways down through old hairpin, and that might give the opportunity here to Oliver Roberts. He looks to the outside line, but isn't able to get the move done just yet. Oliver Roberts, always a good chap to chat to in the interviews. He's always animated, is Ollie, but for the moment, not quite able to get that car as animated as he was like, and not quite able to get the move yet. Stays in 8th for now. These two absolutely locking horns still, though, between Morrow and Tinkler, isn't it, this, for 4th place.
Yes, indeed. Oops, someone's off at Coppice. Trying to peer through the dust to see who that is. Can't see a number, helpfully. They're still actually having a moment. They haven't yet made it back onto the black stuff. There we go. The track's to the right. Dirt all over the tyres now. That's not going to help them. We'll find out in a moment who that was. Meanwhile, 4th place battle continues. Harrison Morrow then has got to the front of this group, and as has been the story all day, really, no matter what category of racing has been going on, once you get to the front of a queue of cars, John, you just can't get away, can you?
No, proving difficult, clearly. Yeah, driver trying to get back onto the circuit there. Circuit to the right. I'm on the grass. No, I'm not going to play a rendition of a song yet this morning.
Oh, that was a song?
Oh, mate, don't even. The X Factor is not with me. It's not with me.
What I can tell you, to save you from yourself, is that it was Jaap Blijleven who went off up at Coppice Corner. Maybe got distracted by the planes, the former airline pilot up at Coppice Corner. Maybe that's where he was heading, back to his spiritual home, that being the part of the circuit that borders with East Midlands Airport, after all.
Yeah, it's a great circuit if you like plane spotting and car spotting. This is perfect for such a person as you say, yeah, an ex-pilot. Well, hopefully we don't see him taking to the skies at any point in this race. We've already seen at least one driver taking off over the curbs down through the final S's earlier on in this race. As here we see Ollie Roberts once again looking to size up a move here on James Clark. He's trying to close the door, not able to do so though. You saw what Ollie Roberts was trying to do there, get late on the brakes and close right up to the apex to stop the re-overtake, but he couldn't quite get that door closed on James Clark. He muscled his way back to the apex, and at that point Roberts had to give the room back out of that one and lost all his momentum that he'd worked so hard to get. Clark gets back to 7th place, and both those two losing a bit of time to these drivers ahead. Still, Tinkler, Morrow and Higgins going at it down the Craner curves once more. It is now Ben Tinkler who leads this train of 3 drivers. So Harrison Morrow, your championship leader, to 2nd in this train, 5th overall in the race at the moment. And again, just briefly casting our attention to that gap between the top 2. It's now up to 1.9 seconds here as we head on through this lap of the race. Speaking of which, lap number 6 it is at the moment. So with 7.5 minutes left to go, we pretty much just hit half race distance in this one. So we can expect 11 or 12 laps total here to continue squabbling on. Looking at that gap though, between Hawkins and Frost, that is only 0.6 of a second. Well, less, 5.5 tenths between Hawkins and Frost. And that means Leon is able to use a bit of a slipstream. Not that it's massively crucial in cars like these, but it certainly will help. And you can see there, visually alone, that gap has closed again. Now 3.5 tenths as they head now onto lap number 7 of this race. And gap now ahead to Ames, 2.2. So potential that Tom Hawkins is really turning his attention here to Leon Frost behind and thinking maybe that lead has just got too far away from him. Now going to have to start turning his attention to the 59 behind, as Leon has been nicely, consistently quick behind the wheel of his Van Diemen. And for Leon Frost, there was a new personal best on the previous lap, a 15 dead, whereas Hawkins, his personal best is a 15.209. He did a 15.253 on the last lap, so only half a tenth off of his personal best. But his personal best 2 tenths slower than Frost behind. So it seems as though a case of when, not if, that Leon Frost will go for this move for 2nd place. But he's got to wait for Hawkins to make a mistake or lose enough time where he can use that momentum to fire his way past. But at least here on lap number 7, opportunities not opening up for him.
No, interesting, isn't it? These two cars, 3 years difference between the two of them. Frost has the older car, interestingly, a 1989 Van Diemen, a 92 example for Tom Hawkins, but nothing really massively changed on the Van Diemens between those 3 years. They're pretty much the same car. It's one of the joys of Formula Ford racing, really. Not a lot has changed in these cars since the 60s, really. They've got a bit bigger, a bit longer, but they don't really go any quicker now, not a lot quicker anyway, than they did back then. In fact, it's not unheard of at the festival at the end of the year, if it gets a bit wet, for some of the 60s and 70s cars to be up there battling inside the top 10 overall. They are remarkable machines, Formula Fords, and it's so nice to see they're still as popular as ever. Well, maybe not as ever, but still very popular anyway, even in the mid-2020s, with 24 of them taking the start in this race. This is the battle to be 2nd of that grid of 24. Tom Hawkins still defending from Leon Frost as they round McLean's corner. And yeah, Leon, having caught him, just can't yet find a way by. And it's actually hard to see where that move will come. They're so evenly matched.
Indeed, they're super evenly matched, and that is the issue at the moment, isn't it, for Leon Frost? He just can't quite find that opportunity to get a move done. Now clearly by the lap times previous, there was a little bit more pace in it from Frost, and on the previous lap both Hawkins and Frost setting personal best. Hawkins jumping down into a 15 dead, just like Frost was on, but he's now into the 14.9s, as Ames now goes into the 14.7s out in the lead of the race. Pole position time was a 14.4, so sort of a couple of tenths off the ultimate pace, but Ames is closing in on it, and here we finally see a bit of defence from Tom Hawkins. Down into Redgate once more. It'll be a nice exit for Leon Frost, but I imagine Hawkins will cover that one off, as he does. But there you go, the first sort of showing from Hawkins that he is willing to defend this position, and I think some understanding that Alex Ames too far gone in this one now with only 4 minutes left to go.
It's odd, isn't it? Because if you're Leon Frost, actually, that's what you want to see Tom Hawkins doing. You want to see him defending because A, it means that he's a bit rattled, and B, it might just cost him exit speed from a corner. And look, it has. Half a lap later, he still hasn't really got back into the groove, back onto the line. And Leon Frost again forced him to defend into McLean's. He'll do the same into Coppice. This all stems from that little defensive move into Redgate corner. And still, nearly a lap later, it is potentially costing Tom Hawkins time. But in fairness, he's putting the car in all the right places, isn't he? Leon Frost not able yet to get a meaningful overlap. Does it come into the chicane? No, not on the inside anyway, but once more he forces Hawkins to defend. Now Tom has been a little bit weaker through the chicane at times in this race. By defending on the way in, that will slow him down further on the exit and maybe give Leon the opportunity into Redgate. Again though, only the outside line is left available to him, and surely he won't try and go right round the outside. Indeed he doesn't. Someone is going right round the outside. That's one of the Class D cars, I think, that's been off up at Coppice. We'll get back to that in a moment. The second place battle continues to rage on down the hill.
Indeed it does. I think that battle really just showed off everything we've been talking about this circuit so far today in terms of the fact of using that momentum to get lap time out of your car. And equally, even if you do have to defend a little bit, if you can carry that momentum well and keep your car well placed on the circuit, you can keep drivers behind. That's exactly what's happening here at the moment between Hawkins and Frost. And this time, Hawkins only sort of half defence there, middle of the circuit, carries his speed well. I don't think he'll need to defend this time up through Coppice, and he doesn't. He's able to use the full width of the circuit, and that'll help him carry that speed all the way down Starkey Straight. We had a little bit of tyre squealing there, and I think that was from Hawkins. It seems to be a nice exit once again from Leon Frost, but Hawkins moved to the inside line. Now, he thought about opening up, didn't he, there? But suddenly thought, oh no, Hawkins is definitely going to go up the inside. We got gravel all off down through the S's. Couldn't work out quite who that was. Either way, Hawkins holds on yet again. A defensive masterclass being shown at the moment from Hawkins, but he's got 2 more minutes to try and keep Frost behind.
He took the words right out of my mouth, although he has maybe left an opportunity at Redgate. No, Hawkins later on the brakes than Leon, but yeah, masterclass in defensive driving. He's not put a wheel wrong yet, has Tom. He's got to continue to do so for another couple of laps, and then second place will be his. He is second in Class A, but Alex Ames, the leader, is a guest driver, so won't score championship points. So from a championship perspective, this is fantastic for Tom Hawkins. He's the best of the point scorers within his class, and actually the car behind him of Leon Frost is a Class B runner, so it doesn't really matter if Leon gets past him from a championship point of view. Although, I think Tom is still quite keen to keep him behind, given how busily he's defending from the number 59 car. The next best of the Class A machines is Ben Tinkler even, in 4th position, with Harrison Morrow right behind him, would complete the podium finishers as far as point scoring Class A drivers are concerned. In Class C, it's the 42 car that leads the way of Daniel Weir, I can tell you, and in Class D, up in 13th position is Oliver Buckton, who leads that category for the older cars, so really good performance from him. The final lap begins. Alex Ames has already gone through to start that final lap of the race. Second position is where the battle's at, and they're just now starting to come across some lapped cars. This could maybe yield an opportunity for Leon Frost, or maybe for Tom Hawkins to put a bit of a gap between himself and the third place runner. That seems to be what happened at least through Redgate that time. The gap just shot out slightly by a length or so. In fact, more than that, Leon Frost really has dropped away slightly at the beginning of this final lap of the race, and so Tom Hawkins doesn't have any defending to do into the old hairpin, and might not have any to do for the remainder of the final lap of the race. Through Starkeys, in towards Schwantz they go, battling back markers. If I know that's the leader, isn't it? Alex Ames in the Pennzoil liveried car, just negotiating a slower runner heading out of McLean's corner. He is well on his way to a victory. As I said, he won't score any championship points. He is dipping in and out of the championship, is Alex, but great to have him on the grid this weekend. He is going to be absolutely delighted if he can claim a race victory, and a pretty uncontested one really beyond the first couple of corners. He has scooted off into the lead, and he will come off the final chicane unchallenged for race victory. Alex Ames will win the first Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula 4 Championship race of the weekend. Second position will go the way of Tom Hawkins. In the end, he managed to put quite a bit of distance between himself and Leon Frost, actually. That was, well, it's showing us half a second, but it should be 1.2 seconds. Oh, my timing screen's a little bit behind, I think. So Ames, Hawkins and Frost the top 3, with Ben Tinkler and Harrison Morrow next in behind. And then it is Adam Higgins, James Clark, Oliver Roberts, Ben Powney and Paul Mason to complete the top 10 runners overall. So exciting stuff, as always, from the Formula Fords, and we will have more Formula Ford action as we move on through the weekend, which is music, I'm sure, to your ears, those of you who enjoyed that first Formula Ford action of the day. And I'll be back out again tomorrow for, just trying to remind myself whether it's 1 or 2 races, 1 more race at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ames then the winner, Hawkins second, Leon Frost completes the overall top 3 and was the winner in Class B. Ben Tinkler and Harrison Morrow next, ahead of Adam Higgins and James Clark. Oliver Roberts 8th, Class C winner Ben Powney was 9th, and Paul Mason completes the top 10 ahead of Daniel Weir. Chris Stones, Weir by the way the Class D winner, Oliver Buckton 13th and Vincent J in 14th place. 15th Jaap Blijleven ahead of David Townsend and Gerhard Hauschult. Then it was Neil Hunt and George Townsend with Jamie Hall completing the top 20. Cohen Barata was 21st. Then it was Tim Fitzgerald, Trevor Morgan and Daniel Sajadian completing the 24 runners. I think I'm right in saying that all 24 starters finished the race. Yes, they did, which is really nice to see, given the fact that not all of these cars, well, the youngest of these cars is an early 1990s Formula Ford, so really good to have them all still running at the checkered flag after an entertaining first Formula Ford race of the weekend. Let's take a look back at some of the best bits. Race 1 for the Geoff Page Engineering SuperClassic Formula Ford Championship saw Alex Ames start from pole position and saw Alex Ames dominate the race despite coming under some attack on the run into the first corner, with initially Leon Frost getting his nose ahead on the outside line. The pair would run wheel to wheel out of Redgate corner, at which point Tom Hawkins made it 3 abreast for the lead, tried to get through on the grass, wasn't quite able to do it, and he then settled into an almighty battle for second position. He was defending busily from the 59 of Leon Frost in the early stages, with others like James Clark getting involved. James there shovelled a little bit wide up through Redgate corner at one point. The opening 5 minutes or so of the race were proper slipstreaming Formula Ford action, with overtaking almost corner by corner, much of it in the early stages coming from Harrison Morrow, the championship leader, who had qualified a little bit lower down the grid than he'd be used to. 7th on the grid. He was nearly involved in a scary tangling of wheels down through the Craner curves. That was with Adam Higgins, who he would eventually get past, and then also managed to move up another position or so before the end of the race. That was Ben Tinkler's yellow number 40 car that he was dicing with heading through Redgate corner. James Clark then started to struggle a bit mid-race, sliding wide through the old hair, but he wasn't the only one though, with a couple of cars, including Jaap Blijleven, the former star of Northern Formula Ford competition, going gravel tracking up at Coppice corner. Then a close call for James Clark as he slipped up the inside of Oliver Roberts into the chicane. In the latter third of the race, though, it was all about the battle for second position, with the number 1 car of Tom Hawkins desperately trying to keep Leon Frost at bay. Leon threw everything at the battle for second, really wanted to try and move into second position. They were both on course, though, for a net win in the class. Alex Ames leading overall, a guest driver, so Tom Hawkins the leading point scoring Class A runner, and Leon Frost leading in Class B. It was a brilliant tussle between the two of them, though. Leon really did try everything, only really dropping back on the final lap as they negotiated traffic, something that Alex Ames was able to do with minimal disruption. He came across the line to win the race, and it was a brilliant points day for Tom Hawkins, managing to win in Class A as far as the point scorers were concerned, with Leon Frost winning Class B. Right, let's head down into the pit lane. John Ratcliffe is with our drivers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, welcome down, everyone, back to pit lane. Let's have a chat with our top 3 then from what was a very exciting race. I've got to say first as well, for your winning car, I mean, I wouldn't approve anyone of smoking, but that livery is awesome. Love it. Let's go and chat to the driver of said car. Hello, Alex.
Hello,
Alex, I don't really have much to say to you in this interview because it seemed pretty flawless out there from where I was sitting.
I just tried to. I didn't make a particularly great start, if I'm honest. It bogged a little bit, and I saw Leon, and I was like, oh. And then Tom's coming on. I'm like, I just need to be a little bit defensive here, and to get my head down and just push. Which, yeah, managed to push away and control it. Got a bit caught with some of the back markers, but I wasn't. I knew Andrew was giving me the pit board, so I knew where we were, and so it was like let's just focus on getting some good lap times and pull away. So I haven't been in the car since November, racing lots of other historic things all over Europe. So. It's a lovely pleasure to come back and race with Formula Ford, especially Alan does a fantastic job of bringing new, young, up-and-coming drivers to the sport as well. And yeah, it's credit to him and credit to everybody that's involved in making this as successful as it is.
It's certainly successful, and it was great to have you involved. Some amazing pace, as we say, just continued to get better lap on lap and drove away from the pack. I assume you're hoping for more of the same in the next one.
Oh, fingers crossed. We'll see. You can never count that in with Formula Ford. It's always so close, and to actually get a gap is virtually unheard of sometimes. So I was lucky to get away. We'll see what we can do tomorrow.
There you go. You managed to do it. Well done. Congrats on the win. Thank you very much. We'll head straight over here and chat with second place, Tom. Hello, sir. Good to chat with you as always. Well done. It looked like you were having to defend pretty hard at points in that last sort of 5 or 6 minutes of the race.
Yeah, I was getting a bit worried. I thought I might go back down to third there, but we made it sort of stick in the end. I mean, Leon was fighting hard but fighting fair, so yeah, I was quite happy with the result. I mean, Alex is a guest in the series, so I picked up sort of effectively maximum points against my rivals, which is exactly what I needed to do this time.
Exactly.
So, yeah,
I'm a Harrison off the podium as well. That helps a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so that's closed the gap down a bit. I was a little bit annoyed on the first lap because I kind of had a bit of a moment into the chicane. I outbraked myself into the chicane trying to keep up with Alex and then dropped him a bit. And I was hoping that I could like tag on the back of him and just... I'm not sure I think he's got a couple of tenths on me, but I think in a tow, I think I could sort of stay with him. But that just allowed him to just... he gapped me and then I lost the tow, and then that sort of half a tenth to a tenth that he seems to have on me just sort of escalated towards the race for a few car lengths by the end. So
you did well to hold on second. Well
yeah,
done.
no, really good race. Really enjoyed
Cheers,
it.
Tom. Thank you very much. We'll quickly grab our third place finisher, Leon. Leon, we're about to head out for the juniors, so we'll quickly say hello. But what a race. You were putting some serious pressure on Tom, but just couldn't quite get him.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, we had to go around the outside. We didn't go for it for the lead. We nearly got it. If we didn't go for it, we would have been falling back anyway. So I kind of knew starting second I was going to get bullied around a bit. But once it all settled down, we got on pace and we got it to Tom, but he didn't really put a foot wrong, really. It was hard. I mean, I made a few mistakes, I've learned a few lessons, a bit of racecraft, but he didn't put a foot wrong. He drove brilliantly. I couldn't get him crack him under pressure. And yeah, I mean, third was the best we could do, but it's good points. We're beating some of our rivals who've been on it all season, so it's nice to have some people between us who are winning the championship and so on. So it's good points if you look at the big picture. And also we're starting third now, so we've got that inside line now, so we can take advantage of that and hopefully not get bullied around as much.
Nice. Well, best of luck for the second race. Thanks for chatting with me. Well done, Leon. Well, there you go. That was our top three then from Geoff Page Engineering, Formula Fords. I think we're about ready to go for our next race, though. Our last of the sprint races here today is the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Back to you, Andy.
Yes, thank you very much, John. Just taking a minute or two to get the cars gridded up. It's a big grid once again for the Fiesta Juniors, as is sort of the norm these days for this hugely popular junior championship. 29 of them set to take the grid, and they're headed after qualifying by the championship leader Dara McInerney, with Thomas Simpson alongside him on that front row of the grid. Then on the second row of the grid, we've got Savasolenchenko and Lewis Islin. Daniel Tecci, the Fiesta Scholarship winner, lines up next ahead of Max Fenton. Then Josh Watts, who was a winner in the Ginetta Junior Championship only a few weeks ago at Alton Park, has Rhys Owen for company on row number 4. Row 5, completing the top 10 of the grid, is Bobby Holmes alongside Jensen Pritchard. Lewis Turkington, son of four-time British Touring Car Champion Colin Turkington, is next, and Lewis really starting to make a name for himself now. Had his best ever finish in the championship last time at Anglesey. He's got Daniel Hartley alongside him on row 6. Row 7, Benji Douglas and Barnaby Brewer, with Harry Lindley and Harry Russell, the two Harrys together, on row 8. Row 9 for Oliver Heron, second in the championship, so really disappointing qualifying effort for Oliver. I seem to recall he had a similar issue at Anglesey last time. He's got Callie Clifford alongside on row 9. Row 10, Neil Hampson and Nathan Edwards. Hayden Gray and Nathaniel Darcy are on row 11. Row 12, Leo Mosley and Charlie Burnett. And then towards the tail end of the field, row 13, Joe Wood and Oscar Hommerstone, who brought about a red flag after going off into the gravel in qualifying earlier on this morning. Jessica Jefferson and Thomas Harper next, ahead of Kieran Stewart. So So that's how the grid lines up. As I said, Dara McInerney's the championship leader coming into the weekend. Dara won all 3 races at the Snetterton season opener. He also won all 3 races last time out at Anglesey. So 6 of the 8 races so far this season have been won by Dara McInerney. The 2 that he didn't win were at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. He had a non-finish in the first race and then finished 3rd in race 2. So he'll be dropping those 2 results. And I think one of the race victories. I'm pretty sure it's the 3 worst finishes that get dropped in Fiesta Juniors, as with most of the Brscc championships. And so Dara McInerney, even with those points dropped, is still arriving here at Donington Park, 38 points ahead of Oliver Heron, who has qualified down in about 17th on the grid. So massive advantage this to Dara in the championship. Perhaps the story is going to become more the battle for second in the championship. Bobby Holmes came into the weekend only 7 points behind Oliver Heron and only 7 points ahead of Lewis Islin, sorry. So really close second, third and even 4th position, only 18 points further back is Jensen Pritchard. So that could become the storyline maybe as we move through the second half of the season. But the story this morning was all about Dara McInerney, pole position, and he'll really be hoping to convert that into a 4th win in a row and potentially a 7th of the season. A couple of grid penalties to let you know about, by the way. These were both because of causing a collision in a previous race, that being the 3rd race at Anglesey last time out. Car 55, Bobby Holmes, was given a 7-place grid penalty. Now he's starting 9th, so that shows how well he qualified. He should have been 3rd, sorry, he should have been 2nd, excuse me. But a 7-place grid penalty knocks him down to 9th position. I don't know why it's 7 places. Answers on a postcard. 5-place grid penalty, more traditional, went the way of number 70 Benji Douglas, but also causing a collision back at Anglesey. He will be starting 13th. So a few drivers out of position, most notably John, the driver 2nd in the championship, who for the 2nd weekend in a row, Oliver Heron, has not had a great time in qualifying. He will be taking the start of this one well down the order and needs, from a championship perspective, to make progress.
He does indeed. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting race, this one, as we continue on through the championship season. Not only for the fact of that we are sort of progressing through now and where drivers are settling in the championship, sort of setting the tone of where they're fighting for through to the finish, but also for the fact of here this weekend for the juniors, sometimes they'll have 3 races, sometimes they'll have 2 on a race weekend. This race weekend is 2 races for them, so ultimately, of course, in terms of points, it doesn't swing one way or the other, but you make all this effort to come to a race meeting. They've only got 2 bites of the cherry to get it done here, so there might be a bit more pressure here on this first result from race number 1. I'm very excited for this one to get underway, Andy.
Yeah, tricky, isn't it? If you're having a good weekend, you want more races. If you're Oliver Heron and you're having a bad weekend, you kind of can't wait for it all to be over. The fewer races, the better, but it's 2 weekends in a row now where Oliver looks likely to lose points to Dara McInerney. We haven't even started the first race yet, you never know, but certainly based on qualifying, it's advantage to the championship leader, whose orange and blue car launches from pole position and gets our first Fiesta Junior race underway. 15 minutes these races for the juniors, 5 minutes shorter than the ST240s who were out earlier. Good start this from Thomas Simpson though, from the outside of row 1. He's going to go toe-to-toe with the points leader through Redgate corner. McInerney holds the inside line and holds the advantage they're still side by side as they head down the hill, but a side drafting maybe from Simpson, and he's definitely going to take the challenge to the leader. So down the hill we go. Hold your breath, careful on cold tyres, through on the inside line. I think he's going to go Thomas Simpson. Yes, he does. McInerney fights back at the old hairpin though. Brilliant racing between the 2 of them, and it will be Dara McInerney who has the advantage heading out of the old hairpin for the first time. Simpson slots into 2nd position, and is that Islin up to 3rd? I couldn't quite tell from that particular shot. We'll get a look at that in a moment. Tecci is 4th in the Goodyear-backed scholarship winner's car, but a clean-ish first corner as someone arrives sideways. Oh, spoke too soon, someone's off. That is the 14 car of Kieran Stewart at the old hairpin.
Oh dear, so 1 driver off on this first lap, but I think we'll take that in a Brscc Fiesta Junior race. We've seen them get a rather touchy at the best of times. But we continue on this first lap, and I thought that Thomas Simpson had got that one sorted as they continued side by side down Craners. Of course, a little bit slidey for your race leader of McInerney, and I thought Simpson had got it done, but no, McInerney able to fight back down through into Old Hairpin, gets the lead back, and not only that, through the rest of this first lap, he's broken away beautifully, hasn't he? What's the gap going to be across the line? It's 1.5 seconds between McInerney and Simpson. Not only that, Thomas Simpson is having to defend here from Solonchenko and Tecci, and Islin's going to get all sorts of sideways under brakes as well. So these 4 or 5 drivers are going to start focusing on each other, and McInerney might just scamper off into the sunset.
Yeah, that's what's happening. It's what happened a few times at Anglesey. A couple of times last time in Anglesey, I seem to remember, and earlier in the season. So, yeah, really working well for the leader. Very odd three-wheel moment there for Daniel Tecci, who's up into third, and he's now going for second round the outside. There's contact further back, though. That was Solonchenko into the side of Josh Watts, who... Josh Watts just cannot buy a piece of good fortune this year, whether it be in Fiesta Juniors or Ginetta Juniors. He's had that one win in Ginetta's at Alton Park, and apart from that, it's been disaster after disaster. It continued last time at Zandvoort in the Ginetta Junior Championship, and unfortunately, he's had more dramas here at Donington in the Fiestas. So Josh Watts, unfortunately, going no further in the 22 car. His car deposited into the gravel trap. They will probably be able to deal with that with a live snatch, I suspect. The marshal's just running out to see what assistance they can give, but his car going no further. In fact, no, the safety car is being scrambled, so safety car is brought onto the track, and that will bunch them all back together. Some were more aware than others of the safety car coming out, but that advantage that we were talking about for Dara McInerney is no more.
Yeah, it goes to zero, doesn't it, sadly, as Callie Clifford exiting the pits behind the safety car. Will she go past, I would have thought?
Well, she is
going to get waved past, so good. McInerney will be picked up by the safety car, and she'll have to go round to join the back of the train, sadly, for Callie. But yes, an interesting first start to the race, so an interesting first couple of laps. We thought that Simpson could get stuck in there and fight with McInerney, but couldn't. And then McInerney really just showing his potential there through the rest of that first lap, scampering off from the rest of the order. As you say, something we're quite used to now through this season, the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. McInerney with plenty of wins under his belt already, and of course it was lovely that you got to have a good chat with Dara's mum back at Anglesey as well, and give maybe a bit of an insight that we wouldn't usually get, especially into a young driver's career, as to the thoughts of the parents going into each race as well, which was interesting. And I can imagine she'll be biting her nails again in this one.
Yes, the gist of that conversation was she was incredibly nervous but incredibly proud of Dara McInerney, which I suspect is sentiments echoed up and down the pit lane right now. Lots of nervous parents watching or maybe tuning in from home if they can't make it to the track, but it's got to be a nerve-wracking experience. Remember, these drivers are all between the ages of 14 and 17. They are high school students, and they're at the wheel of proper racing cars. You know, this newer generation of Ford Fiesta that was introduced a few years ago. It is a big step up from the previous generation of Fiesta that we used to use. These are proper racing cars. They are really well presented. Got some big teams involved in this now as well. The likes of Speedworks, for example, who are touring car and GT racing experts, running cars still in the British Touring Car Championships. So there's a lot of pressure on the line, and we do sometimes forget that they are only teenagers, 14 to 17 years old, and the parents must be absolutely going through it as they watch trackside or wherever they are. So yeah, kudos to the Brscc though for once again bringing a massive grid of cars to Donington Park midway through the season. Sometimes you start to lose a few drivers, you know, budget may be running out, or perhaps championship aspirations not looking all that likely, and so maybe they decide to turn their attention elsewhere. But that's not really happened this year. Interest has not dwindled, 29 cars on the grid, and then you get into the second half of the season and you start to get a few more coming along to have a play who are thinking about competing next year. So if you're interested in getting involved in junior racing, you could do an awful lot worse than racing in the Fiesta Juniors. Come and be a part of this championship next year. Head over to the Brscc website for all of the details on how to enter, and of course you could win your way onto the grid with the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which will run once again over the course of the winter. And if you can come out on top of what is always a very hotly contested contest, you could win your way onto the grid, as Daniel Tecci did, of course, over the winter of 2025. So lots of ways to get involved, and I'm sure this championship's going to be just as popular next year as it has been this season.
Oh, 100%. It's going from strength to strength, isn't it, the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship? And great to see so many names on the list this season. As you say, I'm sure there'll be even more going into 2027. We were chatting about nervous parents, and surely Daniel Tecci's parents have got to be pretty up there, because of course a lot of the drivers out there racing in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, as that's our first plane shot of the day.
Didn't take long.
On the live stream. Of course, we're here at East Midlands Airport. It had to happen. But what I was going to say is a lot of the drivers in the field here will likely have raced from a relatively young age. Would have done karting and things through, say, Honda Cadets up into Junior Rotax and things like that. That's sort of where my background is from. And that will mean that, of course, as a parent, you're always going to be nervous when your son or daughter's going out to race, but they will have likely had sort of 5, 6, 7 years at this point of dealing with those nerves when their kid goes out on circuit. But Daniel Tecci, of course, coming through the scholarship program, hadn't done any proper professional racing before this year. So for the first time ever, his parents having to watch him go out on circuit in a field of 30-plus Fiesta Juniors. And he doesn't hang about, does he? He gets stuck right in, does Daniel Tecci. So I think his parents are probably needing a new ticker after this season.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. It's what's great about the scholarship, though. You don't have to have years and years of karting experience to get yourself onto this grid. You don't anyway, I suppose, as long as you've got the budget and the backing to get out there. But through the scholarship, Daniel was able to get himself onto the grid, limited experience, maybe wouldn't have had as much luck getting hold of sponsors, attracting a team to run him, because he didn't have the CV that some of the others have. But he proved what he could do out on track up at Blighton, and it's not just on track either. You have to prove you're media trained, there's lots of things you have to go through, lots of tests you have to go through, but obviously he was quick enough in the car. He's demonstrated that through this middle part of the season, and it's one of the great things about scholarship programs in general. That's not the only one, this is not the only championship that offers scholarship programs, but the more we have the better, because it just opens more doors for drivers who wouldn't necessarily have automatically had that opportunity.
Although I do think this is the only scholarship where you might get to chat to Richard John Neal, so I think probably the best one.
Which, yes, you get to chat to him during the scholarship and then occasionally on event if you do well enough. I mean, that is a prize that money can't buy, isn't it?
It is indeed, it is indeed. Yeah, the drivers, I'm sure, relishing in that opportunity. We miss you, Richard, we miss you.
I've only heard a couple of them ask me where Richard is this weekend, by the way. I think the rest of them are quite happy to see you, John.
Oh, no, that's certainly not true at all. Looks as though McInerney might be getting ready to restart this race, though. He's going to go for the break. Do you want to take us to this restart, Andy?
Yep, well, a good restart for McInerney, isn't it? Look at that, immediately pulling a gap, and Daniel Tecci's been listening to us, obviously singing his praises, because he's really on his toes, trying to find a way past Lewis Islin for third. He's been outside, inside, back to the outside again, and he's very late on the brakes into Redgate Corner. I think Islin, though, will hang on the inside line. Well, maybe not. He's a little bit sideways. Oh, and the second place man is as well, Thomas Simpson. Round the outside goes Daniel Tecci. I think he's got second place out of all of that. Really good opportunistic driving, and Thomas Simpson, the tyre temperatures had come down behind the safety car, and I don't think he'd quite accounted for that enough. He is plummeting down the order.
So what was a move for third place becomes a move for second for Tecci. Daniel's through into the top two. I tripped over my own headset. I got so excited about second place going round there, almost for Thomas Simpson. He did well to hold that big snap, but as you say, he's lost a heap of positions from that one. And once again, might be the opportunity for McInerney to scythe on in the lead. Well, especially if these two behind continue battling like this. Absolutely door-to-door action here between Tecci and Islin. Islin's back up the inside at Coppice. He'll make it work. Up and over the curb on the inside goes Bobby Holmes. As up and under then goes Max Fenton. It's all kicking off.
Oh my word, it is, isn't it? I thought Bobby Holmes was in the pound seats then, but he went tight into Coppice. That slowed him on the exit, and he lost a position, might lose two. I think he's got something stuck under the front of his car, maybe one of those plastic marker posts. He'll need to try and shake that off if he can. That will be causing a vibration at best, and there we go, off it goes as he rattles over the curbs through the final chicane. McInerney leads. Wait, and there is second position Lewis Islin, a long way back with Daniel Tecci right behind him. Pritchard fourth, Holmes fifth, sixth is up for debate. Max Fenton versus the recovering Thomas Simpson, as round the outside goes Pritchard there to try and keep hold of the position from Bobby Holmes. Holmes slips back in behind. We've also got Riso in, Daniel Hartley, Barnaby Brewer, all a part of this lead, well, second place pack essentially, which, much as is the case in the championship really, is losing touch with Dara McInerney. The points leader is a runaway race leader at this point, 2.6 seconds his advantage after only one lap of racing, and that advantage, I suspect, is only going to keep growing because this battle for second is not going to calm down anytime soon.
It is not. Certainly not. 4 minutes left to go on the clock then, and it is anyone's game in this battle for second place. Islin, Tecci, Pritchard, Holmes and Fenton all amongst this one. I think Fenton's just dropped back now into the clutches of Simpson. Riso in there with them as well. Then Daniel Hartley and Barnaby Brewer rounding out the top 10. And that's all just the cars we can see in this one singular camera shot as they head down Starkey Straight once more. We see there Thomas Simpson battling back to the outside line there with, who is that he's going with? Max Fenton it is, of course, on the 287 as they head down into the braking zone. The other Speedworks car there of Daniel Hartley behind us. Oh dear, forced straight on there is Thomas Simpson. They tried to go 2x2 and it didn't work. Well, he's carried the speed well through that bit.
I don't think he lifted, did he, once he was on the grass there, and that was full commitment to rejoin the circuit as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, second position, Lewis Islin, who is backing the car into every corner, is now getting hit from behind by Daniel Tetchy, who had such an overspeed mid-corner, but nowhere to go with all of that momentum, and instead gave a headbutt to the second place man. Islin then second, Tetchy third, Pritchard, the black and orange car, grey and orange car, in fourth, and then the green machine is Bobby Holmes. Really defensive line taken by Islin. He's really holding up Daniel Tetchy, but Tetchy just can't find a way through, or can he? He finds a gap on the outside, wriggles through at the old hairpin. That was a brilliant move. Has he got it made though? Because here now comes Bobby Holmes in the green car to the inside, and Jensen Pritchard. It's all getting very messy up the hill. They're three abreast into the corner. There's inevitable contact. Islin's out through the dirt. Tetchy still can't fend off Jensen Pritchard, who keeps on coming up the inside into Coppice corner. This is elbows out stuff, and it's Pritchard who will get second position, I think. Well, maybe. I'll let you call the end of this battle.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I think inevitable was the right word there as they continue three wide through a couple of sections of corners. Sadly, Islin there, the one that found himself on the outside line and shuffled to the gravel. He's done well, though, to wrestle his car back onto the black stuff, side-by-side contact and off. Did well not to go over, does go over, goes the 35 of Jensen Pritchard, digs into the gravel, up and over he goes, and with 2 minutes left to go, I'm going to assume that might just call the end of the race.
Yes, and it wouldn't be our first Fiesta Junior red flag of the day. There is the red flag, and that will be the race over. Now, what the result will be, quite frankly, John, I don't know, because the result will probably go back a lap, but of course we're missing one of our podium finishers. One of the others was involved in the contact with him. That was really unfortunate. Lewis Islin had to turn into the corner at some point, I suppose, but yeah, he had that car up the inside of him of Jensen Pritchard, who started 10th, by the way. He did such a good job. He was second briefly in all of that, having started 10th on the grid. Really good progress made. McInerney's the winner. That much we can tell you. But Dara McInerney, the championship leader, gets the win. I suspect Lewis Islin will be second once the results go back a lap, and technically Daniel Tetchy third, but the result as we have it at the moment is McInerney from Holmes from Islin, with Max Fenton fourth and Thomas Simpson in fifth. Daniel Tetchy sixth at the flag, ahead of Daniel Hartley and Barnaby Brewer. Jensen Pritchard and Rhys Owen complete the top 10, ahead of Lewis Turkington and Benji Douglas. Oscar Hommerstone was 13th, ahead of Harry Lindley. Hommerstone, remember, started 26th on the grid. Good run for him. Harry Russell, 15th, ahead of Hayden Gray. Then it was Charlie Burnett, Nathan Edwards, Neil Hampson and Oliver Heron to complete the top 20. Sava Solonchenko involved in that contact down at the old hairpin with Josh Watts. He ended up 21st, ahead of Nathaniel Darcy. Jessica Jefferson and Thomas Harper were next, ahead of Callie Clifford and Leo Mosley, with Joe Wood in 27th position. 28th was Kieran Stewart, and Josh Watts was the only driver on that result sheet classified as a non-finisher, but of course we also know that unfortunately Jensen Pritchard did not make it to the flag. There is Jensen, he is okay, and I was wondering whether he was going to start remonstrating with Daniel Tetchy there as he came home back to the pit lane, but no hand gestures from Jensen Pritchard, which is good. We condone that behaviour, and I'm sure they will talk it out later on outside of the Clerk of the Courses office. So, Fiesta Junior action plenty, and we will have another Fiesta Junior race tomorrow, which is going to be well worth tuning in for. That race will be at 11:25, our last sprint race of the weekend. There is Jensen Pritchard's car, fortunately turned over at the chicane. Now, it looks very dramatic when you cut to a shot of a car on its side in a gravel trap, but it was a very low-speed roll, and it's pretty typical of Fiestas, really, and this sort of car. If they go into a gravel trap sideways, they tend to dig in, and they're quite top-heavy, so over it went. It didn't really do any damage. He'll be taken to the medical centre just for a checkup in the medical car, but we saw him getting into the medical car under his own steam. He appeared absolutely fine. Lots of safety work goes into these junior cars, as indeed is the case for all junior cars, and the driver safety is absolutely paramount. Now, the cars are lining up at the end of the pit straight. Some are being waved forward, others aren't. Are they being waved into the pit lane, or are we going to have a restart? I wouldn't imagine we'll have a restart. There was only a couple of minutes left on the clock. Well, actually, I suppose, no, 6 minutes. No, I think we might get a restart here, you know. 6 minutes No, that's the wrong... my timing screen hasn't updated. Yeah, 13 minutes. I'd be very surprised with 2 minutes left if they were to restart the race, but they are not sending the cars into the pit lane, which would normally be a sign that race is over. Now I think they're being waved into the pit lane, possibly. The start line marshals just trying to get the message across, and yes, cars now being waved into the pit, so John Ratcliffe has not made the journey to the pit lane for nothing. And we are going to have hopefully our podium finishers join us down at the end of the pit lane. But that was unfortunate then that we've ended up with a race stoppage for the Fiesta Juniors. It was a massively entertaining battle up to that point, and really unfortunate tangle going into the chicane means that with Jensen Pritchard's car on its side, the race has to be ended early. So cars do now start to make their way down the pit lane in front of Championship Coordinator Esther Crook there, who is on from the pit lane. Esther, who's been involved in the championship for over a decade now, I suspect, and has a background in teaching, so she's perfect for dealing with these high school students and at times reprimanding them if need be, but also celebrating their successes. And she lives and breathes this championship, massively invested in what goes on, and has done a splendid job and integral to the running of the championship and the growth of the championship over recent years, with the grid sizes massively increasing over the last 4 or 5 seasons, to the point that we at times have been knocking on the door of capacity grids, which is lovely to see, and hopefully that will continue on, as I said, into next season. So cars have been directed down the pit lane. There is Dara McInerney at long last making his way into the winner's enclosure, the podium enclosure. Pulls up in front of the number 1 car. Bobby Holmes is pulling up in number 2, I believe, or is that number 3? Lewis Islin is there as well. Yeah, 2 for Holmes, 3 for Islin, but whether that actually ends up being the result, I don't know. I think Islin was second a lap before the red flag. And it was technically Daniel Tecci who was in 3rd, I seem to recall. But anyway, John will speak to the drivers regardless. We know Dara McInerney is the race winner. That much is for certain. He is going to be eager to celebrate that victory with John. Don't forget that we are not done racing yet here at Donington Park. We've got one more race to come. It is the 2nd Fun Cup endurance race of the day, the 3-hour more traditional endurance race for Fun Cup. Again, I say this every time, if you've never seen Fun Cup before and you think, oh, 3 hours, that's going to be a bit boring, you could not be more wrong. Race 1 earlier on was an absolute epic. We're really looking forward to 3 more hours of that going into the early evening. For now, let's head down into the pit lane and hear from John with our podium finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, you join us back down here again. The crowd's going wild at that result. What a race finish. Crazy one, yet again, in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Let's go and have a chat with someone I've gotten a bit sick of chatting to be honest. Dara, another win. I mean, you got away initially on the start and we thought he's off to the races. Then it all stopped. You had to do it again. You did the same again.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, the stoppage. It was just a nice calm down, to be fair. And when Simpson had that slide through turn 1, sort of let me get away, and from there it was just maintaining it.
Nice. Pretty decent race. More of that in race 2, I assume.
Well, that's the plan anyway.
Yeah, nice. It's a bit warm though this weekend, to be fair. You look a little bit hot and bothered, but you were settling in nicely behind the wheel. We couldn't tell.
It's unpleasantly warm.
I can imagine.
I hate summer.
Yeah. Not a fan.
No. Winter.
Okay. Winter boy. But you have to race in the sunshine. Whatever. And you've done a good job.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it could have been much better, could it?
There you go. 1 win from 1. Same again tomorrow. Wait and see.
Yeah, that's the plan. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for chatting with me. Right, let's go and have a chat with. Where's the rest of our drivers? Where's Lewis? Lewis, hello. You're Bobby. Hi, Bobby.
Hello.
How are you, Bobby?
Not Brscc, you remember from Anglesey.
Did I get it wrong?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
I'm so sorry.
I told you the wrong name. Do you not remember?
Did you? Oh, mate. I chat to too many people, but classic Brscc Fiesta Juniors trying to make me look bad at my job.
I apologise for that.
You're all right, mate. You're all right, mate. You made up for it with a 2nd place. Yeah. What a race. When you guys came in here, I had no idea who I'd even be talking to for 2nd place. Well done.
You know what? Neither did I. I mean, I qualified 2nd, but I had to serve a penalty from Anglesey. So I ended up P9 in quali. So these things happen, you got to do what you got to do, and to come back up and be second place again is great.
We were trying to work out, why was it 7 places? That seems like a randomly specific number. Do you know?
I don't know, to be honest.
Second to 9th, brought it straight all the way back up to up to second even.
Yeah, can't say more than that.
There you go. Well done, mate. I'll let you chat with our circuit comms. Thanks for chatting with me, Bobby. And we'll head over as well. Lewis over here. I won't get in your photo, sorry. Hello, Lewis. How are you doing, mate? That was a pretty sketchy race at the best of times.
Yeah, it's eventful to say the least.
you had to get your elbows out in that one.
Yeah, but I'm really happy with the position. And considering where we were at the start of the weekend, I couldn't be more happy to be here. So
Fantastic performance. You and Daniel Tecci were taking chunks out of each other at one point in that race, but you managed to settle in the end.
yeah, well, it's nice to see 2 scholarship winners fighting close together, and it shows that the scholarship does work and they choose the right people. And like you can see how quick Daniel's come on. But yeah, really good race. And it's a shame it had to end under a red flag, but it is what it is.
Red's always a shame, isn't it? And like you say, not only were 2 scholarship winners battling so well, it was over second place in the order as well. Like you say, just shows the pick's going well. And Lewis, you're certainly proving it. Very impressive racing driver. Another podium finish. More of the same tomorrow, I assume?
Yeah, hopefully. I'll be happy with P3, obviously, but of course, the higher up we can go, the better. But yeah, thank you very much.
No worries at all. Dara's going to be a tough cookie to crack, though, so best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, Lewis. Right, there you go then. Fiesta Juniors done and dusted for today. Anyway, we'll see them back out tomorrow for their second race of the weekend. It's going to be another exciting one. Hopefully that one doesn't end under red flag, though. We'll wait and see. Right then, that's sprint racing action done here today at Donington Park. We'll have more on the bill for tomorrow, so make sure you join us for that. But we do still have one race to go. The 3-hour endurance race here today for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship is coming up next.
Indeed so, John. One more race to go, but it will take us into the early evening. 7 p.m. we're expecting to finish racing here at Donington Park. The joys of being next door to an airport. The locals can't really complain about the noise, can they? So we can race a little bit later than we would at most racetracks, and that is fantastic news because it means that we get to cram extra racing into most of these days, certainly in the summer when the light allows us to at Donington Park. The Fun Cup then heading out next. If you weren't with us earlier on in the day, you missed a cracking 5th round of the championship. That was a 1-hour sprint race. We'll have another one of those actually at Alton Park at the championship deciding weekend at the end of the season. For now though, we're back to the more traditional endurance racing format for the Fun Cup, a 3-hour race with 5 pit stops expected over the course of the 3 hours. Very similar in fact to what we had last time out at Anglesey. Again, if you tuned in at Anglesey, we had 2 3-hour races, one running into the night. Today, a slightly different format of double header, but one that is sure to give us plenty of excitement nonetheless. It was the Vape Club number 212 car that won earlier on today, with Ted Bradbury and Vlad Vasiliev back together and back to winning ways as well. But as a result of that, they will have to start this race from the very back of the grid. So that's Fun Cup rules, and it means we get the very rare, actually exceedingly rare these days, possibility of GRD, our championship leaders and reigning champions, actually being able to get into the battle for the lead in the first half of the race. Very often they win these races, but they don't usually hit the front until maybe half an hour or so till from the end of the race. But they're actually going to be starting this race 8th on the grid, GRD. So they're in a really good position. It's the 171 car that drew pole position in the random grid draw. Simon Lidson, that car, the Oddberries Racing Fueled by Data entry, had an issue in race 1, stopped at the exit of pit lane just after Simon Lidson had got into the car, actually, and hopefully they've sorted that because that car's due to start from pole position, and alongside another car whose race ended at Redgate Corner at pretty much the exact same moment, the 169 Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl machine. That's the Rob Croydon and Tom Roach car that had been in the battle for the lead all the way through the race in the first half of race 1. They ended up having a bit of contact with Marcus Clutton in the Signature RV car going into Redgate Corner, broke the suspension on the 169 car, and they had to pull over to retire. So hopefully both of those cars are sorted. and back in one piece ahead of the second race because they are supposed to be our front row starters. But as always is the case with Fun Cup, there are some quick cars at the back, some quick cars at the front, and quite a few quick cars in the middle of the field as well. It guarantees that opening stint will be pretty breathless. No less breathless, I suspect, than it was in the 1 hour sprint earlier on in the day. Championship-wise, of course, GRD arrived here this weekend with a championship advantage. It was a slender one, though, over Greenheath, who were second in the points. Going into the weekend, it was 18 points between the two of them. Well, after race 1, GRD not managing to win. I mean, they were still second place, though. They still beat most of their championship rivals. Vape Club are outside bets for the championship. They came into the weekend 6th in points, but some way back. So, realistically, I think GRD can be pretty happy with how race number 1 went. Here's the grid. I'll run you through the start drivers as well. So, pole position, as I've already said, should be the 171 Oddberries Racing fueled by data car of Simon Lidson, provided they've sorted the issues that took them out of race 1 alongside them. The 169 Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl Machine, that car set to be started by Rob Croydon, again, provided they fix the damage from race number 1. Then Northern Velocity start third. That is the Jack Harding started car, former multiple race winner and championship contender in Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Racing. He's got the 109 FNS with Morpheus Motorsport car for company on row 2. That is John Perrott. Signature RV starting 5th, only a few positions behind the car with whom they tangled in race 1. That's the 557 car. That car started by Steve Ruston with Red River Sports number 257 next. That is Bonamy Grimes for the opening stint. Demon Tweak, number 249 is 7th on the grid. That started by Jason Minshaw. That's the car that did a bit of gravel tracking, I think in the hands of Jason actually, in that first race earlier on. And then the reigning champions and current points leaders, GRD, starting 8th. I tell you what, Chris Devell, who has his first driving stint in that car today in this race on the opening stint, he's going to be getting a nosebleed. He's that far up the order. Very rare that we see Chris Devell up there inside the top 10 in the early stages, simply because he normally has to start at the back, having won the previous race. The price of success in Fun Cup racing, which we're well used to now. 22, Sunoco Racing Team, they're 9th on the grid. That car started by Axel Hildebrand with the Clapham North number 146 machine. That is Abby Eaton again at the wheel. She double stinted at the start of race 1. It'll be a single stint this time for the former MX-5 Super Cup champion. Then Demon Tweak's second car, the 207 car, started by Michael Lyons. Has the 248 JPR hire car alongside on row number 6. That is Nick Adcock at the wheel. Leatech, number 99, and X, that car pedalled by Shay Brennan for the opening stint. Shiv Sapra, interestingly, will double stints 2 and 3 and 5 and 6. So Shiv is going to double stint, whilst Shay will just have single stints throughout the race. Then it is the second Rob Boston Racing car, the 252 car. That car started by Will Blackwell Chambers. Remember, that car was in the lead battle in race 1 as well before it was tipped into a spin at the chicane whilst in the hands of James Riley. Axiometrics are 15th on the grid, the 103 car of Chris Wetherill. Renom Racing's number 97, Andre Renom, starting that car from 16th. 17th for GCI Racing's Ian Wood, and 18th for the 158 G-Force car of Graham Winstone. C Data, and 19th in the number 214 car, that's Mike Devlin. And Tropical Rocket Racing, number 157, complete the top 20. That car started by Neo Clark. That's the car that tangled with the Rob Boston car up at the chicane and brought about a safety car in race 1. Then PLR Uvio, that's the 225 car started by Brian Heary. No Neil Plimmer this weekend. Now, I can't remember the last time I was at a Fun Cup event that didn't have Neil Plimmer racing at it, so a change of driver lineup in that car. But as has been discussed at length so far this season, it's the car that scores the points, so Neil will still be racking up points this weekend, even though he's not actually in the driver's seat. Hope you're okay there, Neil, and hope we have you back for the next rounds of the championship. Greenheath next, number 14, that is Paul Turner. Then it's the Anglo-Asian mining car. starting 23rd. That's number 62, Guido Basile, with Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport starting 24th. So it's funny, I was speaking to GRD before race 1, and they were asking me, how many times do Uvio get drawn in the top 5 on the grid? Well, not today. 24th on the grid for the 403 car, started as it was in race 1 by Fabulous Randaccio. Viking and Ursus Capital Racing are next, 170. That car started by Nick Nunn. And the race 1 winners, as previously mentioned, number 212, starting from the back, and that perhaps is why they've switched up their driver lineup slightly. It's normally Vlad Vasiliev who starts. Ted Bradbury will take the wheel in the opening stint. It was Vlad who did the opening stint in race 1, wasn't it? Then Ted doubled through the rest of the race. Well, this time, Ted gets to go in at the start, and I reckon he's probably going to gain 1 or 2 positions before he hands the car over at the first round of pit stops.
I think that would be a fair assumption, Andy. I think that would. Well, drivers continue on round then, getting ready for this one to get underway. I mean, you said about frustrations from the GRD camp about good grid draws for Uvio. Well, I want to know what's been going on behind the scenes at Rob Boston Racing.
Yes.
Because they've had one car on pole in the first race, and they've got the other car on the front row in this race number 2. So the luck is going their way so far this weekend. Off track. On track, less so, but we'll see if they can make up for that here with 3 hours of racing to come. As you said in the intro there, it was very breathless, wasn't it, that first 1 hour? We literally had no time to think or breathe in that race, and I think it will be more of a similar story in this one, but given the 3 hour length of this race, might just see that we'll go crazy for a bit, then we'll sort of go into the ebb and flow of things as strategies are worked out, and then some craziness will happen again, I'm sure. So looking forward to settle into this one, Andy.
Pretty much just summed up all of the 125 races this championship's had over the years since it began in 2011. They start off a bit crazy, then it calms down, there's some craziness in the middle, maybe it calms down again, and almost always we've got something to get excited about in that final stint. What will round 6 of the championship have in store for us, I wonder? It is time to find out then as the cars make their way around to the start of a 3-hour race with the 170 car on pole position, 171 of Oddberry's Racing, fueled by data on the front row of the grid alongside Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl, 2 of the teams with the longest team names set to do battle into Redgate Corner. The safety car pulls into the pit lane. We're ready to go for round number 6 of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship for 2025. Lights out, off we go towards Redgate Corner. And who is going to get into the first corner first? I think it should be the car on the outside line. Yes, later on the brakes for the Rob Boston Racing car. They'll grab the early advantage. 109 going with them into second. In fact, 109 going for the lead coming out of Redgate Corner. That is John Perrott, well and truly on his toes, and he is going to challenge in the FNS car. In fact, does more than challenge. He's got the lead through Hollywood ahead of Rob Boston Racing. Down the hill we drop. Look at that. Abby Eaton to 4th already. Make that 3rd maybe on the inside at the old hairpin in the Clapham North car. Brilliant start from Abby, from 10th on the grid to the podium places already. She could yet challenge for the race lead by the time we reach the end of the opening lap. Christian Devell there on his first racing lap of the day in the GRD car, slipping down the order ever so slightly, but a brilliant start for Abby Eaton up into 3rd.
Yeah, wow, 7 positions in the space of 2 braking zones for Abby Eaton. Amazing start to the race from her, firing the team up the order, and now right onto the back of the Rare Vinyl car already. I thought that the 169 had that one signed, sealed and delivered down at T1. The race lead was theirs, but no, the FNS, lovely run down through Redgate, got the up and under, got the exit and got the move done. But I think the favour is about to be repaid down here at the S's. Up the inside goes Rare Vinyl, but they're too late on the brakes, almost off into the gravel. They collect that one up relatively well, but here comes the 257. Lovely run off the final corner. They might just take the lead.
3-hour race. 3 hours with 3 abreast for the race lead into Redgate Corner. Axiometrics, I think, came into the pit lane in the background, and maybe Tropical Rocket Racing, I think it was. The 109 car gets the lead. Meanwhile, there's still 3 abreast. That's the Rob Boston Racing with Rare Vinyl car in the middle. Signature RV to the inside. Ted Bradbury, I think, is knocking on the door of the top 10 already. I don't know why I'm surprised in the car that won race number 1. Here comes Eaton, though, for the lead. That's the Rob Boston car onto the grass in the background, sliding back on, and just, and there's not Rob Boston, I beg your pardon, it's another one of the white and blue cars. We'll ID that in a moment. Luckily, they continued without secondary contact, but that may well have damaged the front splitter on whoever that car was as it bounced down the grass through the Craner curves. The leader, though, FNS Morpheus, Clapham North in second position to a dramatic start to lap number 2.
I was just trying to work out who that was.
Yeah.
I cannot work out who that was that went off and wide. They've rejoined the order, haven't they? And they're getting stuck in once again. We'll double check who that is as they continue on through the lap. Oh, it was the other one. It was the other Rob Boston racing car. That's where our confusion lies. The 252. So they'd actually made a really nice start. We're getting properly stuck in there, but a little wayward moment down Craner curves. They drop back into the order, but they're still getting stuck in. And they're just trying to get past a couple of drivers as there might be a change for the lead. There is. Abby Eaton's through. Here's that little replay of them initially going off the circuit. Couldn't quite see from that, but they do sneak back in.
I actually think it's Demon Tweaks. I think it was the Demon Tweaks car. I think it was. It had the black Demon Tweaks logo down the side, I think, and they are, by the looks of it, dropping down the order.
You might just be right there.
Prepared to be wrong, but it looked a bit more like Demon Tweaks than Rob Boston Racing. Anyway, Abby Eaton leads the way, as you quite rightly called it, into the chicane. She managed to find a way past the FNS Morpheus car. There is the 169 Rob Boston Racing car going for 4th position, meanwhile, trying to get past Northern Velocity as they drop down the hill. Northern Velocity will hang on, though. That's Jack Harding at the wheel of that car, and he's in 4th position. Now, you've spotted something very interesting going on just at the back end of the top 10, John.
Yeah, nose to tail. GRD, Uvia Hoffmans, and Vape Club. 11th, 12th, and 13th. Those cars have started on totally different areas of the circuit, and somehow they all are on the same piece of tarmac now as we head on through this next lap of the race. There they are, involved in this huge squabble. So that's Uvio now trying to get through on Signature RV. We've got one driver off and wide there on the gravel, jumping across the scenery on the outside. That was the Sunoco racing car trying to wrangle their car back out of the gravel. Uvio get the move done, and now Vape Club and of course your championship leaders, GRD, trying to follow through as well. We look back to our leading pack though, and the top 2 trying to break away as best they can now. Massive wobble into the barriers to the 257. The Demon Tweaks will collapse. I did not think that would be straight to the scene of the accident, but it was.
That is such a shame, isn't it? The tiniest of mistakes when you've got those tyre stacks at the edge of the road are so punishing. I'm going to resist the urge to go on a rant that I want to go on right now, because that's a lot of damage done after a minor mistake in the braking zone, but there you go. They take the tyre stacks away from the Formula Fords. I see no reason why they can't stay off the track for the rest of the day. Anyway, I'm not going to go on a rant. Into the pit lane they come with a lot of damage, and that is going to put them well and truly out of contention. We've also had Axiometrics in the pits. We spotted that earlier. They've got, as Jamie Peters-Ennis tells me, no gears. I don't know where they put them, but they're not in the gearbox, unfortunately. And so that car is stuck in the pit lane. Why Tropical Rocket Racing were in, I don't know, but they have rejoined the circuit.
I do usually find gears can be quite helpful in going past.
Even I know that.
Yeah, Axiometrics then, a torrid race already in this second race of the day, as there are a few more drivers making up moves and positions. We saw the 252 there in that squabble, now closed in by Uvio. There's the Demon Tweaks car as well, as Uvio try and sling it up the inside there through Coppice, and they will fight their way to the inside line, and that is Uvio, well, I was going to say through into position. They're still running side by side down Starkey's straight, as there is the 257 with Red River Sport into their pit box, and I have a sneaking suspicion they might be there for some time. Uvio get the move done though, down into the S's, and Demon Tweaks slightly off kilter. AIRTEC right behind them, and their sister Demon Tweaks car right there with them as well.
Now that tyre stack has been knocked out of position. It's fine, it's off the track, but it's further round the corner, so it's actually opened up that second part of the chicane a little bit more. I'm sure some drivers will be keen to maximise that opportunity, maybe more than others. There is Ted Bradbury, meanwhile. Where is he? Well, he's ahead of GRD. He's in 10th position at the start of the lap. I don't think he'll be 10th for much longer. He's got a trio of cars battling in front of him. AIRTEC, Demon Tweaks, and in fact both Demon Tweaks cars side by side here into the old hairpin. This could get embarrassing very quickly. 249 car sidesteps, that opens the door for Bradbury, and Christabel could do a lot worse than just try to tag along with Bradbury here in the GRD car. I'm not sure he's got the ultimate pace of Ted maybe, but if he can stay with the 212, he should be able to pick up a few positions rather than sort of slip any further down the order. 11th at the start of the lap for Christabel, but crucially keeping that GRD car out of trouble.
Yeah, look how much Fabulous Randaccio has broken clear of these drivers though now. You see him just exit the shot there as we cut through to Coppice. A little bit of extra waiting here from Ted, which is fair enough. You don't want to make an aggressive manoeuvre and ruin the entirety of your race for the next 2 hours and 52 minutes. But equally, just not quite catching the drivers at the best possible position. Maybe Uvio had a little bit of a better run of it, and that's given them so much opportunity here to get further down the road. But of course, Ted waiting for it. He's on the long game at the moment. There's still lots of time in this race left to go and plenty of opportunity for him to close back up to Uvio, as he now does try and get past, and he will. Up the inside of both AIRTEC and Demon Tweaks too as they head down into the first corner. Positions made. But we turn our attention back to the sharp end.
Yeah, where Northern Velocity have got the lead now. Jack Harding with a good move up the inside of Abby Eaton now. Jack Harding versus Abby Eaton. I've seen those two do battle a few times over the years, usually in an open top Mazda MX-5. Those two were both front runners in MX-5 Super Cup, although now I'm casting my mind back. They didn't race against each other a huge amount. I think Abby came back and did a few guest appearances during Jack's stint in that championship, but Eaton was the champion a couple of years before Jack really started to make a name for himself in MX-5s. Either way, great to have them both up there battling at the front. This, of course, the track at which Abby clinched famously the 2014 Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship in dramatic fashion on the last race of the season. So happy memories for Abby here at Donington, and she's very much been on form this weekend. She has just lost the lead, but in Fun Cup that doesn't really mean a huge amount. She's already drafting back up behind Jack Harding, and in fact thinking about going for the move into the chicane. Does more than think, half commits to it. Jack didn't really know where she was going. He's through the gravel. He's going to lose the lead. He's going to lose second position as well to the FNS Morpheus car, and was lucky there not to do more damage to the splitter.
Yeah, that was a little bit clumsy, but understandably so. They, like you say, didn't quite know where Abby was and decided the safest point to go was over the gravel. As you say, the danger of that is it totally ripping your front splitter off. We've seen that done pretty easily with even the shortest of excursions over the gravel. So Northern Velocity have done well there to keep that splitter intact, but they might just lose even more positions. Here comes the Rob Boston Red Vinyl car round the outside down Craners, and Uvio trying to push them. They want to follow through down through into the old hairpin. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Squeezes their way through a Northern Velocity, and that time the splitter has gone. Velocity off into the gravel, and that has destroyed the bodywork of the entire car, front and rear.
Oh, dearie me. Well, not a good lap for Jack Harding. He was leading half a lap ago, and now he's only got half a car left, and he's well down the back end of the top 10. That's a real shame, but just nowhere to go, really. Maybe that slight damage to the front splitter meant he had a bit of understeer as well down through the old hairpin. He was offline, dirty side of the road. It was all conspiring against him, really. And sadly, that's even more damage done for Jack Harding's Northern Velocity car. They'll be able to fix some of it maybe as they go through the race, but I don't think it's going to be driving quite the same.
Yeah, my thoughts on that one, I think obviously was gave a lot of room to Abby earlier on in the end of the previous lap, maybe a little bit too much room, and then maybe the frustration from losing those positions there, thought, no, Uvio, you're not having this around the outside, this is mine. But yeah, you always knew Uvio were going to squeeze into the exit there, exactly what they did, and like we say, that has almost destroyed their race. With the amount of damage on that car, they're going to struggle to get a good position through the rest of this one. So maybe could have given a little bit more in the battle with Abby, but maybe needed to just give a little bit less in the battle with Fabulous Randaccio. Either way, was really exciting to watch. And once again, we lock our eyes back on to this top three. Still Rob Boston with two runners in this top five at the moment. They are doing very nicely in this, but it is a certain Abby Eaton who once again leads the train then in the 146. The Clapham North will lead us on through the rest of this lap. So these top three have broken away decently well. That won't quite help if they continue battling, which they do. Rob Boston up the inside of the FNS Morpheus car, but the two drivers chasing, the 169 and the 403, very speedy pedalers, and it is of course Fabulous with the fastest lap so far. So surely it's a case of when, not if, that this group of three becomes a group of five.
I suspect close to the beginning of the next lap, more than likely, because the leaders are going to go side by side again. It's Rob Boston to the lead this time, maybe. Not Rob Boston himself, but one of his cars. Rob, I think, has raced Fun Cup in the past, but running a couple of cars in the championship now and watching as one of them takes the lead of the race. That's Will Blackwell Chambers at the wheel of the 252, and he gets from third to first in a lap. That's just delayed that second placed group slightly, and so yes, Fabulous Randaccio is there, and of course the second Rob Boston car also in tow. So 5 cars for the lead now. There is damage, look, to the front of the Uvio car. I'm not sure if that's from that side-to-side contact with Jack Harding maybe at the old hairpin. Could have happened anywhere really, given how frenetic the opening part of the race has been, but that will affect slightly the front downforce of the 403 car. Not that you'd know it given the pace that they're carrying. Ted Bradbury though has set the fastest lap of the race. In the pit lane still is the 103 car. They're still searching for those gears. We also had an update from Jamie about the 157 car, Tropical Rocket Racing. They pitted with a loose rear ball joint, sounds painful, and that car is back out on track. It was a quick fix, thank goodness, but that has lost them a fair bit of time after an early pit visit.
Yeah, that's positive then for Tropical Rocket, as we're seeing the onboard view of the car stuck in the pits there in your picture-in-picture, so some exciting shots there of the mechanics getting to work as they try and get that Red River Sport car back out onto the circuit. Speaking of on the circuit, there's quite a few bits of Fun Cup car now strewn around. I was watching Northern Velocity as they were overtaken by Ted Bradbury in the Vape Club car. Half their car was sort of being dragged along behind them as they went down the crane of curves. They're doing a good job to keep stuck in there, as we just saw them in the background. They're battling down into the S's once more. I just wanted to highlight as well the fact that UVO Hoffman's Motorsport are now into third place. It wasn't that long ago when we saw our top three sort of title contenders all line astern. We now find UVO in third, Vape Club in 7th, and GRD still there in 11th, as they were when those three were nose to tail. So it just shows through this first 15 minutes of the stint how things have changed, and the drivers have settled in to this racing action. But it won't be a crazy amount of time until we go to that first pit window, and that throws the cat amongst the pigeons once more. I thought Abby might throw the cat amongst the pigeons there as she looks up the inside down into old hairpin, but actually that will lose her a bit of momentum, and up the hill they go. UVO looking to the outside line. Now of course they are also sporting a little bit of front splitter damage. Doesn't seem to be hampering them for the moment. Up the inside they go into McLean's, and they will shuffle the 146 onto the exit curb. They'll of course still have that inside line up and over Coppice. It might just scupper their line somewhat, but they should get the move done into second place, and then they'll be watching to try and hound the back of the 252 once again. So UVO exit a battle with one Rob Boston car and enter a battle with another one.
Yeah, wherever you turn this weekend, there is a Rob Boston car seemingly, certainly towards the pointy end of the grid. But UVO then get the advantage for now as they drop down into the chicane, at least for second position they do anyway. Of course, I'm forgetting about Will Blackwell Chambers, who is starting to get away ever so slightly. I don't imagine that lead advantage that he's got will be massively long-lived. Ted Bradbury looking up into 6th position now, with smoke though. Smoke from the Vape Club car in the background. Is that bodywork rubbing, or is it something more sinister? I think maybe it's just bodywork. I can't see anything out of the window. There it is as it accelerates out of Redgate. Was that an issue for the Vape Club machine? Hopefully not, because we want to see that car up there contending for the race win. Can't see it now, but I definitely spotted it as it headed towards us into Redgate.
100% out smoke coming out of the back. It definitely looked a little bit sus, but I don't know if it's bodywork or if it's mechanical issue. Let's have a look. We'll keep an eye then on the 212, because as you say, great run through the order so far from Ted. Fastest lap on the board from him, and up into the top 6 he's gone. He's got a few seconds now to catch this top 5 group, but then we will find 2 of our championship protagonists then up in the top 6 battling with each other once more. Still only 15 minutes into this 3-hour endurance race, and very much all to play for then as we look on towards our first pit stops of the race. I've got to say as well, fair play to AIRTEC. They were in that massive battle pack with Vape Club. They managed to clear it as well, and they're sort of trying their best to stay with the Vape Club car as they close up to the back of this top 5, as huge crowds watching the screens. Hopefully they've got the noise muted down there.
I wouldn't blame them. I would not blame them. Yeah, they're watching on from, in fact, Steve Foden is sat there. This is the Rob Boston Racing Garage. Steve Foden, who's contending the Mazda MX-5 Championship this year for Rob Boston Racing, was chatting to him earlier on, and he was enjoying the racing and revealed a shared passion for snooker with me. So already liked Steve an awful lot. He's gone massively further up in my estimations after that conversation. Only proper people like proper sports, John. That's what I say. Snooker and motorsport, not a bad combination. But yeah, he's enjoying himself watching along with good friend Rob Boston, who for many years was really only known for running cars in Mazda MX-5s, but of course had run cars in other championships long before that, and it's nice to see Rob branching out now into Fun Cup as well, and he is finding a bit of success with it. He's certainly taken to it quite quickly. His cars are looking quick. I'm sure he'll be getting a lot of guidance from JPR, who run the championship and have been running these cars for 20 odd years in this country, but each individual team will make their own tweaks to the cars, and whatever Rob Boston Racing are doing, it's clearly working. They lead the race, and they've got another car in 5th position, that 169 car, just keeping a watching brief, you feel here, John, not necessarily getting directly involved in this battle, but staying in touch with the leaders.
Exactly that, yeah, just keeping themselves in touch for the moment. Yeah, I've been really impressed with the whole Rob Boston Racing outfit. I mean, when we saw that they were entering Fun Cup, we knew that they were going to do an impressive job, just given their accolades from other racing series and championships, but I've still been very impressed with how well they've taken to Fun Cup, because as we say, these cars are all very, very similar under the bonnet, but it's all those little bits of tweaks and things that you can make to just find that little bit of extra pace, and of course that changes from circuit to circuit as well. So if you've got a team that have been in the Fun Cup for a while, they should already have all the notes and data on such things, and you should at least be able to get a decent baseline to start from. Or is that a bit more of a challenge for the Rob Boston crew? Of course, like in the red vinyl car, they've got Rob Croydon, who's done years of racing, so that will help initially with data and things. But yeah, my overarching point is that they've done a great job taking to Fun Cup, and from the off, they've been up there, up in the top 5 and top 10 with usually both cars as well. It's been mightily impressive, and for now, both those cars up in this group of top 6, and it is now 6, as look who's joined the party. It's Ted Bradbury. He's with us in our leading camera shot for the first time, and he might just do a double overtake for the first time. There's that smoke you're talking about. Looks to be off the front right corner, doesn't it? So maybe just some robbing with the bodywork there on the front right. Doesn't seem to be hampering his pace at all.
No, I'd love to get a close-up, if possible, of the left front corner as we look at it, right front of the car, of that 212, just to see, because I can't see any obvious signs of damage, but there is the smoke. It's the front splitter catching, I think, slightly on the right front tyre, and it's only happening at certain points. The car has got game over written on the back of it. Hopefully this isn't game over for 212. Hopefully it is a minor issue, but it's not going away, is it? You would want a tyre rub to disappear after a lap or so. If it keeps on going, it could do damage to the tyre, it could do further damage to the splitter. So if that is what it is, they'll definitely want to try and pull that bodywork away slightly at the pit stop. It's so hard to tell because it's a black splitter against a black tyre, but I think that's all it is. I think if it was something more sinister, it would be getting worse. It isn't getting worse, it just isn't getting any better.
Surely the only other thing you could think it might be would be brakes, but then that would surely be hampering his performance a bit more than it is. So yeah, an odd one there from that little close-up. As you say, tough to see with the black on the black, but it looked fine from where we're sitting, so no idea. Either way, for the moment, that smoke is continuing, but pace also continuing from Ted Bradbury. Still, that fastest lap of the race goes to the 212 car. He's now cleared a decent number of cars in this top group as they actually continue to battle down into the braking zone. That's Rob Boston Rare Vinyl car up the inside of the FNS Morpheus car. So a switch around for 5th place then. That would have lost both of those cars a little bit of time. So the group of 4 now ahead of them. The top 3 separated by just over 1 second. All very close as we carry on to another lap. As, oh dear, I can tell you that's just a transponder issue for Vape Club as they drop down the order. You can see them on your screen, so don't worry, they have been put straight back into 4th place, but clearly a transponder issue for Ted as he sets another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 20.9 from Mr. Bradbury.
He was going so quickly that the timing screen couldn't keep up. That's all that was. Ted Bradbury, who has been stealing lap records all season long. I'll have to go onto the Fun Cup website in a moment and double check the Donington Park lap record, but he's been very proud of the fact that he's taken a few lap records this year, and he'll, if he hasn't already claimed the Donington one, will certainly be after it heading into the latter part of the race. But this stint has been all about gaining positions, and he keeps on gaining positions, nips up the inside of Clapham North with EDF Motorsport. That is 3rd position now for Ted Bradbury, who started, let me remind myself, oh, well, of course, 26th and last, because he won the first race, or the team won the first race. It wasn't all Ted, of course. Vlad played his part. So up into 3rd position. He could well go from last to 1st here before the first round of pit stops.
And he has got the lap record.
He has.
He has got the lap record. The safety car. Safety car's just been scrambled. Why? Not that we know why here in the comms box, but safety car is out on circuit. I think, have they just grabbed the leaders? I think they have actually. They've done a great job of that, haven't they? Scrambling straight out and grabbing the leaders straight away. As to why we've got a safety car, I'm not so sure at the moment.
Well, AIRTEC have just pitted a lap ago. In fact, no, they're back out now. So I saw them going slowly at the start of the lap. They just pitted out of sequence. So I wonder if either they had an issue or there's been contact with someone that maybe has... that'll be why. The tyre stack, the other tyre stack now, has been knocked well and truly into the middle of the road. I thought I caught people going wide down there last time by, and that is why there was an obstacle in the way. Now, who's hit it? There's a incriminating bit of white bodywork that's been left just at the scene of the crime, so someone's missing perhaps a right front corner, or maybe a left front corner, actually.
Luckily for the drivers, there were a lot of white cars in the field.
Yes. Well, I mean, Uvio were already missing a bit of bodywork. Let's stay on this camera, shall we? That's Northern Velocity. They haven't really got any white bodywork left on that car, have they? No other obvious culprits at this point, so we'll try and find out. We'll do some detective work. Who lost ground on that lap? Well, AIRTEC lost 6 positions, but that's because of a pit stop. 2 places lost for the 171. They've got white bodywork, haven't they, the 171 car? In fact, they lost some of that white bodywork in the race earlier on. The Oddberries car of Simon Lidson that started from pole position. I wonder if maybe they are responsible. They've lost a couple of positions. In fact, they have not yet come through. They're in the pit lane, that's why. So yes, I am not Sherlock Holmes, far from it, but I reckon maybe they had something to do with that. The colour matches, and they have not, they've made it into the pit lane, but not been able to continue in the race for now. So I think maybe that might be the reason. We will try and get to the bottom of that, but for now, the race is neutralised. Not long before our first pit window at 16:21 local time. The first pit window will open, which is in 7.5 minutes' time, give or take. So it'll be, pretty much bang on half an hour into the race, and that is going to get very interesting if we haven't got back to racing by that point.
Indeed, we shall see how that plays out then. Of course, slightly different pit stop window times in that first 1 hour race. Had a little bit of a chat with Simon after. The only thought potentially was it was so if teams just had 2 drivers in the race, you didn't come a cropper of that rule that no driver can do twice as much time in the car as another driver. So there was potential that was maybe why the stints would change ever so slightly in that first 1 hour. But back to usual proceedings here in the 3 hour in terms of those pit stops. And impressive from the drivers, 30 minutes to move both tyre stacks down at the S's. Of course, we moved the one on the second part of the corner pretty early on in that stint, and then we've moved the one on the entrance there right at the dying moments before we go to that safety car. But I think your thought that it might be the 171 is possibly correct.
Well, yes and no. They've been in the pit lane to repair damage to the left rear, says Jamie.
Okay.
That supports my theory. They're back out there now, which means it was a very quick fix, and that's obviously been quite a big hit with the tyre stack, and that doesn't necessarily support my theory. I'm also not convinced the rear bodywork on that car is white. I think it's more to the front. It's about to go past our... well, I don't know because it's not there. No, black wings on the back. So I'm still on the wiser, quite frankly. There is the 171. You can see it on the screen. Missing a left rear wheel arch, but the right rear wheel arch is black, not white. So unless I'm really badly colourblind, I don't know whether it was that car. Jamie also reports that AIRTEC did a drive-through for exceeding track limits. That's why they dropped down. Now, you'd only just mentioned that they were doing really, really well inside the top 10, but that was coming at a cost with track limits being exceeded, and so they unfortunately had a drive-through to serve. We don't see that often, especially in 3-hour races with just 30-minute stints, but that's what happened to AIRTEC. The safety car, therefore, saving them a little bit.
Yeah, wow. That is that's early on to be having a penalty such as that. Now, I believe you were alluding to there, and I still am yet to work out whether the track limit warnings carry over from driver to driver. Because when I was racing, they definitely did, because I had to serve a penalty that my brother had caused. So
that's your story.
That's 100% what happened. Don't go and check the timing. I'm not going to tell you what race it was. And that definitely carried over. Now, I don't think that was a case of him getting them all on his stint and then me having to serve it. I think it was shared between him and my father before I got in, and then I had to... Right. I still don't really know. I didn't think it resetted between drivers, but you seem to think maybe it does.
Well, yeah, but I said at the time I might be mixing that up with other series. I know that things like British GT, for example, at the end of a stint, well, halfway through the race, which is also the end of a stint, they tend to reset. So I could be getting confused. Maybe Jamie could find out for us. He must have be able to find someone in the know down in pit lane. Jamie's got about 4 minutes before he needs to find somewhere to hide because the pit window will be open, and I fear that might just stretch into the end of this safety car period. Jamie does, though, his ears were burning, clearly, have an update on the 171. I was right, twice today I've been right. They lost it on the entry to the chicane, lost it whilst downshifting. So locked the rear brakes, downshifting, spun and went backwards into the tyre stack. So it was the 171. I don't know where I got white bodywork from, but anyway, it was that car that hit the tyre stack. Remarkable they've got it back out there so quickly, because those tyre stacks are very heavy. We saw what it did to the front of the Red River Sport car earlier on, and yet the back of that 171 car clearly quite sturdy.
Yeah, clearly it's held up a little bit better, hasn't it, there on the rearward entry to the tyres. Amazing that you managed to call that, mate, considering it definitely was white bodywork on the floor. So whether they've caught the front of the car as they've gone, I don't know what's happened there.
I was right by accident.
Exactly.
Is what happened there.
Now, the only thing to worry about is that you were right, Andy. So there we go. We continue on behind the safety car, and yeah, it's not been an ideal day, has it, for the 171?
Yes.
Didn't exactly have luck in the first race, parking up outside our commentary box window, and then it's all gone wrong in the first in here in race number 2 of the day.
And it was Simon in the car. In fact, he just left the pit lane when it stopped coming out of the pit lane in race 1, and he's had a whoopsie in race 2 as well.
Oh dear. Well, less than ideal, but at least they can get things sorted, as we've seen, and back out onto the circuit, but a good result potentially gone already then. As we were saying earlier as well, with Ted Bradbury taking the lap record. So what was that time from him? 20.9 from Ted Bradbury. Now I've got down that the previous lap record was from a certain Marcus Clutton in the Signature RV. A 121.6 is what I've got down. Now I know we had this discussion at Anglesey because the lap records when you go into the event were different from the lap records on the dedicated lap record part of the website. So I've gone with that, the dedicated section for this time, and that's what I had, was a 21.6. So that would mean that that lap record has been demolished.